allow participants to join us.
Okay. Good morning again, Commissioners. I'm Ed Hamrick, Assistant Attorney General, and I represent the State Board of Land Commissioners. This morning, April 9th, the board has been in executive session to discuss questions, legal questions surrounding sand and gravel and severed estates. The matter was authorized for executive session under 24-6-402 3A, 2 and 3 of the Colorado Revised Statutes and was previously noticed for executive session. The discussion was limited to attorney-client communication and no decisions were made in executive session. The board is now back on the record and ready to move forward with its regular agenda.
All right. I'm just going to give a couple of moments. I see that we have folks joining us.
I think we're pretty settled in on the number, Commissioner.
Okay. All right. Good morning again. Today is Friday, April 9th, 2021. I will call to order the public meeting of the Colorado State Board of Land Commissioners. The meeting is being conducted via Zoom web conferencing, and we do have all 5 commissioners present for the meeting today. As usual, our first item is an open public comment period for non-agenda items. So for those of you who are our attendees, this is an opportunity to share comments or address the commissioners for anything that we don't intend to cover on the agenda later today. So our process for taking public comment, you should have a raise hand feature available, and if you would like to do so, raise your hand and then we will promote you to the panel, which takes just a moment of time. So at this time, I would call for anyone who wishes to make comment, and I see Miss Almendinger, I believe. You're on mute, so you can unmute yourself, and if you wish to go video, there you are.
Took me a hot minute. Sorry about that.
No, welcome. And if you would, just be sure to introduce yourself for the record, and welcome this morning.
Well, thank you very much for allowing me to speak today. Good morning. I'm Cindy Almendinger, and I'm here today as my family's representative for the Hitch Rack Ranch, and we're just south of Colorado Springs. And I wanted to thank you all for affording me the opportunity to address you today. I know it was kind of last minute and I wasn't on the agenda. But as many of you are aware, the State Board of Land Commissioners entered into a mining lease with Transit Mix for the mineral rights on my private property. However, Transit Mix, through all their written documents and through all their actions, has effectively abandoned the lease that you guys signed with them. First, it was publicly announced in February of 2019 that Transit Mix was sold to Lafarge, and the mineral lease at the ranch was not included in that sale. Then, April of 2019, Transit Mix delivered formal notice of termination to us, letting us know that they would not be moving forward with mining at the ranch. As we finalized all of our termination details with Transit Mix, they delivered all the permit materials, including the documents and the rights to all the reports, to apply for a mining permit without their assistance. Finally, for the last 2 years, Transit Mix has made no attempt to explore or develop the leased premises. Their lack of due diligence to advance the development of the minerals, something that is required by Section 8 of the mining lease, coupled with their written notice to us, clearly means they will no longer be attempting to mine our land. Since the last permit hearing, there's been a renewed community interest in pursuing the permit. I have found a willing investor who's a successful local businessman with really strong roots in the city of Colorado Springs, and Transit Mix has given me their blessing to move forward with the mine by delivering all the materials needed to apply for the permit. So now it's up to the State Land Board to allow me to develop the mineral lease at the ranch to benefit not only my family, but the ranch and the school systems throughout the state of Colorado. I hope that you guys will favorably consider the Colorado State Material Association application, which is our little business we're starting up. And I thank you for our time today.
Thank you, Ms. Almendinger. Commissioners, are there any comments, or I might ask staff if we've had any discussions or any sort of communication related to this matter?
Bill, do you want to answer that?
I was waiting for Ben to unmute.
Okay. We have not received an application from the Colorado State Materials Association. I guess that would be the short answer.
Okay.
I would also say that it's my understanding that the lease is current on its payments and is, to my knowledge, has paid in accordance with its terms.
That's correct.
Okay.
I believe, if you don't mind me interjecting, I don't see the little hand button anymore.
That's
so-
okay.
You just get to talk now.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I believe our permit will be in by Tuesday, I think at the latest, our application for it. And as I understand the lease, since I have a copy of it, they would be due to be paying again. And Ben has been such a great resource. I call him at random times and ask him bizarre questions, and he's just been the best. So if I could give you like props to your boss, Ben, it's all about how great he's been helping me figure this out. So we'll have our application in, and all we're hoping for is that you'll give it consideration.
Sure.
I'm sure unless they've paid in advance that there's another payment due, I think, next week.
Okay. Just as an aside, Ben's going to have a big head. He was complimented by our Assistant Attorney General for his breadth of knowledge of sand and gravel earlier today. So it's been a good day for Ben already, and it's only 8:25. So
I think
but
that means he needs a raise. That's all I'm saying is.
Well, I'm flattered. Thank you.
yes, thank you for that feedback. My
And
sense,
more importantly, I'm glad it could be helpful.
yeah. Well, my sense is if we have a process, and if we're going through the process, we'll and there's it's if the land board is part of that process, we'll address it and do our due diligence as appropriate. So.
Okay.
Commissioners, any other questions or comments? Thank you, Ms. Almendinger, for joining us today. It was nice to see you, and appreciate your comments.
Great. Thank you very much. Have a
All
great
right.
day.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
Commissioner Butterworth, just raising to your attention, we've got another hand up.
Okay. Thank you. I didn't see that.
Mr.
Believe I see Carlos Garcia would like to make comments, so we'll move him forward. Say goodbye to Ms. Almendinger. Mr. Garcia, I think you're with us. If you want to unmute.
Okay, I just did a mute. Okay, and I'm trying to get myself on there. I'll see if I can, but I'm sure you can hear me, right?
We can hear you, and if you would, just introduce yourself for the record too.
Okay, my name is Carlos Garcia, Conejos County Commissioner, and just wanted you to know that I'm hoping this is the right time to address you on this. Let me see, I did something wrong here again, but well, okay, I might miss that all the way, but we did meet on March 18th with Peter and Greg appeared by Zoom. So I'm commenting on the potential sale of the La Hera. And of course, our constituents down here in Pinellas County look to us to protect some of the, if this sale does go through, to protect some of the historical, agricultural, cultural, recreational uses of the land throughout these all these years. So I just wanted you to know that I'm going to be a part of the meeting today. You know, I'll probably sign off maybe after that part of it.
Okay.
Pinellas County is very actively wants to be a part of the process to help with whatever we can in this process if it does go through. I think you know what I mean.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you for joining us today, and we will be taking it up.
Yeah, there I am, finally.
Oh, there you are. Welcome. Good to see you.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll, it's actually going to be, we've got a couple other agenda items, and then we'll be delving into that issue. So we'll sort of move you back to an attendee, and as part of that presentation, if you have further comments, we'll invite you. So we'll certainly make time for that as well.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, are there any other members of the public who wish to make comment on non-agenda items?
Not seeing any, Commissioner.
Seeing none, we'll move on to our second item B, announcements. Director Ryan.
One quick one, Commissioners. A couple of weeks ago, we had one of our employees announce her pending retirement, Stephanie Johnson. And Stephanie has been with the land board for almost 15 years now, a terrific member of our accounting and audit groups, and really has done a terrific job on the finance team for many, many years. So we're going to be sad to lose her, and we have big little shoes to fill there.
Yeah.
But I did want to just thank her publicly for her years of service here, and let her know how much we've appreciated all her work, her attention to detail. She's just been great, and she will be missed.
Yeah.
So we'll keep you all up to speed. She's going to stay with us through the end of the fiscal year, end of June.
Okay.
So we're sad to see her go, but wish her all the best.
Often unsung finance folks are the unsung heroes doing all the back of the house stuff. So we wish her well and thank her for her service. We appreciate that.
That's all I have, Commissioner.
Okay, commissioners, anyone have other announcements? Okay. We'll move on to our Department of Natural Resources Executive Director's report. And today we, in fact, have the Executive Director with us, Mr. Dan Gibbs. Welcome, Dan.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's great to be here with you all. Can you hear me all right?
Yep.
Okay, great. Well, happy Friday. We made it to Friday somehow. And want to thank you all for your leadership, serving on this really important board as leaders, as commissioners, and really, really appreciate your great work. Also, thank you, Bill Ryan, and your staff. I know with COVID, it's really has been very, very challenging to say the least, working in this virtual environment. And I know folks are, busy getting vaccinated. For those that can take care of that's wonderful. We've been really encouraging, staff to get vaccinated. I, of course, can't just mandate that or anything, but we know that a large population of our staff within the DNR are getting vaccinated right now, and really happy that Colorado ranks as one of the best nationally in terms of vaccine distribution right now. And I know that they are working really hard to have various different pods, throughout the state of Colorado, where we can make it as easy as possible But I want to let you know that hope is, you know, on the horizon, and we're going to start transitioning as more and more people get vaccinated to, you know, start coming back to the office. And actually, I want to let you know that just yesterday, I approved Parks and Wildlife to hold their first in-person meeting in May in Grand Junction. And yeah, Bill's clapping because I know we all want to try to see one another as quickly as possible, but we want to do that safely, obviously. And so for that particular meeting, I had a discussion with public health director for Mesa County, and we will have, you know, safety protocols in place with, you know, everyone will be separated with more plexiglass, you know, separating folks, and for public comment, you know, not having, you know, 100 or 200 people show up, but have another area where people can have their temperature checked and so forth. And so anyways, a very different, you know, type of meeting that we're used to doing, but again, it will be in person. So I'm really excited about that. And I'll work with Bill to explore, you know, for your next meeting to see how we can achieve that as well. The Department of Natural Resources, despite COVID, has been working, you know, really hard and getting a lot done. We are on our way to implement our wildly important goals. You've heard me talk a little bit about these before, but they're more or less our performance metrics, and we're working hard to achieve those. They have to be done by June 30th of this year. So just to give you a quick snapshot of our, you know, big goals for the department. Number one is to track and prioritize water project needs around the state and work with our 8 river basins around the state to really identify 160 ready to implement projects around the state of Colorado. So in the transportation world, they would call it like shovel ready projects, you know. So that's, you know, moving right along. And then we also have our balanced outdoor recreation and conservation. We are working to develop 3 regional partnerships that will have and they will adopt a vision and guidelines of conservation and wildlife habitat. And so that's really important. A subsection of that is the expansion of the public access program. So thank you. I know at the last meeting, you voted to expand that. So, you know, I'm relieved with that component because my performance depends on that, but thank you. I know it's really important to work with, you know, our partners, with state land board folks that are leasing land and so forth, to make sure that we listen to everyone's concerns, you know, that we've heard, you know, regarding, you know, access issues and so forth with public access program. But I think we're able to find a sweet spot. And again, thank you for working to expand. Now it's up to public Parks and Wildlife to have their vote. I don't know if it's at this May meeting, it could be the June meeting when they're actually voting on that. And then the last performance metric that we have is a sustainable funding for Parks and Wildlife. And we're moving forward with that. And that's going really well, as you all know, especially Commissioner Butterworth, being a former member and not only member, but I believe chair at one point of the commission. But, you know, Parks and Wildlife is totally dependent on, you know, user fees as an enterprise. And we really want to look at ways that we could bring in more revenue for the needs of state parks and include trying to add more state parks to the equation and take care of the parks that we have. And then we also have a performance metric on equity, diversity, and inclusion. That is our 4th wildly important goal, and that's a department, you know, goal. So these are all department-wide goals, and I try to remind everyone of these goals so that everyone knows. Doesn't matter if you work for State Land Board or Parks and Wildlife or Division of Reclamation, Mining, and Safety. You know, we're all working towards these goals. Let's see here, a couple other updates here. We are also working hard on implementing Proposition 114 for Parks and Wildlife. That, as you may recall, that the voters supported the wolf reintroduction to have us reintroduce wolves by December 30th, 2023, and so that's a major undertaking, to say the least. So we have an RFP out. We're reviewing the various different facilitators that have applied to participate and help lead that discussion. We think it's really important to kind of have independent organizations lead that, important statewide discussion on wolf reintroduction. And then we also will have a technical advisory group that would be more or less, I would say it could be professors at CSU or folks that have worked on wolf reintroduction in other states. So we have a technical group, and then we have a larger advisory group too. So we want to make sure we have voices that are heard from, for example, the wool growers, the cattlemen's, the Farm Bureau, Colorado Counties Incorporated, conservation organizations. So you get the picture, a broad range of folks that will help weigh in on how we implement Proposition 114. We also, Water Conservation Board, just a few weeks ago, announced we are doing a water equity task force. And this particular group is made up of 25 people from around the state working through a lens of water equity. They'll be making recommendations as we work towards updating the Colorado Water Plan. Believe it or not, the Colorado Water Plan is coming up to 7 years old. I can't believe it. It was first approved in 2015. It seems like yesterday, but we are working to adopt the new version of the water plan to have completed by 2022. We are also working on an anti-speculation work group on water, looking through a lens of, there is definitely, I don't know if you're familiar, there's a New York Times article, and then there's a front page number post article about more or less hedge fund companies really looking at Colorado buying up water rights. And so there was a bill about a year and a half ago that directed me to put together a task force and make recommendations on how we can strengthen our water anti-speculation law. So that work group is ongoing. We also have our Colorado naming Geographic board that's been in place. So really looking through a lens of what names are appropriate, what names are not, and making a recommendation to the governor that would then make recommendations to the National Geographic Naming Board on possible name changes of, for example, peaks, or, it could be, natural resource kind of designations, creeks and so forth, like that. And then things are busy at the state capitol, as some of you know. It's as a former legislator, it's kind of like, hold on to your hats, they're just moving quickly. And so there are a few different items that I just want to share with you that have impact on the Department of Natural Resources. Number one, we are working as it relates to this sustainable funding for parks and wildlife that I mentioned earlier. We're working on the creation of a Colorado Go Wild Pass. And what this is, it more or less, it's very, it totally changes how we do our Parks Pass system. So instead of, a vehicle coming in and you charge the vehicle, let's say hypothetically for a park, $10 a day, or you want to get an annual pass for one vehicle, it's $80 right now. But if you have, let's say, 2 vehicles in your family and you're not sure which car you're going to take to the park, you can buy a $120 pass that transfers. So instead of all that, we're more or less changing the point of purchase and tying it into your vehicle registration renewal system. So when you are renewing your vehicle, we have a system where we don't know exactly what the price point is yet, but we want to have it very, very much discounted. It's going to be 50% less. It could be as low as $19, but we're still analyzing this. But you're going to be automatically included in a Parks Pass unless you let the folks know that you don't want a pass. So you can opt out if you feel like you're never going to visit a park. That's fine. So you can opt out. It's really a model that we looked at, that they do things in other states, like the state of Montana does it this way, Wyoming does it. Michigan has a similar program as well. So we are just working on finalizing the bill right now, but there will be, a bill on this year. And again, the goal is that we get more people to buy into the system, and not just, hunters and anglers and folks that just, visit a state park, but we want we want to recognize that, you know, our natural resources are really important to everyone in the state of Colorado, and we want to try to figure out a way to have as many people pay into the system as possible. And, you know, right now, even with the influx, we call it the COVID bump, we were able to bring in about $21 million last year, which was a huge increase. But our goal is to bring in, you know, about 35 million, if possible, at a minimum, if not more. So, and then we also have a sliver of the money that would go towards search and rescue needs throughout the state of Colorado, which is really, you know, tied to outdoor recreation as well, and increased population that we're seeing in Colorado. So that's a big goal of ours for legislatively this year. And then we also have our reimagining and strengthening our Forest Health Advisory Council. So this advisory group has really been housed within the Colorado State Forest Service. It's been advisory for our state forester, Mike Lester. So instead of having it be advisory for him, this proposal puts it into the Department of Natural Resources, where I become the chair, and it becomes an advisory for the legislators and the governor. So we really want to raise the profile of forest health issues. And then another major priority for a bill is our roadside inspection for aquatic nuisance species pilot program. So this would allow Parks and Wildlife to do boat inspections when boats come from out of states. Other states do this. We have a real challenge with boats, in particular coming from like Lake Powell and Lake Havasu and so forth, bringing in aquatic nuisance species to our lakes. We want to try to stop that and clean the boats, you know, before they come from other states bringing in, you know, aquatic nuisance species to Colorado. And then I feel like I've been talking a lot, but I'll just try to wrap it up quick here. Other really important topics here. Let me just focus on wildfire quickly. Last year, we all know how challenging that was. Just a really, really challenging year. Our 3 largest wildfires in Colorado history occurred. And, you know, if I had a magic ball, I would tell you we're in for another challenging year. Our state is still at 100% drought. Our snowpack statewide is at 92%, which, you know, a good year, we're well above 100. And then our average temperatures in the summer are averaging hotter than the 1930s Dust Bowl. So you add all that together, and it could be very, very challenging to say the least. So the governor has recognized this. He's really tried to bring more money and resources. So there's a supplemental bill that passed. Just the governor actually just signed it into a law about 2 weeks ago. And so what that did was it added more money for what we call the furworm program. So that's a wildfire risk mitigation program, to add $6 million right away. That program, normally when Christine Scanlon and I were working on that, we were lucky to get $1 million, you know, back in the day. So having $6 million right off the top is wonderful. And then $4 million for our Water Conservation Board's watershed restoration program. So as you all know, I think, you know, wildfires are expensive when you fight them and so forth, and it's expensive to do mitigation work, but it's really expensive too after the fire, when you have the impacts of water quality and you know, just you know, it's just amazing how expensive it is to deal with the after effect of wildfires. And then also moving forward, there is part of the governor worked with Republican and Democrat leadership on a one-time state stimulus package. And that also included some really important provisions for the Department of Natural Resources, including, we don't know exactly what the numbers look like, but $10 to $20 million for water plan implementation, $10 to $25 million for the watershed restoration program that I mentioned, and then another additional $10 to $25 million for the forest restoration and wildfire risk mitigation grant program. So we're just moving along, and we're really hopeful that these bills will get passed. And I'm working really hard to add capacity on the mitigation side. We're working with the Department of Corrections. We're working with Colorado Youth Corps and other conservation corps to really build capacity on how we can figure out to get more people to focus on mitigation. And, you know, so, and then I'll just add, I know that we have some openings coming up. I know Commissioner Shaw and Commissioner Butterworth, and I understand Commissioner Carney as well are going to be, moving on. So I just want to personally thank you all for your amazing service, and also to let you know that, the appointments are governor appointments. The governor is definitely well aware of the openings. Bill and I, had a conversation too on, hey, let's explore, get me some good names more or less, and we can, make a pitch to the governor. But at the end of the day, it's decision of him. It's his appointments. But I just want to let you know we're aware of this, and yeah, to have three really amazing leaders leave this organization, I know it has big impacts on the organization. So I just want to say thank you for all your amazing years of. It'd be amazing to see if you added up your years of service of how much money you brought for K through 12 education in the seats that you've had. It'd be extraordinary. So thank you.
I'm happy to take all the credit. Absolutely. Oh,
Hey, and I just have one last thing. I have to leave. I'm doing a formal consultation process with a Ute Mountain Ute today, starting at 9 regarding oil and gas and air quality. It's kind of a joint meeting with my oil and gas division and CDPHE. So I'm going to be kind of back and forth. I want to try to make it back for, I know former Senator Mike Johnson's going to be with us, and I know we're going to talk about, Bill's review too. So I'm going to try to make it back for those. When I'm not here, Vanessa Mazel, she's one of my policy analysts. She may be on right now, but she's going to be, taking my spot when I can't be here. So I just want to give you all a heads up about that.
well, there's a lot going on. Appreciate your joining us today, and certainly the efforts you make later today. And likewise, thank you for the work you do. Down here we talk a lot about the impact of COVID and recovery and where our community is going, and the pride and the assets of this state, but certainly here in El Paso and Teller counties are our natural resources. And so the work that the state does in support of that and keeping it out front is critically important. So appreciate that. It's complex work for sure.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Terrific to hear from you. And you're doing a great job with a lot of things on your plate. Much appreciated.
Thank you so much. It's
Thanks for taking the time,
survival
Dan.
skills.
Yeah. All righty. Okay. Any questions or comments before Dan heads off? Okay. All right. Thanks again. We'll hopefully see you later today. We are now on to, for those who join us, we typically go information items, review items, and then final action. You'll see we've got a sort of a split agenda here today. We're going to take a couple of final action items first, and then we're going to go to an information item related to another final action item.
And Commissioners, thank you for your flexibility on the scheduling. When we switched from our typical date to today, to moved it to a Friday, we needed to accommodate some schedules for some of our outside speakers. And so thank you in advance for your flexibility here.
Yeah. So we'll our first final action item 1A, Western Rivers Conservancy Partnership. That's tab 2, and Assistant Director Okish.
Morning, Commissioners. A couple of housekeeping things. First, I want to apologize ahead of time. I think I have the next 4 agenda items, and I don't even like to listen to me talk that long. So the good news is we have guests for 2 of them. And on this first item, we're joined by, I think, 2 or 3. I'll let them introduce themselves when we're further into the discussion, but 2 or 3 representatives of Western Rivers. That's Dieter Erdman, Nelson Matthews, and potentially Sue Doroff. And I don't know if we have more than one, but we invited all 3 Pinellas County Commissioners to join us. You heard from Commissioner Garcia earlier, and I'm sure there'll be an opportunity for them to participate in this as we get into it. Let's see if I can get some slides up.
Greg, if you'll just make sure to cue me at the point where you want guests to be promoted, that would be helpful.
Okay. Are you seeing slides?
Yep.
Are you seeing speaker notes on one side or no?
No,
Oh,
just
good.
the slide.
Good. Well, this is an action item related to the Lahara State Trust land in Caneos County, and it's potentially it's a proposal, a recommendation from staff that we engage Western Rivers Conservancy to help us advance our agenda on the property, and specifically that's to ensure that public access, community use continue on the property in perpetuity, and that we have a strategy for the permanent protection of the property. Right now, it's in the Stewardship Trust, but as you all know, that I would say in some ways is a temporal sort of management designation. It's certainly not the equivalent of a conservation easement or something that would more permanently provide assurances of protection. And so we think there's an opportunity here to accomplish that. The property is located in south central Colorado. And I think there's some important things I'll highlight about it probably twice. So you see Lahara in blue here with the dark black outline. It is surrounded, almost entirely surrounded by public land. It is bordered by national forest on 3 sides, BLM on one side, Colorado Parks and Wildlife state wildlife areas on parts of the eastern boundary. And almost, maybe even more importantly, you see in the center, let's see, is my cursor on the screen?
No, I'm not seeing it.
Okay, I'll use words. There's a red area inside the Lahara boundary, which is also managed, and parts of it are owned by CPW, managed as a state wildlife area. So it's got some pretty unique locational criteria. I've got some photos here. I think 3 of the commissioners were on the property in the last few years, but I know all of you weren't. So just to give you a sense of the character of the property, it's we currently lease it primarily for grazing, and then it's in the public access program with CPW. To the extent there are roads on it, they're generally of this character. It's only accessible about, I'll say probably 9 months of the year or less, because when weather comes in, you really can't get up. There are some very distinct canyons and canyon topography on parts of the property. This is the reservoir, Lahara Reservoir. The water in the reservoir, the water rights, and the ground under the reservoir are all owned by CPW. In this photograph, we're looking west towards National Forest property. The little bit of history, the property, parts of it, about 35,000 acres were an original land grant, but the other 10,000 or so was land that was acquired by the state land board over time. The greatest or the largest part of that was a land trade with the BLM about 10 years ago or so, maybe a little longer. And then there were a couple of small inholdings that were direct acquisitions by the land board. In 2017, the staff prepared and the board approved an asset management plan for the property. And one of the most significant findings was that really long-term management of this property was really not well aligned with the agency mission. And I'll get into the reasons for that in a minute. The asset plan was in your package. I don't know, and didn't even suggest that you read all of it, but we did point you to sort of the summary at the end where I think this conclusion was sort of highlighted. What came with the conclusion was it was perhaps a better fit with another agency's mission. We identified CPW specifically as given their alignment, their goals for public access, wildlife management. We thought perhaps it was a property that might fit better into their portfolio. We held conversations with both the current and previous director of CPW to see if there was perhaps a way to move this property into their hands. And there was no clear path forward. And then more recently, with the acquisition of what is now Fisher's Peak State Park, certainly their ability to purchase another large land holding in southern Colorado was somewhat limited. But the good news was that during those discussions, we were introduced to WRC, who has worked on behalf and with CPW on some large projects protecting lands along the Rio Grande River. And this seemed to provide another path towards the outcome we were interested in. And really that outcome is a disposal of the property, but to a very specific kind of buyer. And there's some, I think, important reasons that I want to highlight for that, because we don't always, and maybe even seldom, when we set out to dispose of our property, try to target what I'll call a very narrow buyer set. But in this case, as I mentioned earlier, this property is surrounded by public lands that accommodate public access, and public access with no charge, which is a key, I think, thing to keep in mind. It's got this large CPW inholding in it, so our ability to perhaps manage it, there's a couple of reasons, and the next one highlights it as well, but our ability to manage it in a way that might limit public access, even if we wanted to, is really limited by the fact that there are county roads crossing it or entering into it, and that the public uses the property to access CPW property that is available for year-round public access, or conceptually is open to public access for a multitude of uses and at no charge. And then this one's really important. There is really a long history of public use of this property, probably dating back to statehood, although in more recent terms, since the 90s under the public access program. I think there's really and I would invite the county commissioners to speak to this, but a strong bias or strong expectation on the part of local residents that this has always been managed as a publicly accessible property, and they would expect that it continue to be. And then lastly, there are some really significant cultural resources on the property. We've worked with Native representatives of many Native American tribes. Mindy Gottsagen, our Stewardship Trust Manager, did that work over the last several years. And we actually have a cultural resource management plan in place that's endorsed by the tribes. So it's important that we recognize that. And that's, again, not something we historically have taken long-term responsibility for. It's not necessarily a fit with what we typically do and the resources we have the human resources we have on staff to manage these kinds of things. I do think staff believes that there are agency goals that support the ultimate disposition or disposal of this property. Two in particular that are reflected in our strategic plan. One, it says increase the value of the trust broadly, but there's a sub goal under that and in our annual business plan that says we will dispose of low returning assets and then find ways to redeploy any proceeds into higher yielding investments to benefit the trust, in this case, the school trust. And then again, in the strategic plan, a goal that says asset allocation targets, but more specifically says that the property will look for, the agency will look for opportunities to dispose of properties that are not aligned with our long-term goals. And again, I think this property fits under both of those categories. So I think my last slide here is, why do we need a partner? Why don't we just do this ourselves? And really, this is to do this and dispose of it to, and I think it's going to be multiple buyers, although I'll let Western River speak to that, to a multi-party conservation-oriented transaction. One, I don't think we have the the horsepower, the human resources to focus on this and get it done. It's going to take an enormous amount of time and energy. And I'll call it bandwidth, but it's not, I'm not sure we have the bandwidth to the capacity, the experience to do this the way it needs to be done. So the notion of partnering, hiring, or working with an experienced partner makes a lot of sense, staff believes. It does require us to be willing to pay a fee for those services. And at least conceptually, what you've got in your board package suggests that the fee for service would be based on ultimately the value of the property. And the value of the property today, based on an internal staff valuation, is about $27 million. We will have to, and Dieter will speak to that, we will have to probably very early on get the property appraised and confirm that actually is the value, or confirm what the value is. But what I'd like to do is take you through, so I think you saw in the material that you were given that fee could range from 6% to 10%. It's on the higher end, and again, I'll suggest that Dieter speak to this more directly, but the higher end, the 10% fee is anticipated if Western Rivers acquires the property directly from us, holds it for a year or two, and then does out sales to the appropriate parties, in which case they'd have higher costs. The 6% fee anticipates that they would help us facilitate a direct transaction to a third party, in which case their costs would be lower. But a cost with a fee of between 6 and 10% is between $1.6 and $2.7 million. What I wanted to show you here, which is a big number, and so I wanted to give you some context for that. What we would anticipate reinvesting in is either, you see on the left-hand side of this table, agricultural land, moving the monies into the permanent fund, or perhaps purchasing commercial real estate. And our minimum thresholds for those investments today are 2% for agricultural land, 5% for the permanent fund or expectation, and about 8% for commercial real estate. So proceeds reinvested at those rates of return yield, and if you conceptually think, well, we've got to earn back the fee we paid. So for example, if we were to reinvest $27 million, earn $548,000 a year, we conceptually would pay back a $1.6 million fee in 2.9 years, or a $2.7 million fee in about 5 years. So you can kind of see the payback here. It's potentially quite short if we were to reinvest in commercial real estate and earn 8%, and it's conceptually longer if we reinvest the funds in agricultural land. So those are sort of the bookend sort of examples of how this might get paid back over time. Are there any questions for me before I turn it over to Dieter?
I don't think so.
Okay. Well, then I will do that. Dieter Erdmann is the Interior West Program Director for Western Rivers Conservancy. I am going to stop sharing my slides so that Dieter can share some slides with you. And Nick, if we can promote Dieter to, and there he is.
Hey, good morning, everybody.
Good morning, welcome. If you would, just be sure to introduce yourself for the record.
Yeah, you bet. And so my name is Dieter Erdmann. I'm the Interior West Program Director for Western Rivers Conservancy. I'm based right here in the Denver metro area. And joining me today for this presentation is going to be Nelson Matthews, who's Western Rivers Conservancy's Vice President, and he is based in Bend, Oregon. I'm going to work to share the screen here, and maybe we can bring Nelson's visuals up. And we've got a short presentation for you that builds on Greg's presentation. And
Mr. Matthews, you've been promoted, so you're in control. There you go.
I've been promoted.
We have that power.
Oh, my boss.
Okay, so let's see. Can everybody see the presentation that we're sharing here?
Yep.
Okay, great. And it's interesting how PowerPoint behaves when you're on a presentation like this, but I'm going to let Nelson, Greg, thank you so much for the introduction, and Director Ryan and commissioners and the staff. I mean, your staff has been great to work with on this as we kind of orient the direction that we're proposing to head here. So I just wanted to give Bill and Greg a kudos for being open to this kind of structure and to allowing us to make this presentation to you today. I'm going to let Nelson kick things off with a little background on Western Rivers Conservancy, and then I'm going to dig into a little bit some of our work more recently in the San Luis Valley, give you all some context, and then we can kind of jump into I think the high points of the partnership proposal that we have discussed with the staff. I would also add that I would encourage questions at any time throughout the slideshow. And hopefully, since my ability to see the participants is limited, if somebody raises a hand or something like that, maybe Greg, you could give me a heads up on that.
Sure.
But with that, I'll let Nelson kind of kick things off here.
Jump in here. Well, good morning, commissioners. Thank you for having us here today. We're very excited about Lahara. I'm going to give you a little bit of background of who we are and what we do, and hopefully give you a reason as to why you should partner with us on the disposition and preservation of the Lahara property. As I mentioned, I'm Nelson Matthews. I'm vice president for the organization. I'm actually out of Central Oregon, but Western Rivers has been around for 33 years. We're a nonprofit conservation organization. We buy land to protect rivers throughout the West. We pride ourselves in being problem solvers and being agile. And I think the phrase we like to use is we punch above our weight for a relatively small organization. We've done a lot of complicated and large transactions throughout the West. Our strengths are in finance and real estate. Also, we work with communities to help build consensus and support for conservation and the transactions that we do. And Dieter, you can go to the next slide. We have a very sort of simple catchphrase. This is a.
There we go.
It's good to build for it.
Yep.
Is that we sometimes to save a river you have to buy it, and that's what we do. We buy things, and then we convey them to agencies, other nonprofits, and tribes throughout the West. We sort of pride ourselves in our business acumen and our ability to figure things out. We're selective. We have a lot of things that come flying in our door, but we try and pick the ones that we think are the most important and will have the biggest conservation impact. And Lahara, we believe Lahara is one of those. We work to the west of the 100th meridian in 11 states, including Colorado, where we have an office. We're in Denver, as we already mentioned, where Dieter's sitting. Our projects range from the small to the large, and usually they're all complex, or at least they seem that way. And for example, anything from the size of the 203-acre Alamosa Riparian Park on the Rio Grande, which Dieter championed here a few years ago, to the 47,000-acre salmon sanctuary and community forest that on the Klamath River that we did with the Yurok tribe, which we're still in the middle of. We still own a big chunk of it. As I mentioned, we're we're excited for the opportunity for working on Lahara. It has a lot of the issues and a lot of the elements that we find exciting, the cultural resources, the natural resources, and also the working lands element as well, because we've worked on a lot of transactions involving working with ranchers, farmers, and loggers. So with that, I would just say that I think we're the right tool for the state land boards to both dispose of the property, be respectful of the trust obligations that are related to it, and end up with a result that I think we'll all be proud of. So with that, Dieter, go ahead. Dieter's a longtime conservation professional in Colorado with a long career there, and he runs our Denver office. And I'll let him to go into the greater detail about both our work in Colorado, but also the Lahara, our proposed project with Lahara. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, thanks for the introduction, Nelson. Appreciate that. So Western Rivers Conservancy got a superficial understanding of our mission, how we work, and we have been working across the West, as we indicated, for over 30 years, and in the San Luis Valley and on the Rio Grande headwaters since about 2016. And during that fairly short time period, we've been able to preserve nearly 20,000 acres of property and make that accessible to the public, rather than go, through every project that we've worked on in the San Luis Valley in recent history. I'll just touch on a few. Hopefully that will give you a sense for the kind of partners that we work with and the solutions that we can deliver. And I will start with the creation of the San Luis Hills State Wildlife Area, which we started in 2016. And that was a piece of property. It was actually an assemblage of several properties that we purchased. We worked with Conejos County, with Costilla County, and Colorado Parks and Wildlife, and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to protect that property and open it permanently for public access and recreation. It provides access to 4.5 miles of frontage on the Rio Grande within the Rio Grande Natural Area, which is essentially a locally developed alternative to wild and scenic river designation. So very impactful project that ultimately concluded with ownership of the property by Costilla County, actually protected with a conservation easement held by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and managed by Colorado Parks and Wildlife under a management agreement with the county. And like I said, protected over 17,000 acres of that project. Another thing that project allowed us to do was to help the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service establish the 3.5 million acre San Luis Valley Conservation Area, which gives them broad authority to work cooperatively with private landowners to enhance, to continue voluntary conservation through the use of conservation easement acquisitions. So project with a lot of partners and a lot of impact. Closer to the Lahara, actually, near the top of Cumbres Pass, we worked with a handful of landowners to acquire about a section of land along the Rio de los Pinos. And in this particular situation, the goal was to create access to the creek resources there. And we actually worked with the Forest Service on this project. We've done a number of projects with the Rio Grande National Forest over the last 6 years that create strategic access, recreational access to properties along the Rio Grande. I think this is just right next door to Lahara, and another great example of kind of our partnerships. And then Nelson mentioned in his introduction the Alamosa Riparian. It's the third project that I'll highlight today, just as an example of the kind of work that we've done in the San Luis Valley.
Your slides are
An acquisition that we did in partnership with the city of Alamosa, Alamosa County, private foundations, Great Outdoors Colorado. And essentially, we're helping the city of Alamosa implement their vision for connectivity along the Rio Grande between the Alamosa City Ranch and Alamosa National Wildlife Refuge. The community in Alamosa County and within the city have identified the Rio Grande as an asset that they wanted access to and wanted to enhance. And we assisted with the acquisition of a small piece of property there northwest of the city to provide access to over a mile of the Rio Grande. And again, I've kind of cherry picked these projects just as examples of the kind of partnerships that we're able to develop around the projects, and how these projects deliver public benefit.
Peter, I don't think your slides are progressing.
Oh, I'm sorry. Look at that.
But you painted a beautiful visual picture, don't get me wrong.
It's interesting with this guy here. There we go. So there's the Rio Los Pinos. Thank you. It's advancing on my screen, just not for you. And then there's a picture of the Alamosa Riparian Park. So I'll try to remember to hit the space bar here as I'm moving through. Thanks, Nelson, for the heads up. Okay, so that leads us to our proposal for partnership with the State Land Board for the disposal and permanent protection of the Lahara property. I think there are basically, we could go into the details of Western Rivers Conservancy's mission. You saw kind of our tagline there of sometimes to save a river, you've got to buy it. But I think that when we look to our work, when we enter into projects and determine which projects we want to pursue, there are kind of, there's a framework, I think, consisting of about 4 principles that I think are all very applicable in this particular situation. We look to create meaningful assemblages of property that provide important recreational opportunities, protection. We're looking to protect entire ecosystems. And in the case of Lahara, you've got kind of the headwaters, an intact headwaters of the watershed that we have the opportunity to work together to protect. We try to protect cold water refuges for fish species. I mean, we're born originally of the Pacific Northwest, and a lot of our focus in the first 20 years of our existence was on restoring salmon habitat. And I think that carries through with this particular piece of property, particularly with the existence of remnant populations of Rio Grande cutthroat trout. And I touched on the recreational access, but that is also a very important, I would say recreational and traditional community access are very important parts of this project, kind of a framework within which we're viewing this. The property possesses this, and the asset management plan does a really good job of laying out the property characteristics, but it's got over 30 miles of perennial streams that run through the property. It's an incredibly intact piece of property within a context of an intact ownership with the public ownership in the vicinity. It's very important for winter range and calving habitat for elk and mule deer and bighorn sheep, and their game species such as brook and brown and rainbow trout that are available to recreationists on the property. the public access for recreation and the history of public access, the history of access to the local community for summer pasture, wood cutting, and as I've indicated, the recreational use are all very important, I think. And then, of course, you've got this really unique component of, indication of 8,000 years of intermittent occupational use by human communities and native communities. So these are all reasons that we believe that a partnership like this will help Western Rivers Conservancy achieve our mission. And of course, we're viewing this through the lens of helping the State Land Board achieve your strategic objectives. Director Gibbs talked about the wildly important goals of balancing outdoor conservation and recreation. And I think that feeds right into our overarching principles, which I'm trying to get to come up on the slideshow. So let's see if I can advance this. There we go. So working with staff on this proposal for the acquisition, we felt like it was really important to establish sideboards at the outset that will guide the negotiations with the land board and ultimately the disposal and permanent protection and stewardship of the property. Of course, at the very most basic level, we're looking for a publicly supported conveyance. We've been really successful in the San Luis Valley with working with the local communities and members of the public to generate support for the projects that we work on. I have no reason to expect that we couldn't achieve that in this situation. We want the project, the partnership, to be supported politically at the local, state, and federal levels. And I think the indication that the commissioners are represented here today, they're very keyed into this, and we have a responsibility to deliver to the community the kind of outcomes that the community is looking for. And we have actually, for example, I'll give an example of an acquisition we did in Mineral County that provided access to the Rio Grande. Initially was not supported by the county commissioners, but as we went through the process of conversations with them and they heard from their constituents, they came around to be strongly supportive of that acquisition in partnership with the Rio Grande National Forest. We're looking, as Greg alluded to in his presentation, it's going to be a market-based transaction based on appraised value, and the outcome will be permanent protective stewardship. I think that's a goal, obviously, of having the property be protected in perpetuity. We want to guarantee public access for recreation, for agriculture, for summer pasture, and to the cultural sites that exist on the property. We want to support the Colorado outdoor principles, which is also an important part of the Department of Natural Resources actions. And if you're not familiar with those, I've got a list of them here. I can paraphrase, but essentially they acknowledge the importance of public land and private land in supporting conservation and recreation in the state of Colorado. And there are a bunch of management objectives and acknowledgements about cooperation, but we want the project to be consistent with those outdoor principles. And then finally, as Greg alluded to, we want the transaction to be financially sound for both Western Rivers Conservancy and the State Land Board. And so that, touches on the project fee. That also is going to touch on the structure of how we propose to acquire the property or assist the State Land Board with conveyance of the property to the permanent stewards in terms of protecting your asset in case things don't turn out the way that we anticipate at the beginning, right? So we will structure that to protect both parties from the downside risk perspective of a transaction like this.
Ferdman, I hate to interrupt. I've got about 10 or 15 minutes for this agenda. I might want to make sure that we leave time for questions. So
you bet. I'm on my last slide. So
okay, great.
I am again trying to figure out how to advance this to my last slide. There's no way to prepare for this. There we go.
The anticipation. I mean,
I know, that's what I'm
build-up.
totally building
Build.
the anticipation. I figured out what I have to do, which is to put my cursor over the slide. Figured out at the last minute here. Okay, so essentially what we've proposed to the board is a transaction structure that incorporates all of the components that you see here. We've already initiated with State Land Board staff community outreach with the Conneaut County Commissioners and state elected officials. And we would anticipate, I mean, we're going to continue that community outreach to try to continue to build support for the conveyance of the property. In terms of due diligence period, whereby Western Rivers Conservancy and the State Land Board would establish the feasibility of the acquisition, we're proposing roughly an 18-month process. During that period, we would be having the property appraised to set a value for an actual purchase. We'd be reviewing title, encumbrances, doing environmental studies, meaning kind of phase one environmental stuff to ensure that there isn't any contamination on the property that would be an issue for us, as well as, you know, researching cadastral, legal descriptions, other encumbrances, leases, those kind of things. And at the same time, we will be conducting partner outreach, and that's both potentially long-term stewardship partners. You know, as I indicated, we work very closely with the Forest Service, Bureau of Land Management, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, Colorado Parks and Wildlife, county and local governments. And so all of those are in play, and possibly tribal entities also in this situation. So we'll be doing outreach during the due diligence period with those folks. We'll also be doing outreach with the folks who have a vested interest in the property. So that's current agricultural lessees, as well as folks who have in-holdings within the Lahara property, to talk about to determine whether there are hurdles or obstacles that we need to overcome to satisfy those folks. We're looking at a phased purchase or facilitated sale. And part of the value that we add here is that we're really hoping to limit a sale exposure on the State Land Board part to less than a handful of years, maybe 2 to 3 years. We could be purchasing the property at appraised value, whereas it may take us anywhere from 5 to 7 years to fully convey the property out of our ownership. And again, that's in this kind of purchase scenario, as opposed to a facilitated transfer. An outcome may incorporate both of those solutions. And then again, I'll harp on this, that you know, we're really looking for permanent protective stewardship, an outcome that ensures that the property is in the appropriate hands that can help us all achieve our goals. And with that, I'll leave you with our second tagline, which is, when we buy a river, it belongs to anyone. So that's the conclusion of my presentation. Apologize for the technical difficulties there, but hopefully you get the gist of it. And I certainly hope you folks have questions.
Great. Well, thank you for your presentation. Appreciate it. I didn't know your organization, and impressed with the work that you all are doing and continue to do. So, and cadastral is a new word for me. So I've definitely learned something through the presentation. So
Dieter's showing off.
Greg,
Um,
yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to ask if Dieter can stop sharing his screen. I'll put a recommendation slide back, but it's really at the point where we're at board discussion and questions.
Yeah, right. So,
And I'm
ahead.
sorry, but have I not stopped sharing it?
no,
You
you're
have
good.
now.
Yeah.
Okay,
We're clear.
excellent, great.
All right. Commissioners, any questions, either for Western Rivers Conservancy or for staff? Commissioner Heath? Oh, I saw you come off mute. We'll go Commissioner Heath, Shaw, and Scanlon.
Hello. Do you envision keeping all of this property intact?
When you say intact, you mean under the same ownership?
Right.
Well, I think probably with a project of this magnitude, in terms of the dollar cost and the size, that we're probably looking at a combination of out sales that would, so it may be in multiple ownerships, perhaps a portion of it owned by Parks and Wildlife, a portion owned by the Forest Service, a portion owned by the Bureau of Land Management. It's not totally clear what the outcome is on that, but that will be one of the first tasks that we will initiate, is to meet with stewardship partners and determine who would like to make investments in the property, what portions of the property they would like to own. I'll back up and say, though, that I think this is a great opportunity to ensure unity of management of the property, and that any partners that we would bring in to be long-term stewards will be seeking to have them ratify those the overarching principles, and to agree on a kind of a management regime that would be consistent with their adjacent ownings and with the property.
Thank you. And I guess my other question is for staff. I see that this is one of the original land grant properties that the land board has. Do we have others that are a part of that original land grant that we could still own?
Well, the original, this is Greg Okish, Assistant Director. The original land grant was 4 million surface acres and 4 million mineral acres. And we still, we currently hold 2.8 million acres of surface. So approximately 1 million acres or a little more has been disposed of in 145 years. So the short answer is yes, we still have somewhere in the neighborhood of $2.8 million acres, much of which was original federal land grant.
All right, thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Shaw.
Yeah, this is Commissioner Shaw. I'm very, very impressed with the concept, and I applaud the staff for bringing this to us. But one word of caution would be the inability of the landlord to pay commissions. So how we structure this program with the Western Rivers Conservancy, I think just we have to be sensitive to that.
Thank you, Commissioner Shaw. Current thinking is that we would come back to you and ask you to approve paying the fee out of I&D funds, but that is something we'll have to explore in more detail and have a specific recommendation when we come back, if you approve this, when we come back with a final agreement.
Okay. Thanks, Greg. Commissioner Scanlon.
Thank you. This isn't a question, but just a comment. I am familiar with your organization through work my organization has done on water, et cetera. And I just want to let my fellow commissioners know Western Rivers Conservancy has a great reputation for doing stellar work, and I think would be a terrific partner.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question. So you know, we play this out and you're able to, you know, transfer management ownership, is there an ongoing role that you play? Sort of, I'm envisioning like a land trust where, you know, the entity that holds the conservation easement, you know, is responsible for ensuring and, you know, on a periodic basis ensures that, you know, the intent in the transition and the management continues. Do you all, when you make that transfer, is there an ongoing relationship?
I'll just jump in real quick. Usually when working with federal and state partners, they do not let us restrict the properties that we're conveying to them, but the purposes and the money they're using to buy it with usually restricts it.
Okay.
We do as an organization go back to the projects that we've done and check on how things are going and we report out to folks, but it's more of just a checking back in. We don't have a legal relationship with that we can enforce.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'll just add to that again, I kind of alluded to consistency of management across the ownership. When we did this, the San Luis Hills State Wildlife Area, very early in that process, we were able to come up with a management plan for that property that guided kind of into the future, how that would be managed. And there's also the potential that there could be a conservation easement on all or a portion of this property that could be held by a federal agency or a third party nonprofit partner like a land trust. So
okay.
The potential outcome.
Okay. All right. Are there any other, before I take public comment, any questions or comments for staff or Western Rivers? Okay. I will ask our attendees at this time if you would like to make comment on this item. We'll just raise your hand and we'll sort of promote you in an orderly fashion. And I see County Commissioner Garcia is back with us from Conejos County. And Mr. Garcia, you can take yourself off mute and video if you want.
Okay, I'm sure you can hear me and I'm having a hard time. Okay, there it is. I'll try to find myself again.
Welcome back.
Okay.
I feel you.
Okay, yeah, there it is, I hope. But anyway, I'll be short. Anyway, I want to thank the commissioners for listening to us. I want to thank Greg and Dieter for doing such a great presentations on this. And of course, I have some ideas. In order to stop the, what could be a potential, this is a big deal down here, but could be a potential rumor thing down here because we're already hearing that, you know, it's going to get sold, and I guess it gets decided today whether it's going to get, you're going to move forward with it. And it looks like you could, you know, I just, how do we convey the message out there to the citizens of Pinellas County that have used this historically? And, you know, and then even those from not Pinellas County, excuse me, but the San Luis Valley and maybe northern New Mexico. So I don't know, you know, I think what we need to do is have, you know, one of these, I'm real high on just a community presentation and put it out in the newspapers and have people show up. And I think if Dieter did and Greg did a PowerPoint presentation, you know, and picked slides that really relate to this type of sale or this sale, it would be very, very beneficial. And that way they all hear it rather than trying to hear it from the Pinellas County commissioners. So it's one of those things like, you know, we'd make sure you don't kill the messenger type thing, you know, where, I mean, there's going to be some upset citizens that this is being sold. But anyway, you know, I'd be more than willing to moderate a little thing there, and we could have it over there at one of the schools on the northern side of the county, which I think more people on the northern side historically have used it than maybe the southern side of our county. But anyway, you know, that's beyond it. The other thing is reasons for disposal is very important here. You know, that needs to be conveyed, and I think to the citizens here locally. Going along with that, I mean, you have disposition and preservation. What does preservation mean? You know, what does permanent protective stewardship mean? That's going to be important to be conveyed accurately to the citizens that have used this, especially throughout their lives. So, you know, we just thank you for at least offering us a seat at the table. But I think eventually we're gonna, rather than maybe the 3 county commissioners being the seat at the table, maybe one county commissioner, but I think you're gonna have some of the most important people here are maybe 1 or 2 livestock producers, 1 or 2 recreation enthusiasts out there. How about the hunting idea? You know, this land has been hunted on probably for years and years. So, you know, and what do I mean by seat at the table? Maybe it just means like during this process, people that can convey the message back to the public of Pinellas County and the San Luis Valley, what's happening here with the disposition and preservation. Just that's all I mean. And maybe, and of course you respect their ideas, but it looks like you're going in the right direction as far as I'm concerned. So I like the question of are you hoping to have all the property intact when you finally sell it? Well, you know, that's such a huge amount of land, 45,000 plus acres, that the combination was a good thing to hear as to who might get it. But there's always going to be that reservation out there by people thinking, you know, private interests are going to come in and they're not going to let us use that land anymore, you know, so that's why the message really has to be conveyed.
Yeah.
That might be all I have to say. I don't know if the other commissioners are on it, but that's my my take on this. I'd be more than willing to moderate some kind of community gathering so that this gets, okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. Appreciate your comments and suggestions. It's my sentiment or my understanding. I think Western Rivers talked about a very deliberate process engaging the local community, and I know that's certainly important from the state land board's perspective as well. So I don't know if anybody wanted to make comment or response to Commissioner Garcia, or simply will note his suggestions, and I imagine we'll certainly be in touch.
This is Greg Okish. We absolutely will be.
Mhm.
Yeah, and
Okay.
I'll echo that, Commissioner Garcia. Thank you very much for your offer. And we're definitely going to take you up on it.
Okay, thank you.
Great.
Yeah. Assuming that the board votes to move forward.
Okay. Are there any other members of the public who wish to make comment? If so, raise your hand or your virtual hand.
Not seeing any, Commissioner.
Okay. Commissioners, any further questions or comments? And if not, I would perhaps prepared to vote, entertain a motion.
Commissioner, I have, obviously the staff recommendation is to proceed, but if it's helpful, I have the text of the board order as it's written on the screen.
Sure, that'd be helpful.
It's not on the screen, Greg.
It's not.
No. It's your speaker notes and your very first slide.
And your solitaire game.
Really? That's a bummer.
I've actually got a copy of it, so
Okay, Commissioner Shaw.
after consideration of the materials presented and testimony given at its regular meeting of April 9th, 2021, the board determines that it is in the best interest of the school trust to negotiate an agreement with Western Rivers Conservancy that will facilitate and ultimately the ultimate disposal of Lahara State Trust land to a party or parties that can guarantee permanent stewardship of the property its natural and cultural resources, allow continued public recreation access, and ensure that ongoing agricultural use of the property. Once a satisfactory contract has been developed between the parties, staff will request final board approval of the agreement. The board delegates authority to the director to draft an order and take appropriate action consistent with the board's decision.
Thank you, Commissioner Shaw. It's been moved by Commissioner Shaw. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Scanlon. Any further discussion or comment? Okay, we'll take a roll call vote. If in favor, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. Commissioner Shaw,
Aye.
Commissioner Carney,
Aye.
Commissioner Scanlon,
Aye.
Commissioner Heath,
Aye.
and I vote in favor. Motion passes 5-0. No, Mr. Erdman, Mr. Matthews, Commissioner Garcia, thank you for joining us this morning. Appreciate your presentation and your comments.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you very much for your time.
Great. Thank you, commissioners.
Great.
Onward and upward. Thank you.
Take care. Commissioners, our next item is tab 3, Lowry Ranch Cooperative Planning. Are we good or do we need a break? 2-minute break?
Yes.
Okay, yes. So it is, I've got 9:45. Let's reconvene in 5 minutes. Use those 3 minutes wisely, those extra 3 wisely. So we'll be back at 9:50. Thanks.
Tyler, that might have been the perspective, but it looked like a giant cup of coffee.
The double big gulp.
It passed by the camera and I thought that was the gallon size.
It's water.
All right, we got 4 of us back. Commissioner Heath, if you've got, oh, there she is. Well done, well done. All right, Tracy, we good to go? All right, thank you. Good morning. Today, Friday, April 9th, 2021. Reconvene a meeting of the Colorado State Board of Land Commissioners. We're on final action item number 1B, Lowry Ranch Cooperative Planning, tab 3. And we're still with Assistant Director Okus.
Thank you. Let me see if I can. What are you seeing this time?
Your
desktop.
desktop. Yeah, your PowerPoint desktop.
Oh, okay. I'm going to have to.
Play the red 6.
Thanks. Appreciate that. Why am I having trouble? Let me try this. Same thing or slideshow?
We can see your notes, I believe.
Jeez.
The slide changed, but your notes are off to the right.
Interesting. Okay, let me try it one different way. Apologize.
I know. We actually practice these.
You know, well, good point. I was gonna.
We'll take this out of your lunch break.
Cavalry is here to help, Greg.
You may be sharing the wrong screen.
Yeah, Tracy's gonna help me.
There she is.
Where do you want to look at?
I want that slideshow to be where they can see it.
How's your mouse set up? Let's stop screen share real quick.
You want to share?
Or wait, this one?
Yep. Oh, that's what I did. Oh.
And then where's your mouse? Does your screen do this? Okay.
Commissioner Heath, are you in warmer climes?
Oh, okay.
Screen share, and then you can select screen 2.
Yep. Got it.
You look particularly relaxed.
83 degrees.
Okay.
Very nice. All right, here we go.
Okay. Good morning, Commissioners. Greg Okus, Assistant Director. We have several guests on for this item as well. It's another action item. I believe joining us during the call will be Shannon Carter and Brett Collins with Arapahoe County, Wade Shelton with TPL, Josh Tennyson with GOCO, and Matt Moorhead with TNC. And similar to the last presentation, I will give you, I'll make an introduction or show you some introductory slides, and then I will stop sharing because I'm so good at it. And then our guests will have some slides, and then I'll ask Tracy to help me get my slides back up, I guess. You know, I want to point out that these two items back to back is entirely coincidental, although they're very similar requests. But they both have been conversations that started years ago, 2 or 3 years ago. So the fact that they're, I don't know if the fact that they're showing up on the same agenda is a good thing or a bad thing. I just wanted you to know it wasn't something that we've only been thinking about for a week or two. This has really been, these have been conversations that have been long dated. So again, I think we have an opportunity to permanently protect parts of Lowry Ranch while still optimizing the economic outcomes for the school trust. And let me tell you a little bit about that. I just highlighted Arapahoe County. In the blue, the large blue area in the bottom is the Lowry Ranch, right there. Zooming in a little bit, you can see Lowry Ranch in the context of the eastern metro area. You can see I-70 to the north, Aurora. You can see that Aurora abuts the property on two sides, that the southern boundary of the property is abuts Elbert County, and then the north and the east are, the property itself is actually in Arapahoe County and as an unincorporated Arapahoe County to the north and the east. And again, zooming in just one more time, what I wanted to just focus on here is you can see the city of Aurora in green, this dark green color. It's really growing up right to the edges of the ranch on a couple of sides. In Arapahoe County, the darker brown shading is what I would call rural residential neighborhoods, still in the unincorporated portion of the county. And you can see E470 just a couple of miles to the west of Lowry Ranch. So we currently have 19 leases on Lowry Ranch. We earn revenue for the school trust in a number of ways. We have a very robust cattle grazing operation. There's no oil, again, very robust oil and gas operation out there. We have a lease with Colorado National Guard for military training. Some of the commissioners were able to tour the Guard facilities and actually tour the Lowry Ranch from the air in one of these helicopters a few years ago. We have a water development lease with Rangeview Pure Cycle. More recently, we've done some solar development, solar energy development on the property. We have three, I think, private recreation leases, a couple of model airplane clubs, and a group called the Hunt Clubs, sort of an equestrian horseback riding club, lots of rights of ways. And for a long time, for a number of years, there's been a conversation about the opportunities for residential and commercial development on the ranch, and also the significant community interest in protecting parts of the property as open space with public access. Little bit of history, very high level. The property was acquired by the land board in the 1960s through a series of land trades with Department of Defense. So I just call this sort of acquisition and leasing, and we leased it primarily for a long time for cattle ranching, water development, and oil and gas development. In 2000 to 2008, there was sort of a period of time that I'm going to call focused on development and open space. The various boards went through, had lots of studies done on the property by the Urban Land Institute, the University of Colorado, consultants that they hired privately to understand what the opportunities for mixed-use development might be as the metro area continued to expand to the east. And all of those studies incorporated some component of open space. I'm going to get into the most recent, the 2006-2008 period in a little more detail in a minute. For a variety of reasons, development didn't occur in sort of the 2008 time window. And in 2009, 2011, there was, I'm going to say, a pivot to resource extraction. What that really means is the Niobrara oil and gas resources had been discovered, horizontal drilling was coming into play, and the board had really sort of an extraordinary opportunity to lease the property for a one-time bonus payment of $130-some million. It was really a significant windfall to the trust, but they also did it in a very thoughtful way so that the ability of the oil and gas developer to actually access the surface is very limited. And so the surface impacts of this development, we think, are having a de minimis impact. And in fact, we think in some ways we found ways to leverage the oil and gas development to achieve some of our stewardship outcomes. And then I would say 2015 to present, there's been maybe a natural resource emphasis. Not that it wasn't always underlying this, but I think more recently we've introduced grazing onto the property after several years of not having cattle out there, and it's had a tremendous effect on the health and of the native grasses and the restoration of some of those native grass ecosystems. We've done a lot of inventory and study work. We've actually leveraged our oil and gas lessee. It was a requirement of their lease, and so we've leveraged their participation to gain a much, I think, more thorough understanding of species, both animal and plant species that exist on the property, and what we might do to manage those more effectively. And then in 2018, we partnered with TNC and completed what we called the 2050 Stewardship Framework, which was part of your homework this month. And there will be a test, a brief quiz at the end. But we wanted to really revisit whether or not, or how well, I wouldn't say whether or not, how well the actions we were taking were aligned with the underlying natural values that we were trying to protect. And I think that was provided us with additional insight. And actually, I think several of the people who are on the phone today to speak with you about the possibilities out here were actually part of that Stewardship Framework working group. And then finally, I think what we're talking about a little bit today is, what's the next chapter? What is the next? What are the next actions or steps we might take to both implement some of the ideas that have been talked about in the past, and some new ideas as well. So when I talked about the 2006 to 2008 time period where the board had put in an RFP for development, they'd actually selected a development partner. It was a company, an Australian company with a US presence called Lend Lease. And they'd also selected, they put in an RFP and there were two successful bidders, one for the development and one for an open space resource protection sort of proposal. And that was it was a combination of folks. It was Arapahoe County, I think I've got this right, Arapahoe County, TNC, TPL might have been part of it. Shannon can probably speak to that in a little more detail in a minute. But my point here is that that concept was sort of a two-part concept. It said we'll develop the part of Lowry north of East Quincy Avenue, and we'll protect the part south of that. And it's, they had a relation to each other. The development of 4,000 acres was sort of predicated on the protection of 20,000 acres. So they were real, it was a very large, very ambitious, very far-sighted plan, but it probably had only one limited period in time when it was actually feasible to find a developer capable of taking on a 4,000 acre project with the board's vision and having a coalition of organizations and agencies with the wherewithal to protect 20,000 acres. The point I want to make here is that those concepts are still not only linger, they're embedded in many of the jurisdictional plans that still include Lowry Ranch. So in this is the City of Aurora's comp plan. You can see Lowry Ranch is in the very bottom right-hand corner, and it shows this large green block is Lowry Ranch, shown as, I think in their plan, urban green space or urban open space. And then above that is a yellow block that in theory is development. Arapahoe County sub-area plan for this area, again, shows the Lowry Ranch with everything south of Quincy as open space and the area north as development. What I think is interesting, and I think maybe the opportunity in front of us, is this last map is the map that was created collaboratively with the land board and with TNC. And this is actually a map of where the actual natural resources we say we're trying to protect are located on the property, and those are highlighted in green. And then the areas that have been previously disturbed or lend themselves from a natural systems standpoint to development are either brown or purple. And so what you can see is sort of a little bit of a disconnect between the historic vision for development and protection and what the concept of protecting the most valuable natural resources would lead you to. In other words, you wouldn't necessarily say all development is north of Quincy. You might say that some development is north and some development is south. There are lots of issues and challenges with executing that, including getting the infrastructure there. But it's one of the outgrowths of that conversation was an interest on the part of Arapahoe County in particular to revisit the opportunities to protect open space on Lowry Ranch. And I think at least a willingness to investigate whether or not there's another way to conceptualize development on the property. And that's sort of that was the seed of the conversation that led us to today. So I think the opportunity is to protect the natural values that exist in the property, preserve an opportunity for future development, allow public access and recreation, accommodate the Colorado National Guard training program, and leverage public funding to accomplish those outcomes. And I think you see those reflected in the letter of intent that's an exhibit to your board material. So the interested partner, Arapahoe County is taking the lead in putting this together. They've identified a number of interested partners, the Nature Conservancy, the Trust for Public Land, Great Outdoors Colorado. And as we staff talked with Shannon Carter at Arapahoe County Open Space, we wanted to be sure we didn't start spending resources, both money and time, before we had some sense that the board was willing to consider this concept. And so you see what you see in your board package is sort of a letter of intent that says the county and these partners would like a period of time to do due diligence, get a better understanding of value, figure out how funding sources might be structured, and come back to the board with a specific proposal for protecting some part, or possibly all, but some or all of the Lowry Ranch. And that in return, what the state land board would do in the interim 3 years is not pursue any new leases or new uses that would conflict with that outcome. So we would, well, it's probably as simple as that. So with that, I'd like to introduce Shannon Carter and let Shannon pick up the conversation. I will stop sharing and hopefully I can share again in a few minutes. But I'd like to turn it over to Shannon Carter.
Welcome, Shannon. If you would, just be sure to introduce yourself for the record.
Okay, my name is Shannon Carter. I'm the Intergovernmental Relations Open Space Director for Arapahoe County. And it's kind of interesting because, of course, Greg went through the history of our involvement with the State Land Board property, the Lowry Ranch property, and certainly did an excellent job in describing some of the things that we've gone through in regards to having open conversations with State Land Board staff. Just to fill in the blank a little bit, I think he covered most, if not all of the partners. I think City of Aurora was also one of the partners in the Lowry Ranch project, as well as the Colorado Department of Military Affairs. I think those were the only other ones that weren't mentioned. With me is, of course, a number of different partners, as Greg mentioned, and we've got about 9 slides. I think if you can allow Brett Collins to go ahead and share his screen, that will help.
Brett's on his way in.
Okay.
Okay. Let me see if I can share the screen here.
And we've also a number of folks from both the Trust for Public Lands, Nature Conservancy, and Great Outdoors Colorado. So perhaps while Brett's getting his.
I'm having the same issue.
Okay.
We saw your presentation for a moment there.
You did? Okay.
Yeah.
Is that the full screen one?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you see the full screen on that one right now? Hold on. Right there?
We can,
yes.
Yeah, we can now. Yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
So tell you what, why don't I let, first off, TPL introduce themselves real quick. Wayne.
Sorry, I had to Zoom bingo, had to mute myself. I'm Wade Shelton, Senior Project Manager with the Colorado Office of the Trust for Public Lands, and I've worked for the Trust for Public Land for 14 years.
Okay. Welcome, Wade.
Nature Conservancy. Matt.
Hi there, Matt Moorhead, Business Development and Partnerships for the Nature Conservancy here in Colorado. Happy to be here talking about this project.
Great. And from Great Outdoors Colorado, Josh?
Yeah, Josh Tennyson, Director of Finance and Operations for GOCO. As many of you know, GOCO receives up to 50% of lottery proceeds that we principally distribute across the state for recreation and conservation work. And as Commissioner Shaw mentioned earlier, I was part of the Stewardship Framework working group. And so very familiar with the property and happy to be here this morning.
Great. Welcome. Thanks for being here.
Well, thank you, everyone. Go ahead, next slide there, Brett, please. And so really, as again, Greg did an excellent job in outlining what the project's all about. And I think it was very happy coincidence that we were on the same agenda with your previous agenda item with the property down in the southern part of the state, because a lot of the same principles that were discussed in your previous session really apply to this property. It's just a little bit closer to a metro area and a little bit smaller, but again, some of the same goals and objectives very similar in regards to public access, in regards to making sure that we steward our natural resources very well. And so our presentation, we won't rehash a lot of the things that Greg already covered, but really give you a little bit more of a larger context of what we're trying to accomplish in Arapahoe County in general. We'll talk a little bit about our open space master plan and how this property kind of relates to some of the work that we're doing throughout Arapahoe County. We're also going to talk a little bit about, of course, you know, the goal of, you know, preserving the options and certainly the revenue that the K through 12 gets from your stewardship. So again, we want to work in partnership with that. And of course, as you know, as I mentioned about the 2006 mixed use real estate proposal that we were successful in having the discussion with, but of course we never moved forward with it. And the county sub-area plan was really based upon, again, that development proposal that Greg described earlier. And of course, we really do want to revise some of the same partnerships and some of the same interest in that the conservation team put forth back in 06. Next slide, please. So really a lot of the objectives have already been stated. The fact that we do want to make sure that the revenues remain intact. We want to permanently protect these conservation values. One of the things that, as I mentioned, we're in the larger context of the work that Arapahoe County Open Spaces is doing is really ensuring that riparian areas are really protected. That's our top priority. Some of the other things that we heard from our constituents and from our residents is, of course, the protection of wildlife corridors, the flora and fauna that's within the county, and especially in the plains area, because the biodiversity and certainly the stewardship that the State Land Board is doing on the property is one we want to continue and we want to enhance if possible. Certainly there are certain species of grasslands that are worthy of protections, like that's been identified because this property has come under quite a bit of evaluation as well as research in regards to the shortgrass prairie that's in this area. So we want to make sure that we permanently protect or preserve these important conservation values. And of course, we certainly want to make sure that whatever real estate development, be it residential, commercial, is located responsibly, as the 2050 stewardship plan is really highlighted. And we also, of course, want to highlight some of the recreational values. We're going to be talking about a trail corridor, as well as other opportunities perhaps for public access that enhance what's already existing. And of course, increase public access to environmental education, perhaps having some opportunities to really enhance that particular area. That's one of the goals or missions. And so, again, we won't read through, we'll talk a little bit about perhaps some of the next steps and how we can move forward with that. Next slide, please.
Really quick, Mr. Carter, just want to make sure I understand. When you say SLB revenue, keep land board revenues intact, are you envisioning, that ag will still be a part of, that this will continue to be a working ranch in some fashion?
Yes, one of the things that one of our core values, of course, is as far as the Arapahoe County open spaces in general, on the eastern part of the county, we want to partner with, we have, like the state land board, partnered with families to continue agricultural, grazing, sometimes farming. And so we do envision that to continue.
Thanks.
So let's maybe turn it over to Brett. Of course, again, we recognize some of the existing leases there.
Thank you, Shannon. Brett Collins, I'm the Grants and Acquisitions Manager for Arapahoe County. Greg did a good job of summarizing these existing leases in his introduction. So I think the point we want to make here is what we had just discussed is that we don't want to impact that annual revenue, which is around $13.5 million. That's coming from the variety of leases that the state land board now currently has. So as we develop these land protection packages on the property, then we would want to keep those current leases in mind and make sure that they won't be impacted by whatever we do. And I won't read through these again because we just saw them, but there's definitely a lot of existing leases and it makes it a little bit more complicated to put those land packages together that we're going to be protection packages that we're going to be looking at here in the future, hopefully if the board approves us moving forward with this.
Just a quick question for Greg on those. I know this letter of intent is sort of says we won't engage in any new leases or activities for the next couple of years. Are any of our leases coming up for or expiring or coming up for renewal in the next 2 to 3 years that we'd need to address? Do you know?
I'm not certain. I'd have to take a closer look. So I'm not sure.
Okay, and I assume if we did, and we might just work like a 1-year extension or something.
Well, I think maybe the first step would be to just speak with the county and just see if continuing that use would be problematic into the future or not.
Okay.
I wasn't anticipating that we would terminate. I certainly wasn't anticipating that we would terminate any existing uses in the next 3 years if we go forward with this.
Okay.
So moving on, Greg also showed this map up front. I think it's an important map because it does show what the conservation value protection areas are. As we've been going through our current master plan revision for 2021, we've heard from surveys and town halls and general input that the riparian areas, the wildlife corridor areas, the grassland, and the grazing and agricultural are really things that people are interested in preserving and protecting. So it aligns perfectly with what we need to do in the future, according to what we've heard from the residents in Arapahoe County. For the property itself, we think that probably Coal and Box Elder Creeks are probably the best two riparian areas that we would want to look at priority wise to preserve. And the wildlife that has been mentioned in the 2050 plan, pocket gopher, black-tailed prairie dogs, pronghorn, and then there's a variety of grassland birds that we could help protect and preserve in the areas as well. And then of course there's the Piedmont grasslands. And it's not shown specifically on here, but there's a large area of it that occurs on the property that we would like to look at preserving into the future and conserving those pieces. And then of course, supporting the current grazing and agriculture is very important to us, as we've heard that from the citizens as well. And then enhancing or at least keeping that on there and making sure that whatever we do doesn't impact that.
Brett, this is Greg.
Sure. Yeah.
If I can back up just for half a step, Commissioner Butterworth, somebody texted me and reminded me, yes, the one significant lease on the ranch that comes up in the next 3 years is the grazing lease. So, yeah,
Okay.
I don't think that's a conflict with where we're headed, but we will have to talk about that.
Okay. Yeah.
And I believe that's a 10-year term typically.
Yes.
And there's from what I was reading. Yeah. So moving on to the other things that the partners would like to preserve and enhance is the recreation values. And so we'd like to take a look at trail corridors is the first thing. And really the priority one that we'd like to look at right away, because we already have some plans and we've been working with the state land board over several years, is the Triple Creek Greenway along Coal Creek that would occur in this area of the state land board property up in that north west corner. So that would allow that us to connect from Yale down to the Pronghorn open space. And we could move forward with that really quickly. There'd be a quick win for everybody, showing that we can get some thing done on the property. I think that it shows some progress right away because we're ready to go and have funds budgeted for that. And we'd like to move forward with that this year. So I think working with Greg and his team would be good if we can get that moving forward. We could do that, and that'd be a 10-foot wide pressure fine soft surface trail that would go through that piece of the property, which would connect to an existing pressure fine trail. And then of course we have needs for site development, potentially for trailheads. How do we get people out there and put parking lots in, probably to maybe go and go on a loop trail system that could be put in the future. There might be some active uses that we'd like to look at. And when we talk about active uses, we're not talking about programmed ball fields or baseball or soccer or any of that kind of thing. We're talking more like dog parks maybe, and community gardens, and maybe nature play, and those kind of more active uses. And then maybe some passive uses like bird watching and those kind of type of things that we would need to develop that now. We don't really have an idea of what those are, and that would be part of our study and what we would come back to the board with to recommend. Then of course, programming and education has been really important for us. And that also is part of our master plan that we've seen that people would like to enhance our programming, and then also make our educational programs more diverse, and getting further out east to learn more about the landscapes out in that area. So I think that there's an opportunity there. And then we've also heard about hunting as being a priority on some of the county properties. And then I think here, looking at the 2050 plan, that's one of the things that has been brought up as a potential too. That might be another recreation value that we could maybe implement between State Land Board and our partners. So we kind of realized that all these uses aren't really, maybe all of them aren't feasible, and we don't really have all the details worked out at this point. So we'll need to do some due diligence and really put together a nice package here and figure out how all these would relate to the existing uses on the site. So I'd turn it back over now to Shannon, and he can kind of take us through the last few slides here, and then we can take some questions.
Thanks, Brett. And really to highlight some of the things that put an emphasis on some of the things that Brett mentioned. Again, this is part of surveys, discussions that we've had throughout the county and the metro area, or excuse me, the Arapahoe County area, in regards to what they would like to see in regards to open space in general, not specifically targeting the Laurie property, but those are the principles that we're operating off of. And one of the things perhaps most of you are aware of, that we do have a countywide open space sales and use tax, which is what some of these, you know, whatever transaction that we develop, it'd be funded by that. That tax is up for renewal within the next couple of years. And the Board of County Commissioners has decided to put it on the ballot later on this year. And as part of the discussions that we're having with our citizens is these types of priorities to say that, okay, if you renew this tax, we'll be able to do some of the things that we've outlined earlier in regards to preserving open space in the eastern part of the county, preserving our agricultural heritage, all of the wildlife corridors, all of those goals and objectives are right in line with what this project would be about. And so leveraging funding for any transactions that we decide upon, the Arapahoe County Open Space Sales and Use Tax would be a prominent part of doing that. And of course, we've already had some conversations with Josh about the participating or partnering with the Great Outdoors Colorado for funding, as well as opportunities for private donors, others that may be interested in making sure that these areas are preserved, because of course this really is one of the largest areas closer to, you know, the metropolitan Denver Aurora metropolitan area. And so the context of this is fantastic and something that we feel that would be highly supported by the citizens of the metro area. And of course, one of the things that Brett mentioned is that there are some easy wins or easy opportunities that are out there to show what's possible. Granting the trail corridor or the trail easement would be great. And then of course, it really does set the stage for us to have larger conversations with how do we coordinate with existing uses. I think one of the things that we haven't really talked too much about, but I think it's a prime opportunity, is in the water development, in partnering with Rangeview Pure Cycle. We've got relationships with the principals there, so having good conversations with them on, as far as how we can integrate some of their plans with some potential public use. So we really do need to kind of dream big and open up all kinds of opportunities, and we're willing to do that. So we'd be happy to answer any questions. We're thinking that, that from a time frame standpoint, that we would take the next 3 years to do this. And of course, again, as we mentioned, in regards to any new leases or any change in leases, we'd like to be consulted and have discussions with that. We'll probably use a number of different tools in the tool chest in regards to strategies as far as how to do that. And of course, we want to establish property values based upon both the identified land protection projects with the market-based values. And of course, we want to make sure that we have a qualified appraiser that both parties can agree to. So those are some of the tools and next steps that we want to move forward with. So now we can kind of entertain any questions or comments that you folks have.
Thank you for the presentation. I'll open it up to our commissioners for questions of our guests and or staff at this time thus far. I do have a question. I think I know the answer, but I just want to affirm. I know several years back, there was discussion about a reservoir adjacent to the existing reservoir. And I feel like my memory tells me that it was cost prohibitive. Is that been, is that vision, is that project abandoned, or is that still in play?
This is Greg Okish. I'm going to give you, I think, a two-part answer.
Okay.
I believe the project you're referring to was City of Aurora or Aurora Water was looking at what they called the East Reservoir. That project is no longer being pursued. However, the footprint of that project was actually over the top of a reservoir footprint that Rangeview Pure Cycle has the rights to develop. That reservoir is still still planned. So there are two reservoirs that are still planned on the property and by Rangeview Pure Cycle, and we're respecting those footprints and making sure we don't do anything to inhibit the construction of those at a later date.
Okay. All right. Another thing, I mean, I imagine as we go into this with the letter of intent, non-binding, I think the concern I have is that as we begin to discuss ideas and thoughts that, you know, in my mind, this is exploratory, and that, you know, from the land board's perspective, that, you know, our partners might see, you know, clearly have a vision for what's possible, but want to make sure that, you know, the land board's protecting its interests, that if it feels like the designs and the vision isn't consistent, that, you know, we're not going to be put in a position where, you know, we've crafted public expectations such that if there was a scenario that we couldn't come to some broader agreement, the land board isn't set up to be the villain, so to speak.
Yeah, and you know, that is a valid and legitimate concern. And so I guess what we would propose is that it would be somewhat of a quiet period of negotiation in regards to, I mean, obviously, being public agencies, there are certain things we have to follow in regards to sunshine laws and those types of things, but it would not necessarily be, you know, widely broadcast.
Yeah. And I mean, I know we've worked with all the partners thus far, and it seems like, you know, we've been able to manage those things. But I guess that's more for staff and commissioners. If I were to think about things that could trip this up or cause some concern. So, Commissioner Heath.
Yes, thank you for that. I was asking the folks from Arapahoe County if the proposed residential or commercial development rights, if you currently have enough water to support that proposal, or what would be a hoped for proposal.
As far as commercial residential, again, those would of course be, I believe, in certain sections, Rangeview Pure Cycle has the rights to provide water development or water for any development that occurs with that. And so they're probably in the best position to be able to answer that type of a question. And of course, as with most things, it depends upon what type of development we're talking about. So they may, again, they're in the best position. Maybe Greg can say what their plans are.
Yeah, thanks, Shannon. Commissioner, I can't speak specifically to Rangeview's capacity, but I can say the groundwater lease that was entered into with the board on Lowry Ranch in 1985, I think originally, the intent was that we had an entity capable of providing water service to any development on the majority of Lowry Ranch. So in concept, there's absolutely, and then the city of Aurora has, I think there's a couple sections that are left out of the arrangement with Rangeview that, you know, the city of Aurora could be a provider. So there are providers in the area, but I guess we're a long way from, to Shannon's point, understanding the actual demand versus excess capacity to be able to specifically answer your question.
And is someone from Pure Cycle available to answer that?
I think I saw, I can,
Mark Harding,
yeah,
I think he's en route. Okay.
That's fair enough. Maybe when he gets here, he could respond to that. Thank you.
I think he's being promoted by Nick right now.
Yep. Mr. Harding, I see you. We don't have video or audio, so there we go. And if you would just introduce yourself for the record as well, thanks and welcome.
You bet. Appreciate the opportunity. Mark Harding, I'm the president of the Rangine Metropolitan District as well as Pure Cycle Corporation. And Commissioner Heath, specifically to your point, there is substantial water resources that are part of the state land board lease, as well as additional resources that we have bundled with that to strengthen and harden that portfolio. We have surface water in the streams out there that when we've added additional surface water supplies to augment those to increase the seniority of those, and then the reservoirs, and really have developed the water system extensively over the last, say, 5 or 10 years to accommodate development on the Lowry Range. So to whatever the desires are of the development opportunities, I think we have adequate resources that we can support those. You know, we have a projection of the demand that we can support with the portfolio that we have that's in excess of 50,000 connections out there. So I think we can accommodate whatever opportunities you all would want to pursue.
And are those water resources that you have in the area of Aurora and Arapahoe County, or are those also some of the mountain proposed reservoirs?
Kind of a mix of all of them. So we would have resources that are going to be located on Lowry. There's going to be resources that are located in the Platte system. There's going to be resources that are regionally based, where we have relationships with the South Metro water providers and have regional solutions that are in conjunction with Denver Water and Aurora Water that all support that system.
Thank you.
But they're all deliverable to Lowry. To get to specifics, all of those resources are either locally on Lowry or deliverable to Lowry with infrastructure that's currently in place.
I see. All right. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Great. Other Commissioner Scanlon.
Thank you. Not a question, but a comment related to the grazing lease. If we move forward with this, as word comes out, we'll have to address that sooner than later. I'm a bit concerned about creating uncertainty with our current lessee in particular. So just so noted. I know we've already mentioned that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Scanlon. Okay, let me see if there are any members of the public who wish to make comment on the matter. So our attendees, if anyone wishes to add additional comment, just raise your virtual hand and we'll bring you forward. Okay, seeing none. Greg, it looks like you brought your presentation back on. I imagine there's a conclusion.
Is it working this time?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Just the recommendation, staff does recommend that we enter into this letter of intent and that we allow for the development, the time requested for it so that they can develop a specific conservation proposal for all or some part of the Lowry Ranch. And again, there's the text of the board order as it's written in your package.
Okay. Are there any further discussion or comments from commissioners? I think, you know, I'm in favor. I think, I know when we acquired this, I mean, we've developed the vision and we've understood that we're on the border and that at some point there would be pressures on Lowry in terms of how it integrates into the county and city and so forth. And so I appreciate that we're taking this step with in doing so, before we're faced with a conceivable crisis, so to speak. It's, I think, another good example of our ability to work collaboratively with key stakeholders and look at this as a special property. I think that's, since I've been on the board, it's always been positioned that way. So, Commissioner Heath.
Yes, I meant to ask this earlier. I'm sorry. What's the status of the remediation on the remaining portion of Lowry? Could we have an update on the timing and
UXO stuff?
The UXO, the unexploded ordnance.
Right.
That's a really good question. And I don't have an update. I can get one before the next board meeting.
Right, because 2 points. I think to Commissioner Scanlon's point about the current lessee on grazing, I think we should deal with that right now in terms of whether we intend to, how we might communicate that and what our intentions are. But the second is, it feels like for expectations, how that remediation is planned really affects the impact on this for the future as well.
Okay, I'll get an update on the UXO. I specifically on the grazing, and I don't think this will surprise anybody else on the phone. It's our intention as to put that lease out for another 10 years. So I did not think, although I could be wrong, I'll have to talk to Shannon, that there was any need to shorten that lease or not renew it. So we'll confirm that as we move forward.
Okay.
All right. Any further comment? If not, I would, seems like we might be prepared to entertain a motion.
This
Commissioner
is
Scanlon? Yes.
Commissioner Scanlon. I move, after consideration of the materials presented and testimony given at our meeting of April 9th, 2021, the board determines it's in the best interest of the trusts to enter into a letter of intent between the State Land Board, Arapahoe County, the Nature Conservancy, the Trust for Public Land, and Great Outdoors Colorado for the purpose of allowing the parties up to 2 years' time to complete due diligence and preliminary planning, determine potential funding mechanisms, and prepare a detailed proposal to the board regarding how the parties may permanently protect parts of Lowry Ranch for open space and public recreation. The board delegates authority to the director to draft an order and take appropriate action consistent with the board's decision.
Thank you, Commissioner Scanlon. It's been moved. Is there a second?
Can I ask I'm sorry to interrupt. Shannon, real quickly, I don't have the letter in front of me. For some reason, I had 3 years in my head. Is it 2 years?
It is 3.
It is. I'm sorry, there's a typo in the board order. It should be, or at least my slide, it should be 3 years.
I'm happy to amend my motion to 3.
Okay. Commissioner Scanlon has amended the motion such that it's a 3-year time to complete the due diligence as opposed to our board order, which says 2 years. So a 3-year time frame to complete due diligence. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Heath. Any other comment? I do have a question. I think Mr. Carter had mentioned that the city and the Colorado Department of Military Affairs, he acknowledged as partners, but are they just consultants or are they formal partners in this?
At this particular point, we've had some conversations with both, and they've expressed interest in joining the project. But and again, we'll be speaking to them about both of those.
Okay, but our board order talks, named 4 organizations, I think, and I just want to make sure that that's what we're going with at this time. So, right. Okay.
Actually, Gary, I have a quick question. Given our conversation about the grazing lease, do we need to include that in the motion, or is that implied that that's our intent? Was it is part of the description of how the work would move forward, but I just want to make sure that that's clear.
I don't know that that needs to be a part of the
I
order.
didn't think so, but I thought, or maybe I should just ask Greg the question, just for sake of clarity.
Yeah, I would, it's up to you. I'm comfortable with it as written, and clarifying that with partners before we sign the letter of intent. We could
That's
include
fine.
something like that if you'd like.
That's fine, thank you.
Okay. All right, it's been moved and seconded. We'll take a roll call vote. If in favor, indicate by saying aye. If opposed, say no. Commissioner Scanlon,
Aye.
Commissioner Heath,
Aye.
Commissioner Carney,
Aye.
and Commissioner Shaw.
Aye.
And I vote in favor. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you all. Thank you, Mr. Carter, and all of our guests. Appreciate it and look forward to working with you over the next several years.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Greg, you need a breather? Are you good?
Let me see. I'll tell you once if the technology works, no, and if it doesn't work, sure.
So we're at the point in time, we're going to shift to an information item, and then we'll move back to final action items. But we're at agenda item 2A, benefits of holding a land board lease, tab 4. And for we'll try to, I'm hopeful maybe we get through the next 2 items and then we'll take a lunch break, maybe around 11:45 or noon.
What are you seeing on your screen?
I see your presentation.
Good deal. Okay. So, good morning again, Commissioners. Assistant Director.
2 down, 2 to go.
Yeah, here we go. This is an information item, and it's actually related somewhat indirectly, but somewhat directly to an action item later today, where we're going to talk about potentially making some revisions to the competitive bid evaluation score sheet that we use. But I think the context for that is this conversation about the benefits of holding a state grazing lease, and specifically that state leases provide benefits that are just not available from other landlords. I think it's important we talk about this and answer any questions you may have, because it's staff's perspective that state leases are very unique, and that there are a number of, we've talked in the past about what we call 118 rights, and it occurred to us in preparing for this afternoon's, or I guess later this morning's presentation, that there are many other benefits that we don't talk about maybe often enough, and we should put those in context. So 3 parts to this. We think there are benefits to lessees. We think there are good reasons to provide those benefits, and we're going to call those the advantages to the trusts. And then at least a brief overview of a couple of topics related to state statute 36(1)(118), which for the rest of the day, I'll just call 118. So when somebody decides they're going to be in the cattle business, they really have, I think, 4 options in terms of where they're going to do that. They can own land, but if they don't own land, they're probably going to lease ground, and they're going to lease ground in Colorado from probably one of 3 major players: other private landowners, from the federal government, BLM or the U.S. Forest Service, or from the state land board. And as you've heard before, the state land board is actually the 2nd largest landowner in Colorado behind the federal government. So we're 2 very large players in this market, if you will. Some of the benefits that, and I highlighted these in your memo, and I'd like to, they're listed as 7 distinct items on this slide, but in fact, some of them sort of overlap and things. So I'll talk about them as best I can, but I'd love to have questions or comments as I go through this. And Commissioner Carney in particular, I think your insight into the industry and grazing leases would be particularly helpful if you want to chime in. I'll try to pause so that you can. I think the first thing that's important is the state land board's a fairly stable landlord. As I mentioned, we own 2.8 million acres. We've been leasing that land for grazing purposes for over 140 years. We have pretty clear policies, procedures. We have statute that guides us. We have a professional, for lack of a better term, contract. I think somebody who chooses to get into business with us really understands what they're getting and the terms of the agreement. And in particular, we're stable because we offer a 10-year lease. The majority of private leases, and I will ask Commissioner Carney to sort of weigh in on this. And I should also say, I'm sorry to go backwards. I have at least two members of staff who really helped put this together, William Woolston and Justin Osborne, and they're both on. And Nick, if you want to promote them, would like to participate in this conversation. I'd like them to participate. But yeah, the second thing is a 10-year lease. Most private grazing leases are 1 year. It provides much less certainty for an operator to know that they've only got a pasture for 1 year. It makes it more difficult to, organize their business, plan for the long term, and make long-term decisions. So I think these two things are particularly important and worth emphasizing. And Commissioner Carney, do you have any, if you agree or disagree or have anything you'd like to add, I invite you in.
Yeah, I think that's for the most part fairly, it just depends on who you're working with, but I'd say 10 year is one of the longer leases. I think privately a 5 year is more common now than you would in a 1 year, but that's just the way it is.
Okay. Well, I may ask you then actually in a minute to talk about this, because what I would say about our pricing is you not only get a 10-year lease, but you have a fairly predictable pricing. So if you're in a 1-year lease, the pricing can change every year. Commissioner Carney, I'll ask you how the 5-year leases work. But if you're in a lease with us, it's the pricing is, we do surveys, as you know, every 3 years. We survey the private rates across Colorado. We have it done by a third party, so it's not a biased survey, it's a validated survey methodology. And then the board takes additional steps. So once we understand what the private sector charges, we make adjustments to that based on where the land is located, our land is located, who owns the improvements. So you actually end up paying 90, 80, or 70% of the private market lease rate. In addition, once we set those rates, they're fixed for 3 years. So you can plan for 3 years. Now they do adjust every 3 years. And Commissioner Carney, what I don't know is, I know 1-year leases, they can change from year to year. I don't know how it works in a 5-year lease, if it's fixed or if it adjusts every year. And do you have any insight into that?
No, I just say that they're all, there's lots of unique leases that, you can set them up just depending on if you're doing, who's doing what work, who's paying for what, it can vary depending on how it's set up.
Okay. Well, I think the next things are very unique to the land board. First of all, access to resources, and I should say free resources. We have really good, for the most part, lessees, and they know what they're doing. If they have questions, our staff is always also very knowledgeable about grazing practices, weed management. We offer, more recently, we offer annually grazing seminars that have been very well received, that our lessees are invited to participate in free of cost. We offer cost share programs. So if you have a weed problem or a invasive species, noxious pest problem of some kind, we are willing to cost share dealing with that. We're willing to cost share on certain improvements around water in particular. So I think that's something that most of the other leasing options don't offer, as well as scale and geographic diversity. We have, for the most part, land across at least 2/3 of the state and at a variety of scales. So if you're interested in getting into the grazing business, expanding your grazing business, we probably have something that fits what you're looking for. These next two I think are really important. We've not talked about these a lot. So we're often compared to federal leases, and somebody will say, well, the federal leases are at a much lower rate than the land board leases. Well, there's a really significant difference between the two. In order to hold a federal lease, you have to own something called base property. So you basically have to own deeded land that the federal government has designated as eligible base property in order to get and hold a BLM lease or a Forest Service lease. Or you can buy deeded property and then work with the federal government to have it recognized as base property by taking the designation off of different property. So there's no ownership requirement with state land board. You don't have to own any other deeded land in order to lease from us. I think that's really significant and important to mention. And then the last one is a part of CRS 118 that I don't think I've ever talked to the board about before, and it's an unfortunate omission. So I'll talk later about the renewal rights and the rights a lessee has to match a competing bid. But the one I want to mention here is once you sign a lease with the state land board, if we decide we're going to sell that property at some point, you essentially have an option to purchase. We can advertise it, we can get a bid, and then at the point we open those bids, the lessee has the right to attend that bid opening and offer a matching bid or a greater bid and enter into a step auction until either they or the original bidder or bidders are awarded the lease. And I'm not aware of that condition existing anywhere else where a private property owner, the federal government says, yes, once we write a lease with you, you actually have a right to buy the property from us should we ever make an effort to sell it. So that's the list we highlighted in your memo. And before I go on, I want to see if you have any questions about that.
Yeah, what you just described is pretty infrequent, if not rare, right?
No.
Like no, in terms of it happening. Like I don't recall a time where that's happened.
I would acknowledge it's rare. I would say we've had interest from lessees who have said they will attend and decide what they're going to do at the bid opening.
Okay.
Yeah.
But it is, to your point, like that was new information to me. I didn't realize they had that right. That is pretty attractive, I would imagine.
Any other commissioners have questions or comments?
Commissioner Carney.
Yeah, I would just add that it probably started with the ag side of things because that's kind of an unspoken rule, like within agriculture. If you're leasing your neighbor's property, it's just you would request that if he ever wants to sell it, that he would come to you first with, and so I think that's probably where that started or come from. But it is a unique thing. It is neat, but and most times you have that rule among neighbors with each other if you're leasing it. So just to give that little background there.
Thank you. Well, then I think the question you could have asked was, yeah, that's all interesting, but how do you know that, people really value the leases? That's just staff saying, that's what's happening. Well, I do think we have evidence. I think on a weekly basis, we have interest from parties who want calling the district offices, asking how they can get a state lease, going to our website, looking at what's coming up on the expiring lease list. There's robust interest in obtaining a state lease. We also can tell, I think, by the volume of applications when we do have a lease become available, and depending on whether it's vacant or it's a competitive bid against an existing lessee, we get dozens of applications, in some cases over 50 for a single property. And I think that's an indication that everything we offer is valued by the operators. Another indicator I would say is the competitive bids we get. We set, as I said before, we set our standard lease rates. But when we get competitive bids, I don't know if I put this in your memo or not. I think I did. Over the last 3 years, on about 100 competitive bids, the average lease rate resulting from a competitive bid is 80% higher than what our standard rate would be. And it's, to me, that is just a clear indication of what the market's willing to pay for. They're willing to pay for the certainty and all of the other things they're going to get. So unless they're also paying, well, I won't even go there. So I think that's a strong indicator. And then finally, we do customer surveys. We have, conversations with folks in the field. And I think we have, at least anecdotally and as a result of surveys, a high level of customer satisfaction. So, and I could probably say in a very, very low number of leases being turned in. So I do think there's evidence that all the things I just shared with you as benefits to a state lease that makes them highly desirable actually exist. Any thoughts on this? So I'm going to segue to, well, why do we do that? I mean, why don't we just charge more and, and not provide these benefits? Well, some we're required to provide, but I would argue it's in our best interest. And the first on that list is really improved stewardship. I think when people have something that they value and that is valuable to them, they take better care of it. And our mission is to not only earn revenue for the trust, but it's to ensure that the assets we manage are maintained in good condition. And so I think the fact that these are highly sought after increases the odds that people will take good care of them, so that upon renewal, they have a chance to keep the lease. Thirdly, it's actually good for us because our mission includes reasonable and consistent revenue. And if we were running a one-year leasing model or some other model, then revenues could probably vary quite a bit more than they do. Now, raising revenue isn't our largest revenue source. It's about $10 million a year, but it's very predictable and it's very consistent. So I think there's a benefit to us in managing an intergenerational trust that we have a high level of certainty that this revenue stream is maintained and continuous. And then finally, I think it's not in our mission anywhere. I think it's in our best interest. I think given the large portfolio of land we manage and the resources we offer and the resources we have in our district staff, I think we become effectively a land management influencer at a larger scale. And what I mean by that is we don't only, well, we have direct oversight of our own lands. I think the principles, some of the resources, some of the practices we encourage in our land also spill over onto adjacent land. And that's in everybody's best interest. Not just weeds don't stop at a fence line. If we can, manage things or blowing dust doesn't stop at a fence line. So I just think the better we are as land managers, the better partners we are to our lessees, and the better our lessees are. There's a broad benefit to the state as a whole as a result. So I think those are the benefits we see back to the trust from the practices we implement. Any thoughts or questions on that? Then, well, lastly, it's a little goofy, but lastly, I'll tell you what it's going to say. 36.1.118. So the way the slide is supposed to work and not working, so I'm just going to turn it all on. So as a basis, we have to follow the statute, which gives some very specific guidance to what we do. But on top of that, we layer policy that you develop, and we layer on top of that procedure. And I'm assuming you're all seeing this slide kind of jumbled up like I am. Is that right? Yeah. Kristen did it. That's
Leadership lesson number 1 is assign blame.
Throw somebody under the bus.
Yeah.
Yeah, Kristen, geez. So that's like a set of nesting Russian dolls. They all work in concert to get the outcomes we want. We have what I will call standard grazing leases. We have 1,783 standard grazing leases for properties of all size. It covers about 2.35 million acres. And those 1,783 leases all have what I'll refer to as full 118 rights. We just follow the statute exactly as it's written. We also have 7 unique grazing leases on 280,000 acres, where previous boards and staff intentionally decided not to include certain 118 rights, primarily the rights to, actually, I think we excluded all the 118 rights. I'll say that more broadly. We're going to talk about this a little bit more in the action item, but I do want to highlight here that that's never been a barrier to us successfully leasing those properties. We've always had a very robust response when we've offered them for lease. So I'm going to say there's been a general market understanding and acceptance of that practice when we've offered these 7 unique properties for lease. And just kind of remember that mentally, and we can talk about it more in the afternoon, later this morning if you'd like.
Wait, hold on. How are we able to not offer 118?
I might ask Ed Hamrick to be promoted before I make him.
He's here.
I always make him really nervous when I interpret statute, but I'm good at it. If I wasn't doing this, I'd work in the AG's office. We've identified these as very unique situations where the board wants some very specific and unique outcomes. And council has said that in those limited situations, what we do at the beginning is ask the lessee, make the lessee aware of and make them sign a waiver that says they understand they're waiving the 118 rights.
Okay.
Now, with that, has Ed been promoted?
Yeah.
I appreciate your eagerness to promote me, but I think I'm at the same status. And can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, Greg's pretty much captured it. It is parties can agree to waive statutory provisions by agreement. And so on these unique set of leases, the land board negotiates that, or that's part of the agreement on the lease. It's whenever we talk about it, we talk about how limited this ability should be treated by land board and its staff. That this is not an ability to ignore the direction from the legislature on how leases and ag leases should be treated, but it is something that is allowed to address unique situations or rare situations, perhaps unique. 7 is not unique by strict definition, but unusual and rare situations that it's appropriate.
Yeah, and this is 7 out of 1,700 is less than 1%. So
yeah.
Okay.
Thanks.
So, Ed, why don't you stay on? Because I don't want to make you I don't want you to be uncomfortable and not be able to talk. Because now I'm going to interpret 118 in simplest terms. Lessees in good standing can choose to renew their lease with the state land board at the end of the term. And good standing, generally speaking, is compliance with all the lease terms. Does that make sense? I mean, I'm simplifying it. I'm going to go into a little bit of detail in a minute. So the detail I would go into is as to how we negotiate with a lessee if they would like to renew their lease, and what we evaluate in determining whether a lessee's been compliant with lease terms, and how we evaluate two competitive bids against one another. So you'll recognize some of this. I think it was a month ago or 2 months ago, we had an appeal of a staff decision, and some of the questions that were raised or were around this next part of the conversation. But part of 118 says that we send notices out to lessees almost a year before their lease expires with a renewal package. And they have 10 days to let us know if they want to begin negotiations. And then once we get into the formal negotiation, they have 90 days to complete. And the statute says we shall not lease to anyone else other than the present lessee unless they don't wish to renew. So that's easy. If they say, I'm not interested, we can lease to someone else. They fail to comply with any provision of the lease. You might remember in the previous conversation a couple months ago, there was a conversation about late payments and the fact that after 3 late payments, we consider we consider them to have not been in full compliance for the term of the lease. And then finally, we fail to agree on terms. And that usually comes down to financial terms. That comes down to this concept of the existing lessee, the present lessee has a right to match a competitive bid. If they match it, they're in compliance with all the lease terms, they get the lease. They don't have to, and I'll come to a little infographic in a minute. They don't have to match the lease. The competitive bid. They could say, no, it doesn't make sense for me. I bid less. And then we go into an evaluation of the two competing. Let's say there's 2 of the 2 or however many are competing applications. Is that clear?
So if they meet the competitive bid, it's over.
Correct. If they're in compliance and they meet the competitive bid, we're done. We award them the lease.
Yeah, so like last month's issue, if he had met the bid, it would have been done. But his bid came under the competing bid, and that triggered the whole review process, which you're about to go.
Correct. His initial bid within the first 90 days didn't match, and then he submitted a second competitive bid within the 90 days that did match. So it made it a little different, a little unique, but yes, he essentially within that 90-day period matched the competitive bid, and we awarded him the lease. So the other thing statute says is that the things we should consider, and staff, this is what staff has translated into our competitive bid evaluation score sheet, is the care and use given to the land and any development work done by the existing lessee, and the benefit that continued agricultural and grazing use of the land contributes to the trusts through 3 specific things: the revenue provided for trust purposes, the lessee's stewardship, and the preservation of the stability of the local community. So what staff has done is created a competing grazing application score sheet that includes, let me go back for a minute, A, B, and C. So we're saying statute says we've got to consider those things. So if we get 2 competing bids, or 2 or more competing bids, that's what we'll use to evaluate them: reasonable and consistent revenue, stewardship of the land, stability of the local community. And staff proposed, and the board endorsed at a point in the past, the notion that the first 2 should count for 40 points or 40% if you want to put it each. It's 100 points or 100%, however you want to think about it. But the first 2 are worth 40 points each, and then the stability of the local community is worth 20. So total points available is 100. And I'm going to spend a little more time on this in the next in the action item, but I just want you to make sure that the concept is clear. So lastly, how's that all work? And before I go, are we all sort of, am I making enough sense that you're staying with me?
Yeah.
Okay. So the last slide in this conversation, just how's that all work? So this green box on the left-hand side essentially says that, we advertise the lease 120 days prior to its expiration for competitive bid. So we, as the memo explained, we put it posted in the county courthouse. We put it on our website. Sometimes we even put signs out. There was a period of time when we talked about whether or not that made sense or not, but we advertise it robustly. If no competitive bids are received and the existing lessee wants to renew the lease, then, and the lessee's in good standing, then the lease is renewed. It's renewed at our standard grazing rate. And more than 90% of our leases are renewed this way. So of that 1,780 some leases, the vast majority, all but 100 or so a year, are renewed through that process. If we do receive a competitive bid and the lessee's in good standing, then they're provided the opportunity to match or exceed that bid. If they match the bid, the lease is renewed at their bid rate. Sometimes people ask what happens if they hold it for another 10 years and there's no competitive bid in the next 10 years, then it resets to the then standard rate. So the competitive bid is in place for the term of the lease the term of that 10-year lease. Is that, again, am I making this, is this clear? The condition or the situation that I think we'll talk about a little bit in a little more detail in the next item, but I'll touch on it here. If the lessee is not in good standing, so they've had lease violations over stewardship, late payments, some other condition of the lease, or if they choose not to match the bid, then we go through the competitive bid evaluation process that I just showed you a minute ago, where we staff, what we do is we put together a committee of 3 staff members, 3 field operations staff members. They go out to the leased property and property controlled by the competitive bidder, and maybe even other land owned or leased by our lessee. They do a thorough evaluation of how they manage those lands. So they look at the stewardship components. We evaluate the financial bids. We try to make a determination about the local community stability. So for instance, the clearest example, they're usually not this clear, but the clear one I can think of is perhaps somebody who's been in the community, their family's been in the community for generations. They've had the lease for generations. They live on the on a deeded land adjacent to our state trust land, versus somebody who perhaps doesn't meet any of those criteria. That would be the kind of clearest distinction I could draw. But we score all of those. We determine the competitive bidder. We make a recommendation to the board, and then the board, if there's no appeal, the board would approve the staff recommendation. That is the last part of this, the last concept I was trying to communicate in this information item. Are there any questions about that? So maybe one last thought. So what I'll go back to is, if somebody doesn't have 118 rights, then what we're essentially doing on these 7 unique properties, and we'll spend more time on it in the next item, but on the 7 unique properties, we're just always going to this competitive bid process. And we're evaluating the merits of proposals made by the existing lessee and others who are interested in the lease. We're putting out an RFP where this diagram says advertise, we're advertising, but it's a competitive RFP, something I'd call open and competitive. And we're jumping all the way down to the competitive bid process evaluation.
So we're reviewing this, I think, because we've had two sort of recent discussions around 118 and rewarding good lessees. So just as a refresher, last month it was that whole challenging process of notification and 118 and what that entailed. Previously, we were discussing Chico Basin Ranch, and commissioners, in Box T's original lease, they had agreed to give up the 118, or they signed the waiver. And as we were preparing, going through our process, we questioned why we wouldn't include 118 rights. And so I think that's, we sort of blended this. We identified that we have unique properties, which Chico Basin is one of 7.
Yes. Yeah, that would have been a great introduction had I thought of saying that at the beginning. Thank you. I think there's a third reason, and that's just, it's complicated. And I don't think I absorbed most of this until I heard it for like the 7th time. So we thought it was appropriate to review with commissioners again, the whole concept of 118, but you're absolutely right. It came up in the context of Chico Basin Ranch, and it came up in the context of the appeal of a staff decision last month. So thank you for that.
Yeah. Commissioner Heath, were you going to unmute?
I was looking for the reference point, but I thought I recall when I read that 118 was a part of the statute.
It's statute 36-1-1.
Right. And so can we carve out some properties not to be eligible for 118? I'm not looking at the statute right now.
Yeah, no, I'll let, actually I'll ask Mr. Hamrick to address that.
Well, that was the question I'd ask, and I think the response was, in those circumstances, the lessees agree to sign a waiver. So we can't unilaterally rescind 118 rights. It's got to be in cooperation with the lessee.
And I would emphasize in very limited and unique circumstances.
Yeah, I've got a question.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Commissioner Heath. If I interrupted you, go ahead.
No, I'm done. Go ahead.
Okay. I guess that's kind of where I'm struggling a little bit, is I feel like maybe we're not getting the intent of what the legislators had intent. If they said 118, that's why I said, why don't we put everything under 118? And then because that's just my bias there.
Well, I think that's an excellent question, and I think it's the one I hope to address in the action item. So with this as background, I will specifically speak to that question, if that's okay, in the next item.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, this was an information item, and I think just to give us a better sense of origination, but also how it all actually works. Are there any other questions for Greg on this right now? It appears we have somebody who'd like to make a comment.
If you're ready for that, Commissioner, I'll promote her.
Sure. Or a question, perhaps. Christina Felix, I see that you're on our panel here and unmuted. If you'd introduce yourself.
Good morning. Thank you. My name is Christina Felix. I just had a quick question. I appreciate you letting me talk, and maybe this is something that's better for the next presentation that you guys mentioned. I just was curious, where the 10-day and 90-day timeframes, where that fell in, I guess, as far as, is that a strict time frame? Or I know that the presenter just mentioned last month's appeal, and I was thinking about that as well, and how it was my understanding from that event last month that that 10-day time frame isn't necessarily very strict. And so is that the same with the 90-day or?
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for your question.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm probably not qualified to answer that. I think the AG may be.
So the 10-day and 90-day, the way the board has historically interpreted that is, and I think 118 in general, is that it is intended to provide benefits for the existing lessee. I guess the way I would summarize it is, all things being equal to the land board, the existing lessee should keep the lease. And so in terms of lessees that, so the board and its staff works very hard to communicate with the lessees on these timeframes, and also provides, I think, some flexibility on the timeframes, particularly that 10-day initial time frame. I'm not sure there's ever been a circumstance where the 90-day time frame hasn't been complied with by a lessee, meaning that I'm not sure there's ever been a situation where a lessee on the 93rd day said, wait, I'll accept all your terms. Given that 90-day time frame for a lessee to complete negotiations, I think staff has generally interpreted that the 10-day time frame is not, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to be very strict about it by saying, if you haven't responded, if you respond on the 11th day, you're just have no opportunity to participate, given the general spirit of the lease. So I think that's how it has been applied traditionally. It doesn't come up very often. Most lessees are, existing lessees are responding initially within that time frame. So it's not a circumstances that is met, is had to be dealt with a great deal of time. And certainly a lessee that if a lessee were to try to stretch that beyond a de minimis non-compliance, it would create significant administrative problems for staff and the land board. So a lessee coming in on the 25th day and saying, oh, wait, I want to negotiate, and I pick that number at random, creates a wholly different problem than a lessee that is a day late. And so we haven't faced that circumstance either, and we would try to figure out how to deal with that if it were to come up. But that's how we've approached it. I think that's within the board's discretion, as we've discussed previously. If the board wanted to interpret the statute strictly, I think it could be that is also within its discretion. If the board wanted to announce that we'll no longer allow any participation if the 10-day period is missed, that would also be within the board's discretion, and staff would operate within that context.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate your explanation. If it's okay, can I ask maybe just one more question?
Sure.
I was just curious about that 90-day time frame that you were talking about. And again, I'm sorry to go back to last month's appeal, but I know that there was a recommendation letter that was sent out within that 90-day time frame. So has that been something that has been resolved since then, of notifying applicants that that 90-day timeframe is still rolling, and that the current leaseholder can put in a competitive bid, whether it's through the request for review like they did in last month's, or just in any other form?
That might be a better question to handle offline directly with a staff member.
Okay.
And who could I have her direct her to? Greg?
Sure, we can start with me. I'm not, I may, yeah, Christina, why don't you give me a call or email me?
Right, and get a better sense of the nature of the question, and then give us the opportunity to get you a response.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Is there a number I can reach you at, Greg?
Sure, 303-641-1872.
Thank you very much, I appreciate it.
Sure.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Felix. Okay, any other discussion on this item? Thank you, Greg. Do we have it in us to bite off 3A before lunch? Just sort of stick with it. Okay, we're going to now move on to part 2 of our final action items, and that first item, 3A, we stay with Assistant Director Okish.
Shocker.
Tab 5.
Let's see. Yeah, that didn't work. Yeah. Okay, one more time. I'd like to go 3 for 1 or 3 for 4. Do you have slides?
Yep.
Okay.
Yes.
Good morning, Commissioners. Greg Okish, Assistant Director, still. This actually, Commissioner Butterworth's observation on the last item is probably a good one, place to start here as well. I think over the last couple of months, we've had at least 2 conversations about 118 rights, and probably more, I would say, and the commissioners can tell me if staff did not hear correctly, but I think the underlying issue is, how do we encourage and recognize exemplary stewardship on state grazing leases? And staff has added the underline here on all state grazing leases. And so in the conversation around Chico, a specific property, I think there was, commissioners were asking perhaps we should include 118 rights on this for the next lessee. And I think what this presentation hopefully will communicate is, staff doesn't believe that actually achieves the outcome that you want, if the outcome is to reward exemplary stewardship on all state grazing leases. 118 requires us to do some things. 118 doesn't necessarily require the lessee to do some things. And so it's really kind of an imperfect tool for the outcome we're talking about here. But let me take you through our analysis, and then we can see if you agree or disagree. We highlighted this just a few minutes ago. There are currently only 7 unique leases that don't include 118 rights, and you see them here on the map. And again, as I said, I think this is probably particularly relevant to Chico Basin, because we will be back in front of you next month with a draft RFP that we're going to ask you to endorse or approve. At this point, we don't intend to include 118 rights in that RFP offering for a variety of reasons. The But I do think that if we take that step on Chico Basin Ranch, practically speaking, I'm sorry, if we decide to include them on Chico Basin Ranch, practically speaking, that would be the expectation on the rest of these leases as well. So I just want to put that out for context. Damn, something went a little bit sideways with my slides. So, Commissioner Carney, I think this is the crux of the answer to your questions. But why don't these 7 leases have 118 rights, and why did we make that intentional decision? Well, first of all, they're all of a landscape scale. They're 12,000 to 86,000 acres. These aren't 640s and 320s. These are properties where the board has some very specific management objectives that can only be accomplished at a large scale like this. Secondly, the value of these properties is quite extraordinary. The land value, aggregate land value, is in excess of $200 million. And the value of the improvements collectively is in excess of $15 million. So again, this is, you could sort of say, it's sort of like the 80-20 rule. I wouldn't say this is precisely applicable, but we've got a significant majority of the value and the investment that the board made in these 7 properties compared to the other, 2.3 million acres that consists of much smaller properties. The other thing that's unique here is the board owns those improvements. And in most cases, many cases, the board very recently spent I&D funds to either build them from scratch or improve them. So this is not a case like the majority of the state leases where the lessee owns the improvements. The board owns the improvements on these. The board historically has had some very unique aspirations for these properties. These were all intentional acquisitions. So they may include some of that original federal land grant, but every one of these is a ranch that the board went out or staff found and the board approved in acquisition of a property that we felt was accretive to the trust, would allow us to accomplish very specific outcomes, and the board invested significant funds to acquire the ranch. What generally happened is we had some amount of acreage being leased in or around that a deeded property. The deeded property came up for sale. We bought the deeded land. We put the state trust land into it, and we released it as a large operating property. And secondly, the board has created management plans, unique management plans for each one of these properties. So again, unlike the majority of state trust land, on these, we've invested the time to say, here's what exists on the property. Here are the financial circumstances. These are the outcomes we're trying to achieve. This is how we're going to do it. So this is a set of properties that are managed very differently from the other 2.3 million acres.
I guess I got a question right there. When
Yeah.
when you're done.
No, go ahead.
I think that all this stuff makes a lot of sense, but I still don't understand why giving 118s would restrict anything that you're doing here. I guess that does. I mean, what bad is going to come of 118, right?
Yeah. Can I hold off and answer that in a minute?
Yeah.
Because I think it's the next slide or two. So the last point here is, why are they unique? Well, all of that said, we're looking for a subset of really good managers on these properties who can run very large cattle operations, who can maintain the infrastructure that we've invested in, and in almost every case, who can deal with really complex leasing environments. In the case of Lowry Ranch, as we talked earlier, there's 19 different lessees on this property, and it's not every cattle manager or cattle operator who can be successful in that environment. So I think historically the board has said, we want to preserve or ensure that we have greater flexibility in how we choose our managers on these properties. And that, I think, will segue into, in a minute, into Commissioner Carney's question. So staff looked at 3 options. The option we are recommending, and I don't usually sort of I'll maybe say it this way, but I'm going to say in this case, staff is strongly recommending that we do think there are significant advantages to revising the competitive bid scoring criteria, and that will get the board, it'll address the concerns that the board has raised. The second is to include 118 rights in the 7 unique leases that I just described, and we're strongly opposed. And the third is the status quo, which staff would go along with, but again, we don't think it addresses the underlying root issue you've identified. So let me take you through the 3 of them. Why are we suggesting that we revise the competitive bid scoring system? Well, remember the 118 says that when reviewing competitive applications, the board will look at 3 things: revenue, stewardship, and stability of the local community. And I pointed out, we've included those 3 things in our competitive grazing application score sheet, but not so much in hindsight. We've been talking about this a little bit, and I guess your questions to us really brought it into focus. We think the current scoring system is flawed. So the 3 categories aren't flawed. The division of points that this illustrates isn't, we don't think, flawed, but the way the points are awarded within the categories is problematic. And you are absolutely right that a really good steward could lose a lease because a competing bid contains a larger financial proposal. And I'll explain that. So first, what do we look at? So we think there's 2 ways to improve this and get to the outcome you want. So first of all, the current stewardship evaluation criteria are probably not as robust as they could be. We deal with present vegetation species and grazing usage and condition and any signs of neglect. But as long as 2 lessees are fundamentally competent, they don't have to be extraordinary. They don't have to be above average. If they're just fundamentally competent, they're both probably going to get pretty even scores. One's going to get 37 points, one's going to get 35. Or one will get 39 and one will get 37. They're going to come out about even. We really think to get the outcomes we want, we need to revise those criteria. And we actually had a phone call with CCA yesterday and have suggested we'd like to engage them in helping us figure out exactly what these should be. But as an indicator, we'd like them to include things like, has the lessee achieved the specific stewardship goals that they described in their proposal to us, or that we perhaps have incorporated into a lease? Has the lessee participated in any, whether we sponsored or anybody else, is the lessee out trying to improve their business acumen and their range management knowledge by participating in any kind of outside education or seminars? More importantly, have they implemented in the results of anything they've learned? Have they measured the outcomes? So on a lot of our properties, we have range monitoring systems, but we don't make it a criteria that they're actually collecting the information and then making range management decisions with it. And finally, are the agriculture improvements maintained to a high standard, not just are they maintained? So this is just intended to give you a flavor. I don't think these are ultimately where we'd end up, but they're the kind of things that would make a significant, we think if you score 2 operators, you could end up with a very different range of scoring. The second problem is in the financial section. So I just explained how in the stewardship section, you're probably going to get a 2 or 3 point difference between bids. At least that's what experience has been. So you get 40 points to gain, and you're only getting like a 5% variance. By comparison, in the financial section, we have this graduated points awarded for whether or not the financial bid exceeds another bid. And it's 1 point for about every 5% of spread. So if we get a financial bid that's 12 to 17% higher than the other one, you get 3 points. But the end of that scale, if you carry it out, I didn't show you all of it because it's repetitive. If somebody throws in a really high competitive bid, they get 14 points. And you can never, under the current system, offset that with the stewardship section. So I think one of the concerns we've heard over time is I can never be a good enough steward to offset a high financial bid. And that's probably fair. And so we would like to adjust this section so that the points associated with an outsized financial bid can't on their own outweigh or overwhelm stewardship. So now I'm getting to the answer. Does that all make sense? Because I'm about to get to the answer to Commissioner Carney's question. Here's what I think the answer is, and it's spread throughout the rest of these. First of all, if we change this system, it applies to all lessees. Secondly, we believe, and I'm not sure I have a little bit of evidence, when there's and it comes out of our competitive bid experience, when we have 118, when there's 118 rights on an expiring lease, we get far fewer competitive bids than when we offer something with no 118 rights. I can talk about it more, but it's going to be speculation. So I'll just say we think we get the greatest number of competitive bids, which we think is critical on these 7 large properties when there's not 118 rights in place. It also allows us to use custom RFPs. So under 118, all we get to look at is, if the lessee, are they in good standing on the lease? If they're in good standing, I award it to them. We don't want to do that on the large leases. We want to say, for instance, to a Duke Phillips or to a Box T Partners, hey, we've got some really specific stewardship outcomes we want to get accomplished here. This is what we're asking for. Give us your response. So we preserved that opportunity on the 7 unique trophy crown jewel properties. We get to select the best overall proposer. The best operator today isn't necessarily the best operator in 10 years. And I hate to say it, but because I don't mean to apply it to our current lessees. They may all be so good that their standards would stay higher than ours for 10 years, but that's not necessarily the case. As I said before, 118 as written requires us to accept an average operator as long as they match the bid. So they may have been they may have killed it for the first 5 years, and then who knows, business circumstances, personal circumstances, it doesn't matter. If they're operating in an acceptable manner and match a bid, we get them for the next 10 years. I don't think staff doesn't think that's what we want to do on these. We think we can encourage the use of range management tools on our large ranches. We think, on all of state trust land, we think this proposal demonstrates the board's commitment to stewardship across the entire portfolio. It holds all lessees to the same sort of operational standard, and we think we can make it more measurable. And the cons are really that, hey, yeah, it's possible that a present lessee may not retain the lease, but that's actually a good thing, not a bad thing from the land board's point of view. If we get a better proposal from a better operator that's going to accomplish better stewardship outcomes and better financial outcomes, or better stewardship and adequate financial, we should be able to accept that. And we think the current system with these improvements we're proposing would accomplish that.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. But the thing I have a little bit of trouble with is, why would we require more stewardship on these places than any state land? It all ought to be the same. And if you want these higher level of stewardship, shouldn't that be in a lease provision and still put a 118 right on everything, and then have it for all the state land, not just these 7 trophy places, as you called them? Should be all the state land should have the same level of stewardship.
I think
standard, high level.
Yeah, I think it's a fair question, and the easy answer is yes, and there's a but. I think the but is I think, as I said earlier, the opportunities for setting a stewardship bar really high is greater on a landscape scale property than it is on a 320. Our ability to maybe influence. So in a short answer, I'd say, yeah, I think the board would like to be in that position. I think we've we're looking at where we can get the biggest bang for our buck, but it could be a combination of the two. But even if we include, I guess I'd say staff's perspective is, even if we included more specific stewardship criteria in our standard lease document, it wouldn't change our perspective about these 7 large properties. And I'll invite William and maybe do it at the end, William and Justin.
I would just say, one of your things, you say it would be hard to remove somebody, but if you have them in your lease provisions as your high level of stewardship, one of the things is if you fail to comply with the provisions of the lease, then you're not in compliance. And that, so I think that solves a lot of holes there. That's just my opinion.
Yeah, I would say, and I mentioned this in the memo, I didn't put it in the slides. Stewardship can be hard to define. And I've been here long enough to see us be in a position where we've said somebody's not been a good steward. And it's taken years to get them off a lease. We have to give them a chance to cure. We have to, it's judgmental to some extent. It's why I'm saying I think on the larger leases, we can write specific property-specific clauses in, and I just can't do that on 1,700 leases. So I think it's much harder to get somebody off a lease for stewardship reasons than you might be suggesting.
Justin?
Hi, this is Justin Osborne, South Central District Manager. To Greg's point, I think a lot of times with these smaller leases, this 320, even a 640 acre property, a lot of times that state trust land is fenced in with deeded ground, our lessee's deeded ground. And so it becomes very difficult in that point in time to have specific outcomes you're looking for that we would require, such as range monitoring on the state trust land portion when it's tied in with deeded, and it becomes a lot more convoluted to try and reach that outcome if the lessee isn't, I don't want to say up to par with range monitoring systems or anything like that, but it just becomes a greater challenge for sure to accomplish that goal. In
To your point, yeah.
So I guess the part I'm not understanding, how come you cannot do the RFP process like you have been, but still have the 118 rights in there? I mean, you see what I'm saying?
I do.
We could.
Tony, and
I mean, what's wrong with that?
I understand your point on that for sure. I feel like with 118, to kind of reiterate what Greg said, Assistant Director Okish, I feel like with the 118, it somewhat hamstrings the state land board with a possibility of ending up with a lessee that, to go back to my educator days, to where you teach to the test, you follow the terms of the lease to the bare minimum. And so there's not enough there to, so to speak, remove a lessee, but at the same point in time, you have the possibility of getting somebody that's you feel is much more adequate for the property. And on the flip side of that, with 118 as a lessee, I would think, and you can correct me if you think I'm wrong, but I would feel like you would feel obligated when you know the bid amounts that are coming in, to where you feel obligated to bid higher than what you honestly feel that you can bid, and because you don't want it to fall back on just your stewardship component. There's too much risk involved with that. You're taking a big chance on your stewardship over somebody else's, and so you bid higher.
Yeah, and I guess one thing that I've seen in some of the notes and stuff is like we've had lessees on land that we can't get off or whatever, but this was before the RFP process started. And I don't know if a lot of people realize what this RFP process entails. I mean, how many pages is an RFP usually, and how many page response do you get, and what is the process? I mean, it is a lengthy interview process that you vet the people, and I think you guys do a great job with it. So I don't think you're going to run into those where you're not getting the right people, or the RFP process isn't working. And I think that it is.
There's no point, but there's no point in doing an RFP if we've got 118 rights. There's just no point.
Well, that,
Because
if I misunderstood,
Commissioner,
Ed
the
Hamrick,
existing lessee can
he
keep
said
it.
that 118 rights were a benefit to the lessee. Is that not correct? I mean, that's what we're trying to do here, is a benefit to the lessee, is what I was saying. That doesn't hurt what we're trying to do as a goal for the state land board.
Yeah, I think what we're telling you, what we're trying to say is providing 118 rights to the lessees on these 7 properties is de minimis to the state land board. It hurts the state land board. It hurts the trusts.
Director Ryan, did you have a comment?
Oh, I guess I was just going to say, these are our largest, most valuable assets where we own everything. The ranches, the fences, the houses, all that. And I just think it's really important for us to maintain flexibility, to make a change every 10 years. And 118 rights takes away our ability to do that.
Is that not what the legislators put in place?
Well, on 1,793 of the leases, it's the case, but on these 7 larger ones, where we own everything and we're trying to do things at a larger scale and achieve different outcomes, have multitude of leasing opportunities. I think it's in our best interest to maintain the flexibility to do what we need to do with the asset. And 118 impacts our ability to do that.
Yeah, before I call, William wants to make comment. Before I do that, just on this agenda item, though, we're not making a decision today as to it's my understanding the item that you're presenting is that we're revising our score sheet.
Instead of, I think you were going to say, and we're not making a decision on 118 on these 7 ranches. I would like to propose you are.
Option number 2.
So I'll tell you what, let me finish this and then we can have this robust conversation.
Okay, before you do that, I just want to make, William, is your comment related before we move on, or can you hold it?
I can hold it.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I think the next few slides are brief. So as opposed to including 118 rights in these 7 leases, if the board directs us to do that, we'd suggest it happens upon the next renewal. So we go through the entire sort of open and competitive process with all of these 7 leases, and then 118 rights would become effective upon the award of a new lease. And what are the pros? Well, it's great for the lessee. They can match the highest bona fide competitive bid and retain a lease. But we've started talking about the board has limited ability to replace a mediocre lessee on its best assets. It eliminates the board's ability to select a better overall proposal. And honestly, it flips the table. The lessee is deciding whether or not the lease is renewed. The board is not. So it puts the lessees on these 7 properties in the driver's seat. It's likely to generate fewer competitive, innovative bids, and it doesn't support the use of tailored RFPs. And then we could pursue the status quo, which has some of the benefits of the greater flexibility. We can still use the RFPs, likely to still generate, I think, a robust number of competitive bids. The board's still not required to accept the highest financial bid. We did not on Chancellor, we did not on Lowry, we did not on Sherman Creek. We select the best overall proposal. And is it possible that a present lessee may not retain a lease? Yeah, it's possible, but only if the board decides that the competitive proposal is better. So it's basically saying, do you keep control of these 7 leases in the hands of the board, or do you put control of these 7 leases in the hands of the lessee? So again, staff strongly recommends option 1, which would be to revise the scoring criteria to address what we think the underlying, what's Bill always asks me, what problem are you trying to solve? We think the problem is trying to improve the level of stewardship. Trying to ensure that really exemplary stewards and land managers are rewarded and have an increased chance of retaining a state land board lease. Second option, including the 118 renewal rights, we're opposed to, and status quo doesn't seem to really address the underlying problem. So with that, I think that's the entire presentation. I think we could continue the discussion that we were having.
Okay, I might be confused here. So you're recommending option 1, revise the scoring criteria.
Yes.
When we receive when there's a competitive bid around a 118.
When there's a competitive bid on anything or an RFP response. So on all state land board leases, we would revise the scoring criteria to, we intend, reward good, exemplary land managers and stewards.
Right.
That seems to us to be the outcome we want.
Right.
However they get there, they can get there because they're just good stewards without our guidance. They can get there because maybe we do some coaching, but the goal to us seems to be reward exemplary stewards, which was I think that was the question. We thought that was a question that was asked on Chico Basin Ranch. It was essentially, hey, what happens if we got a really great steward and they can't match a bid? Well, this would fix that. But what it doesn't do is put the board in the position of rewarding average steward, not having the option of replacing average managers, which awarding 118 rights does.
So approving this, and so the scoring criteria would then apply to how does this apply to the 7 ranches?
Well, I'm not, to be clear, I'm not overtly saying a future board will never decide to award 118 rights. What I'm trying to get ahead of is the conversation next month, if you agreed, that there's no need to award Chico Basin Ranch, for example, 118 rights, because they might be an exemplary steward. We're saying they don't need 118 rights. If they're an exemplary steward, in 10 years, when we review their proposal, along with all the other market-based proposals, they should rise to the top. The evidence will be there. So,
and they're unliable to be run off by someone submitting an extraordinarily high bid. Right. So I think this is our effort to solve what we thought we heard from the board when we talked about Chico last.
And to add to that, with the 118, it puts our better lessees in a bigger financial burden as far as their business model if they've got to pay, if they've got to meet that high competitive bid that comes in. It hurts our good lessees financially as well.
Commissioner Scanlon?
That's why you said you're trying to open it up is to get the highest bid. So that kind of contradicts that.
Commissioner Scanlon?
Yeah, I support recommendation 1. I think we've struggled with this stewardship versus revenue thing since I've been on the board. I support that. And I know, Greg, you started down you don't want to speculate on the 118, why more people are interested in putting in a proposal when those are waived versus not. I'm okay with speculation at this point, because I think that I'm trying to follow the conversation. I just like to hear all opinions on this.
Okay.
I feel like if I'm to apply this or understanding the unique, I think I follow, track, and support our rationale with the 7 large ranches. And I'm listening to Commissioner Carney, and I think something that was important, seemed to be important for me in like deciding whether we negotiated directly with Chico Basin or not, was that the ranching community, the ag community, was indicating that they felt they wanted to have an opportunity these are trophy ranches, and I guess it was important to me as a state agency that, you know, in these instances, it seems like they're identified, and that there are other operators who would like an opportunity at least to be in the game. And if we award the 118s, that severely diminishes that opportunity, I think. And so I think that's where I see, in addition to sort of staff's rationale why, you know, we own the improvements, we have specific objectives, we treat them a little bit differently because there's more opportunity with that. If I'm to be consistent with part of my rationale in voting around the Chico to put it to public bid, would be that it seemed to me that we got quite a bit of feedback that there is broad interest and an expectation that as these come up, that others in the ranching community at least can throw their hat in the ring to be considered. So, Commissioner Heath.
Yes, thank you. Well, I appreciate staff trying to resolve the issue that we raised around Chico Basin with this new alternative. I do, however, think that Tyler has an important point in our consistency, and maybe this is a question for Ed. You know, when I go to our website, under 118 rights, what our website says is, per statute, existing agricultural leases who are in good standing may match a competitive bid when their lease nears expiration is up for bid. Contact your district manager for more information. So I guess my question's more for Ed. Do we have the prerogative that we can exempt some from having 118 rights?
So, and again, let me just make sure you guys can hear me before I typically, legally, parties can agree to waive statutory rights in a transaction between them. And so, you know, 118 has never been adjudicated in court to figure out how well it dovetails with the land board's constitutional requirements to manage the land for the benefit of public education as opposed to the benefit for existing lessees. And and some of these provisions that have been in Amendment 16 since 1997 are a challenge for the staff and the land board to implement. And we don't have court guidance on exactly what the limits are or the framework. So we have to try to do the best we can until we get some of that guidance. In this context, applying the concept that parties can waive statutory rights in certain circumstances, the board has approved waiving 118 rights on certain ranches. I think our office has consistently advised that that should be a unusual, not a standard circumstance. I do think I'm not sure I agree that 118 is as restrictive as perhaps some of staff feels. There's certainly the option in renewals to put out additional conditions in connection to any given lease beyond just the price, to make sure that existing lessees, if staff feels there needs to be a higher bar on stewardship than is potentially occurring on an existing lessee, I don't think 118 prevents that from being required on any renewal of the lease. Although it's unclear that if you put higher standards in that, whether there'll actually be a competitive option against the renewing lessee. I also think, as I believe Justin highlighted, that scenario requires the land board and staff to envision what should happen with the property. And I think what staff is highlighting is that the market and the bidders and the responders to RFPs often come up with excellent and better and more creative suggestions for properties than the land board and the staff can do in terms of saying, these are the requirements. And that creative process with the ranching community is invaluable, and that's what, and is particularly invaluable on these 7 properties. I'm not sure that there's not a way to create that creative process across all properties, but I know it's a challenge, and this is how staff has proposed. So again, I think the land board, the commissioners are within their discretion to direct staff how to implement 118 in this context. I also would I think adopting the revised scoring criteria today, which I haven't really heard anybody speak out against, doesn't mandate
Commissioner Heath, if I can help Ed summarize here.
On 118.
Yes. I don't think we could unilaterally take away the 118 rights, but what we can do is put out an RFP in which the 2 parties agree to waive them.
Yeah, so that's the point. And we probably need to revise that then on our website, because what you're really saying, I think, is that if you're awarded this contract, you have to agree to waive your 118 rights. Is that right?
Yeah, in the 7 leases.
In the 7 leases, that's correct.
We've said, and that has been negotiated upfront with the parties who signed the lease. So they knew they've all known going in, they've all agreed going in. And that's the way we've managed it.
Right. We write it into the RFP. So it's not like we wait until the end and say, oh, by the way, thanks for all your effort. I mean, we tell them up front.
I see. And so if that were the case, then it feels to me like in the draft, that if we were as a board to approve that draft, that we should simply say to place additional emphasis on quantifiable measures of stewardship and not get into less emphasis on the order of magnitude of a financial bid, because it feels like, you know, one of the mission items we have is to increase our resources to public schools. And I'm not comfortable putting it in the language of a decision like this.
Can you help me understand what you're reading when you say in the
So
draft?
put slightly less emphasis on.
I'm moving ahead to our action on the revisions where there are 3 options and staff is recommending the first option. And the draft on that was to, in order to place additional emphasis on quantifiable measures of lessee standardship actions and slightly less emphasis on the order of magnitude of a financial bid.
Commissioner Heath, what would you put in lieu? Because the direction, we need to readjust that financial scoring section. We can't adjust the stewardship section on its own to be successful unless we change the scoring in the financial section. So what would you propose to give us the direction you'd like?
Greg, are you arguing that it's a zero-sum game? And so if we're doing something on this side, we have to do something on this side.
Well, I understand that, but I'm not comfortable just putting that in that language.
Okay,
Well, I mean, I don't want to get you off track here. I think what Ed has told me is that we do have the prerogative to ask folks who win a contract to have included that they have waived their 118 rights. And I was interested in consistency. And when I was reading my packet, I looked at our website, and it's on the website, it says that I don't have it up in front of me anymore, but
Yeah.
something about everybody
Okay.
has 118 rights.
I understand your point, and we can look at that.
William?
Thank you, Commissioner Butterworth. William Woolston, Field Operations Team Leader. Commissioner Heath, I'd like to address your point a little bit, or maybe put a clarification on it a little bit, possibly. The small adjustment that Greg, Director Okish, had mentioned to the financial side of this is at a point where, we're getting to a point where we're receiving very, very high bids on these leases. And that's the adjustment that we're trying to make, at a very high end of the market. Certainly not, down, essentially almost above what we feel might even be the private market rates.
Mm-hmm.
So that's I think possibly a clarification on where we probably want to see an adjustment on that side of the ledger in the scoring sheets, or for the most part.
Mm-hmm.
Or that's my opinion on that. The other thing I wanted to just quickly address, and I'll try not to take too much time on this, but to Commissioner Carney's point on the 118s, I think with the 7 ranches that we now have, they are our key properties in multiple ways, and they also, in my opinion, should be our key lessees and our leaders as in our partnership with our lessees. These people should be our leaders, and they should be held to that degree of responsibility, in my opinion. And I think for the most part, they are. They're showing exemplary, leadership in many ways. And so, Commissioner Carney, I guess the point I would like to make, I think, and partially the onus is on us, but these lessees, the lessees that we're talking about here, they also, through the RFP process, I think they have a great advantage in maintaining that lease, because if they've done a good job, which I think in most cases they certainly have, that you have that proof to put forth in a competition on a lease that you manage at this point. So, that, to me, that's when I worked through this, I thought that was certainly an advantage that outweighs 118s. I think most people on a large ranch, if they get a very high bid, they're probably not, they're going to bid where they feel they can make a market. They're not going to necessarily meet a high bid anyway. So you're back to the management, the stewardship, and those goals. And I think that's a very high bar to meet. So that was where I came down in that decision making on that part of this decision and discussion. So wanted to add that. Thank you.
All right. I haven't asked for public comment on this, so I need to do so. To our attendees, if there's anyone who would like to make a comment on this item, it appears Jim Stanko has raised his hand.
And promoted.
Okay. Okay, I see you're on the panel, Mr. Stanko. You're muted, and it appears your video is.
Okay, I should be unmuted now.
You're good. We can hear you. Please introduce yourself.
Yes. My name is Jim Stanko. I am the chairman of the Colorado Cattlemen's State Lands Committee. We had a Zoom meeting yesterday concerning these modifications. We had several of our committee members on, along with Terry, the executive director of CCA. Basically, we would support or the option A, or your first option, to increase the stewardship potential for leases. We think this is very important because our lessees, we feel, are good stewards of the land and have been proven. A lot of our lessees are generations holding state leases. And so we think it's very important to try to level the playing field between stewardship and the financial interest of things. The other point that I'd like to make, and it was brought out in yesterday's meeting, is that if this option is adopted, we would like to have the State Land Board staff work with Terry in CCA on coming up with some of the provisions or the recommendations for changing the stewardship requirements. One thing we feel is important about this is that one size does not fit all in stewardship. And what may be good stewardship on the eastern slope may not exactly work here on the western slope in there. So I think it's important that CCA have some say or be part of any committee or commission that is established to come up with the stewardship recommendations. Thank you for these comments.
Yeah, thank you. Any, before we let you go, any questions for Mr. Stanko? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Stanko. Are there further questions, discussions amongst the commissioners?
This is Commissioner Shaw, and I just wanted to go on record that I concur with the staff recommendation, specifically to the first choice.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Scanlon?
A quick question. So if we approve this board order, are we doing it? What is it inclusive of? Certainly the first choice. How's the second option factor into this? Or is it just the first choice? The first part about the scoring, if you will?
Yeah, Commissioner Scanlon, let me see if I can. I think I'm going to answer your question. So I didn't realize that I'd caused the confusion I did, and I can see how we did. We're certainly not asking the board to say they'll never include 118 renewal rights in one of these 7 unique leases. I don't think we can do that, and I don't think we want to do that. I think what we're asking you to do is direct staff to pursue option 1 with the understanding that that would achieve the board's objective of rewarding really good stewards and land managers. Not to the, well, that's what it would accomplish. So it's not to the exclusion of anything else, but we would begin to pursue option 1. Hopefully we agreed yesterday that if you approve this, we'd be happy to work with CCA on developing the criteria, and hopefully we'd have something in place and start using it by, June or end of June or July. Did that answer your question?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that we're actually not taking any action on the option 2 118 thing.
That's correct. And then to Commissioner Heath's earlier point, you'll have to decide. The board order does currently say that we would, work to slightly reduce the outsize effect that very high financial bids can have on a final score. You all will have to discuss that and decide whether you want to include that or not. I don't have an answer for that.
I guess really quick, Greg, we have a 100-point scale. It was 40, 40, 20. Is this as simple as 50, 30, 20? Or does there have to be a little bit more analysis to ensure the weighting is appropriate?
again, our proposal was not to change the 40-40-20.
Okay.
It was to adjust how the 40 points within financial
I
are
see.
awarded, because you can get 14 points by, if you're bid,
Okay.
and this has happened to William's point, we might get a bid at 25 and a bid at 50.
Okay.
And right now you'll get 14 points for the 50, and there's no way you can out earn that.
Okay. So that's the key
steward
to the
can't
language
overcome
in the board order.
So the board order conceptually was meant to say you would give us direction to re-examine this. I'm not saying somebody shouldn't get more points for a high financial bid, but maybe it's 5, it's not 14.
Okay. So no, that was unclear to me.
Okay.
I was thinking, I explained how I was thinking about it, but that's why that language is in there, to say slightly less emphasis on so instead of 14, this might cap out at 8.
Something, yes, some lower number.
Right.
In which we believe that a good land manager could actually earn enough points in stewardship to offset however many points might be awarded for a large financial bid.
Yeah. Does that make sense, Commissioner Heath? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. That was important clarification.
Yeah, I apologize. It wasn't clear.
Okay. Any further discussion? I would entertain a motion. If someone is comfortable doing so.
After consideration of the materials presented and testimony given at its regular meeting of April 9th, 2021, the board determines that it's in the best interest of the trust to revise the scoring template used by staff to evaluate competitive agricultural bids in order to place additional emphasis on quantifiable measures of lessee stewardship actions and slightly less emphasis on the order of magnitude of a financial bid. The board delegates authority to the director to draft an order and take appropriate action consistent with the board's decision.
Okay, it's been moved by Commissioner Shaw. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Scanlon. Any further comment or discussion? All right, we'll take a roll call vote. If in favor, indicate by saying aye. If opposed, say no. Commissioner Shaw.
Aye.
Commissioner Heath.
Aye.
Commissioner Carney.
No.
Commissioner Scanlon.
Aye.
Commissioner, and I vote in favor. Motion passes 4-1 with Commissioner Carney voting opposed to the motion. All right, thank you, staff, team, everybody getting us this far. We'll break for lunch. I'd like to take 20 minutes, so reconvene at 12:50.
Yeah, commissioners,
All right, good afternoon. Today is Friday, April 9th, 2021. Reconvene a meeting of the Colorado State Board of Land Commissioners. We are on final action items, part 2. We are going to go out of order and take item 3D, cropland rental formula revision, tab 8 with Mike Pollard. We'll do that first and then head back up to the sand and gravel lease. So Mike, welcome.
Good afternoon, commissioners. Today, the cropland rental formula revision, it will call for an action. I will give you a brief summary and a brief highlights, and then we'll have time for questions at the end. The objective of this cropland formula is to generate a consistent and sustainable revenue from managing croplands in a manner that protects and enhances the long-term value of trust assets. The lease pricing formula was last reviewed in 2018. If you remember, the leasing policy was reviewed and approved in March of 2021. The policy requires the pricing formula review every 3 years, so therefore that's why we are talking again today. the current cropland formula is based on a 10-year county average crop yield, which is based on information collected by the USDA. That is multiplied times a 5-year average commodity price of the crop, again, based on information collected by the USDA, which gives us a percentage share of the crop. Now, for you to understand, commissioners, the common private lease in the private field is a third, 2/3 lease share. And in that particular instance, the landlord has the land and he gets a third of the crop. But in this process, he has to pay a third of the expenses through the way. And then at the end of that time, he has the option of either selling or storing his crop. The land board is not built to handle that type of a situation. So we have based ours on the average crop yield times the price and times that times 25% or a fourth of the crop rate, which is basically just a cash crop yield. The revision that we would like to make is to go to a 5-year county crop average yield, along with the 5-year average commodity price based on information collected by USD for the percentage of our crop. Now, we basically have our farm share, our farms in 3 different tiers. Tier 1 is when the land board owns the land, the water, and the improvement. Tier 2, which is a very common one for the land board, is we own the land and the water, and the lessee owns the improvement. And this brings up, on step 3 here, the varies of the rental rate depends on the ownership of the land, water, and improvements. And we give a credit for things of the improvements that are used on the land. And also if the lessee pays the water assessments and things like that, is all returned to them in their lease. Staff believes using the 5-year county average in the cropland formula will produce results more accurate to reflect the performance of a similar private crop yield. And that is one, the 10-year lease figure tends to work good. I mean, the 10-year crop price tends to work good, but it creates a lag in there. And we're thinking the 5-year average for the county yield with the 5-year price will bring things more into the current time frame, you know, and that resulting from environmental issues, weather issues, even political issues that occur through the time frame of the lease. The recommendation is the staff believes that this will be a more accurate way of staying in the current flow with the current economy and prices. Do we have any questions?
Any questions for Mike? I guess, I mean, do we anticipate any blowback on this? Is this, are we now more where five years sort of industry standard?
Well, yes, it brings us in closer to the more current situation. And we ran the numbers with doing this. And in some counties, the price goes up, the price goes down, but the overall was a pretty minimal increase of 2 bushel per acre.
Okay, thanks. Any questions or comments? Commissioner Heath?
I'm prepared to.
Okay, let me ask for public comment. Are there any members, any of our attendees who wish to make comment on this item? If so, raise your hand and we'll bring you forward. All right, seeing none, Commissioner Heath.
After consideration of the materials presented and testimony given on our regular meeting today, April 9th, 2021, our board determines that it's in the best interest of the trust to revise the agency's crop plan lease rate formula to utilize the 5-year average county crop yield as reported by the United States Department of Agriculture. And we delegate to the director the authority to draft an order and take appropriate action consistent with this decision.
Second.
It was moved by Commissioner Heath, seconded by Commissioner Carney. Any further comment or discussion? We'll take a roll call vote. If in favor, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. Commissioner Carney?
Aye.
Commissioner Shaw?
Aye.
Commissioner Heath?
Aye.
Commissioner Scanlon?
Aye.
And I vote in favor. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you, Mike.
Thank you, commissioners.
All right, take care. So we'll bounce back up to item 3B, sand and gravel lease 113706, tab 6.
Done.
Where's Ben?
My apologies, I'm promoting him now.
He's twitching in the waiting room.
Yeah. We can't fit his
Right.
big head into the panel.
Can you see me and hear me?
Yes, we got you.
Excellent. All right, let me pull up the presentation here. Oops, hold on. Share my screen.
Hey, Ben, it's Greg. If you need help with sharing your screen, I can help.
Okay. Can you see my presentation now?
You're in power. There you go.
Now, do you see it in
Yeah,
presentation?
presentation. Yep.
Excellent. All right. Thank you, commissioners. For the record, this is Ben Teschner, the Solid Minerals Manager. And I'm going to talk about sand and gravel lease in Crowley County. I want to thank, is Tracy, if Peter Hurt isn't already promoted, request that Peter also be promoted. He is the applicant representing Arkansas Valley Ranch, and I want to thank him for his cooperation in this process. This lease will correct a mineral trespass issue that was identified by staff and generate revenue for the trust. It's important to understand that, as you see in this photo, this air photo, there's an existing mine on this particular property, and I'll detail a little bit more why that's the case as we go through the presentation. But this is something that happens from time to time, particularly on severed estate, where staff learn of a mine that has begun operation and even became permitted on our mineral estate without the board's knowledge. This lease is located in southwest Crowley County, right near the border with Otero County. If you zoom in a little bit, can you guys see my mouse?
Yep.
Okay.
It's very small.
It's very small, but along sort of the southern end of this map, you can see US Highway 50 for your reference, and this is a highway that runs along the Arkansas River Valley in this particular area. Manzanola down in Otero County is the closest major, we'll say metropolitan area, if you will. Down in
generous.
And the Arkansas River forms the border between Crowley and Otero counties down here. This map in blue shows the areas where the state land board owns the minerals and the surface. And importantly, this map also shows some areas in gray where the state land board does not own the surface, but does own the minerals. And so this is a fairly common occurrence where we have these split estate or severed estate parcels. The area shown in sort of the mustard yellow here is the parcel we're going to be talking about specifically today. And it's this funny little wedge of mineral estate, which, don't ask me how we ended up with this particular configuration, but we did. If we zoom in on this a little bit, you can see, again, the Arkansas River in sort of the southern half of this image and on this map. Again, that's the border between Crowley and Otero counties. And then this funny wedge of mineral estate that we own, which is bordered on the south by County Road B, and then otherwise by the Section 16 lines. So a little review for the commissioners and for the public on this idea of split estate. In Colorado, the minerals on at a particular property and the surface can be owned by two separate parties, and that's the case in this particular case that we're discussing today. On this parcel, the minerals are owned by the State Land Board, and the surface is owned by Arkansas Valley Ranch. At the time of the patent, when the Land Board disposed of the surface, we reserved the minerals using the reservation outlined here. And as we've discussed, the courts have upheld this reservation to include sand and gravel. And therefore, the state is the rightful owner of the sand and gravel. A little history on how we kind of got here. In 2005, the Division of Reclamation, Mining and Safety issued a mining permit to an operator to build a sand and gravel mine on this particular property. At the time, that was leased to the operator by the previous surface owner. In 2007, mining began. And in 2017, staff became aware of the mine. So prior to 2017, State Land Board staff were not aware that this mine existed and was mining our minerals. Unfortunately, prior to securing a lease, the solid minerals manager at the time left his position. And so some of what you're seeing now is me being able to kind of come in, get my feet wet, and begin finishing up this process. In 2019, Arkansas Valley Ranch purchased the surface and the mining operation from the previous surface owner. And then in 2020, staff and Arkansas Valley Ranch begin the current lease discussions, which has led us to this point here. So going back to the map I showed you earlier, again, the lease area and our mineral ownership is shown in the mustard yellow, and then the current mining operation as it exists more or less today is shown in red. And again, it's important to emphasize that this mining operation exists right now. The lease we'd be putting in place would have a rent of $3 an acre, our standard rate, resulting in a little less than $300 a year in rent, a royalty of 45 cents a ton. There's an estimated remaining resource of a little more than 230,000 tons. And all this results in an estimated revenue of approximately $12,500 a year going forward, and for about 8 to 10 years, more or less. And these are numbers that are, I stress, are estimates, and we wouldn't necessarily hold the lessee to particular production quotas or anything of that nature.
Then will they move? What is that, to the west, or are they going to stay within that red area?
Let me go back here. Yeah, so the current mine is sort of beginning on the east side there and is gradually moving toward the west. and is permitted to do so.
In that
Fully
entire
permitted by
space.
DRMS to do so. So staff's recommendation to the board is to approve this sand and gravel lease to Arkansas Valley Ranch. By approving the lease, this will correct the mineral trespass problem. It'll document the board's ownership of the sand and gravel lease, or sand and gravel resource within the context of that lease. And it generates revenue from future sand and gravel production for the trust. Happy to take any questions. The exact text of the board order is here for your reference.
Okay, thanks, Ben. Anyone have a question for Ben? Mr. Hurt, did you want to add anything? Thanks for joining us today.
I don't believe so, but thank you.
Okay. Are there other members of the public who wish to make comment on this item? Raise your hand. Seeing none. If there aren't any questions for Ben, then I would entertain a motion.
Commissioner Carney, after consideration of materials presented and testimony given at its regular meeting of April 9, 2021, the board determines that it is in the best interest of the trust to approve a sand and gravel lease with Arkansas Valley Ranch with the terms and conditions presented in the board packet. The board determines that the income from the proposed transaction can reasonably be anticipated to exceed the fiscal impact of such development on local school districts, state funding, education from increased school enrollment associated with such development. The board delegates authority to the board director to draft an order to take appropriate action consistent with the board's decision.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner Carney. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Heath. Any further discussion? All right, seeing none, roll call vote. If in favor, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. Commissioner Scanlon.
Aye.
There we go. Commissioner Heath.
Aye.
Commissioner Carney.
Aye.
Commissioner Shaw.
Aye.
And I vote in favor. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you, Mr. Hurt, and thank you, Ben, for your presentation. Appreciate it.
Commissioners.
All right, our next item, item 3C, oil and gas lease auction standard list, tab 7. And we have Katie Stitt,
Good afternoon, commissioners.
a Broncos fan.
I have to have my flag in there. It's a new year. It's perpetual hope. All right. Can you see my presentation?
Yep.
All right. So good afternoon. For the record, Katie Stitt, oil and gas specialist. And this afternoon, I'll be talking about the oil and gas standard list for the lease auction in May. So we continue to have a nomination focus in Weld County. Weld County continues to lead industry interest in new development opportunities. And this auction nomination cycle consisted entirely of tracts located in Weld County, and those tracts are currently in the path of permitting activity by several different operators. The standard list consists of 13 tracts, which is approximately 4,100 acres, all located in Weld County. And if we zoom into more of the county level, the tracts that we're discussing are depicted as the blue squares on the map. And to orient, Eaton, home of our North Central District office, is located in the bottom left corner of the map. And all of these tracts are located north and east of Eaton. Also on this map, I'm depicting the oil and gas development activity in the area. So the orange lines that you see, or they look more like blobs at this level, but the orange represents approved oil and gas permits, and the black lines are indicating pending applications for permit to drill. So you can see just from this that these tracts are kind of in the void, so to speak, between where we've got activity going on in the north, the east, and the south, right where these tracts are located. The 13 standard list tracts will be offered at a 20% royalty. The auction is opening on EnergyNet on May 20th, and it will, it opens May 14th. It closes May 20th. As detailed in the cover sheet, the tracks were reviewed by the board's per the board's policy. Staff has recommended the specific stipulations that I've outlined on Exhibit 2 that was in your cover sheet. And there are no new species recommendations on wildlife or plants that the board hasn't reviewed in the past, but I'd be happy to discuss any of the recommended stipulations if you have questions. I do want to just point out that this is the first time since the passage of the new Series 1200 rules at the Oil and Gas Commission that the board had a presentation on by the COGCC director a couple board meetings ago, maybe. This is the first time that CPW has reviewed our nomination list under those new rules. And we were, our stipulations have been consistent with CPW's recommendations all along. So as CPW kind of revises their timelines, for example, if they want a survey done, you know, April 1st instead of April 15th, we adjust our stipulations to match. So we've been right in line with CPW's recommendations as we've had them review our track list, which is great. That makes it very easy for us to stay in line with the new wildlife rules at the commission. And so per this new review process with the Oil and Gas Commission, all the stipulations on Exhibit 2 are consistent with the review standards that any operator will be facing when they apply for a permit at the commission. So it should be pretty consistent across the board. They won't run into any kind of unforeseen issues in that regard. So with that, staff is recommending that the board approve the standard list for auction and lease, consisting of 13 tracts covering about 4,100 acres, including the stipulations provided on Exhibit 2 to your cover sheet. And I've provided the exact text of the board order, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thanks, Katie. Any questions about the proposal? All right. Any of our attendees wish to make comment on this item? Raise your hand. All right, seeing none, would entertain a motion.
Is Commissioner Scanlon, after consideration of the materials presented at our regular meeting of April 9th, 2021, the board determines it's in the best interest of the trust to approve the listing for auction and leasing of the attached standard oil and gas lease auction tract list containing 13 tracts covering 4,157.1 acres with the recommended stipulations. The board delegates authority to the director to draft an order and take appropriate action.
All right, it's been moved by Commissioner Scanlon. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Shaw. Any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll take a roll call vote. If in favor, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. Commissioner Shaw?
Aye.
Commissioner Heath?
Aye.
Commissioner Scanlon?
Aye.
Commissioner Carney?
Aye.
And I vote in favor. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you, Katie.
Thank you.
All right. As we recall, we addressed item 3D as our first item when we reconvened. So we're now on to final action item 3E, tab 9, policy review of our right-of-way leasing with David Rodenberg.
David, I've completely lost my meeting controls, so maybe someone smarter than me can stop my screen share. Thank you.
Can you guys see my screen?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you. Good morning, Commissioners. David Rodenberg, Right-of-Way Leasing Manager. This final action item is to recommend that the board approve modifications to the board's right-of-way leasing policy. This picture in particular was taken on the board's Lowry Ranch property in Arapahoe County and shows 2 high voltage transmission lines on our property, just to give you an idea of what that stuff looks like if you haven't seen it already. So staff believes that these recommended policy modifications will create a policy that aligns better with the board's current leasing process and have fewer encumbrances on the state trust land parcels, particularly parcels larger than 640 acres. This is another picture I just wanted to put into this presentation here just to give you an idea of what an underground pipeline looks like when it's installed. This picture was taken right after construction, so revegetation hasn't occurred, but this was a 12-inch pipeline, and you can see sort of the area that's disturbed when these types of things are put in. So the right-of-way leasing policy was originally adopted in December of 2013. It was reviewed in 2018 and had some minor clarity modifications at that time, but nothing major. These recommended policy modifications that are proposed at this time are part of the agency's normal policy review schedule and process, which is every 3 years. So as part of your board packet, Exhibit 2 contains a redlined version of the policy and shows the changes that staff is recommending. Particularly, I want to mention the change in Section 1C3 and C4 under right-of-way terms. Staff is recommending to change the language to state that a new right-of-way will be adjacent to a state trust land property line rather than a section line. This change accounts for parcels of state trust land that are not individual 640 acre sections. All other recommended changes are minor revisions for clarity purposes. So the benefits in these changes is that it will likely result in fewer encumbrances on non-encumbered state trust lands. However, the board will generate additional revenue if the board does approve a proposed right-of-way that does not follow a property line, an existing right-of-way, road, or approved road access permit. This is because requested rights-of-ways in those situations require board approval, and based on the pricing guidelines, an additional 50% surcharge is applied. All other changes are to provide clarity to the policy and to align with other board policies. So those are the 3 key benefits to staff's recommended changes. In addition, the right-of-way policy references the board's pricing guidelines. That's Section 1, paragraph D, where it states that right-of-way consideration charges are calculated based on pricing established by the board and reviewed no less frequently than every 3 years. So staff reviewed and updated the board's right-of-way pricing guidelines in August of 2020, just last year. Part of that update included stating the board's assignment consideration calculation, which we've already had in practice for some time, many years actually. It just wasn't part of our, it wasn't in written form anywhere, so we included that in our pricing guidelines. In preparing this policy update, staff reviewed the pricing guidelines again and determined that the board is being compensated for rights-of-ways at or above the rates charged by other agencies and or private landowners. So they're equal to or above market. So this is consistent with the direction provided by the board, and therefore staff is not proposing any changes to the agency's pricing criteria at this time. So with that, based on the information I just presented, staff recommends the board approve the proposed modifications and revisions to the right-of-way leasing policy 300-002 as outlined in the cover sheet. With that, I'm available for any questions or comments, and I also have the board order stated on the next slide as written in your packets that I can display for your convenience.
Okay. Thanks, David. Any questions, commissioners? I'll go to our attendees. Any attendees wish to make comment on this item? I see none. Someone would like to make a motion? Commissioner Heath?
Yes, After consideration of materials presented and testimony given at our regular meeting today, April 9th, 2021, our board determines in the best interest of the trust to approve the changes to right-of-way policy 300-002 as shown in Exhibit 3. We delegate authority to the director to draft an order and take appropriate action consistent with the decision of the board.
Great. It's been moved by Commissioner Heath. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Carney. Further comment? We'll take a roll call vote. If in favor, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. Commissioner Heath,
Aye.
Commissioner Carney,
Aye.
Commissioner Shaw,
Aye.
Commissioner Scanlon,
Aye.
and I vote in favor. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you, David.
Great, thank you, commissioners.
All right, moving on. Item 3F, our Colorado State Forest Annual Work Plan, tab 10 with Jared. Welcome, Jared.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep.
Perfect. See if I can share the screen. Okay, it looks like I'm, am I showing the full presentation or
You're
this?
still in PowerPoint. Yeah. You're not in, we don't see presentation mode or slideshow.
Greg, can I help?
I need Tracy to drive up here and.
Yeah.
How many monitors do you have, Jared?
I've got too many. I've got
Too
3
many.
right now.
You have 3? Okay. Start your PowerPoint presentation first,
Okay,
and then go to Zoom. Do you see Zoom?
yep.
And then click screen share and select the right monitor. Screen 1, 2, or 3, depending what you see.
Yeah, it still looks like it's pulling up the wrong one.
Yes, it's selecting slides for some reason. Make sure you select the one that says presentation.
This is Assistant Director Okish. I can't believe you can't get this right.
Yeah, it should say PowerPoint slideshow.
We'll write this up in his file.
Having multiple monitors is both beneficial and both difficult at the same time. So no worries.
Okay, you said.
It should say PowerPoint slideshow. So select the application that says PowerPoint slideshow. So once you get it up and going.
Yeah, that's the only one that's showing up.
Can you scroll through this?
Sure.
That'll work.
I definitely can.
We'll just deduct 10 points from quality of presentation.
There we go. There, is that good?
No.
No, it's selecting the wrong one for some reason. It's just picking.
Showing up for me, but. Okay, so I guess I'm not seeing the same screen that you guys are.
Hope you didn't write anything bad in your speaker notes, Jared.
Oh, no. Nothing bad about Greg. Definitely not.
Can you advance your slides?
I'm sorry?
Can you, are you able to work through your slides? There you go. Oh, now we have your desktop.
Just the desktop? Okay. Okay.
If it makes it easier, would you be able to just to unplug everything and just use your laptop, or do you
That would, I
make
think
it?
that would kill my internet if I did that,
Oh.
because it's all coming through one cord.
So Jared, we're just seeing the view with, you know, your main slide, main screen, and then all your other slides off on the side. The edit mode. Can you just go through it and we can see the slides? Just go through in that mode.
Just do it in this mode.
Okay,
There you go.
maybe this will, all right, well,
You're good.
okay. I'm, obviously, this is my first time presenting over Zoom. The last time I presented to the board was our last in-person meeting. I was really hoping the next presentation would be in person, and I couldn't wait long enough. So I am here to present the Colorado State Forest 2021 annual work plans. The Colorado State Forest, just to refresh everyone, is located on the eastern edge of Jackson County and on the western edge of Larimer County. This property is, okay, yeah, this is going to be a problem. So this property,
yeah, we can see.
I'm just moving these. I'll just move them by hand. This is just over 70,000 acre property. As I mentioned, it runs almost nearly along the entire eastern edge of Jackson County. As you can see, Walden is to the west of the property, and from the northern tip to the southern area, it stretches nearly 34 miles. Sherman Creek Ranch is on the northwestern corner. Highway 14, which is Cameron Pass, runs through the southern boundary. And I believe most of the commissioners have been through the Moose Visitor Center, which is in the southern area right off of Highway 14. This property was a consolidation of state land board in holdings throughout the national forest in Colorado. It was established in 1938. This is the only property that supports multiple trust beneficiaries. So the income that we make on this property is split between numerous beneficiaries. This was the first property with the land board that utilized the multiple use approach that's so common now on our properties. Here, I'll just move those. So in the early 2000s, there was an effort to establish a management plan that involved all the stakeholders on the property and the surrounding areas. The spirit of this approach is still alive today in the current annual work plan process. So in going through these plans, our approach is to coordinate individual lessee efforts by planning collaboratively with all of the stakeholders on the property. And I think the final step in the plan is to pass this by the board for review and approval of the plans. It also gives the public an option to review and comment on these plans as well. So because this property is so large and diverse, including the types of uses on the property and the lessees, it's important to get everyone together annually to take the time to discuss projects that are ongoing and projects that would be upcoming for each and every lessee. So in the development process, Jackson County, the state forest lessees, and the state land board all produce individual annual work plans. In these work plans, we just review accomplishments, projects that are ongoing, and then proposed projects that are upcoming. The state land board then compiles all of these individual work plans and distributes them to all of the lessees and stakeholders on the state forest for review and comment. This was the first year typically this working group meets in person to review the plans. Typically takes about half a day. This was the first year, I think, in 30 years that we did it over the phone and was not in person. So that was a big change for us. And then the final action is to have the board review and approve. So looking at this past year, obviously there were two main external factors that we saw. Obviously, the ongoing pandemic and the wildfires in the area, in the state. So mostly COVID-19 had the biggest impact with staffing. The Colorado State Forest Service and Colorado Parks and Wildlife had difficulty in hiring seasonal staff and permanent staff. I think in some cases they weren't able to hire anyone. In the best case scenario, they were able to hire people later in the summer, and this was on top of record high public visitation to the property. I think once June and July came around, the State Forest State Park on the property recorded record high numbers from the visiting public. And then again, as I mentioned, the fires in the area that were constantly creating evacuation orders. The State Forest Service assisted on some timber, cutting some timber along the highway up on the Cameron Peak area. And I just wanted to show this map to highlight the extent of the fires. The State Forest Service property, as you can see, is this large piece. The Cameron Peak fire, which is the largest fire in Colorado history, just started on the east side of the property and moved east. So there was a very, very small portion of the state forest that was burned on the very western edge of this fire. The East Troublesome Fire was on the south in Grand County. There was concerns that it would move north. The Mullen Fire that was coming down from Wyoming, which was one of the largest wildfires in Wyoming history, threatened the north end. Luckily, that was stopped on the highway that's going to Laramie. And then the Middle Fork Fire in Route County just added to the smoke in the area. And as you can see, Jackson County was essentially surrounded by fire this last year. Luckily, the state forest avoided most of the direct impacts. So despite all of these interruptions, there were a lot of accomplishments by our lessees on the property. I think one of the most important ones from the state land board side was the incorporation of the iwi improvements into the state Forest Service lease. As you recall, the board approved the purchase of a lessee's house and shop on the state forest a few years ago. The state land board staff wanted to ensure that the improvements were managed and taken care of. So we're lucky to have the Colorado State Forest Service raise their hand to take on that responsibility. They are currently using the improvements as staff housing, and they in the future are looking to develop that site into a timber management education site for the public and school children. The State Forest Service also had a completion of a timber sale, which was the Diamond Peak timber sale. This brought in just under $25,000 in income from the timber sale. It encompassed a few hundred acres just north of Highway 14, and the project, just as all of the timber sales on the property, it helps increase species diversity and improves the forest health through regenerating dead and diseased stands of lodgepole and Engelmann spruce. They also increase visitor safety by treating areas along forest roads and trails from dead timber and issues that are caused by the timber falling on trails and roads. Lastly, CPW has been constantly working on the North Park campground area, which was the old KOA site. The phases of completion that they've reached is they were essentially concentrating on immediate safety issues and code violations on that property, which essentially involves replacing all the electrical and water systems. And they just completed asbestos mitigation on the site as well. Looking forward to this year, CPW, again, they're continuing their North Park campground renovations. Construction has begun on a campground shower building, and engineering designs are underway for the campground registration. State Land Board staff is working with all of the stakeholders on the property with a comprehensive noxious weed plan. This is in the final stages of completion, and this involves an analysis of each lessee's control efforts, as well as an inventory of current and past noxious weed issues on the property. This plan will help delineate and specify each lessee's responsibilities in noxious weed control on the property. And finally, staff is also working on something similar that's in the same vein as the noxious weed management plan, a road inventory and memorandum of understanding. There are, throughout the history of the state forest, there have been a number of roads that have been installed, 2 tracks. Some have been recreational related, some are related to the ranching and grazing operation on it. A lot of roads that are related to the timber management. And so with so many different uses occurring on the property, more and more there's been discussion on what roads are available for public use and who's responsible for the management and costs of those roads. So this has been another big undertaking of doing an inventory of the roads on the property, distinguishing who's constructed it, who's put costs into it, and then who's responsible for management and upkeep moving into the future. So that's just a few highlights from the 2021 work plans that were submitted. So staff recommends the board approve the Colorado State Forest 2021 annual work plans. I was not as good as all of the other presenters, and I did not put the board order language on the presentation. So I'm sorry, but if you have any questions or comments, please ask.
All right, thanks, Jared. Questions or comments? Commissioner Heath?
No.
No. Jared, I would just ask. Am I echoing?
Jared, mute your phone.
Okay. All right. I would hope it's in there, but for the 2021, any explicit objectives around mitigation?
Are you speaking to fire management?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
I don't remember that being a standalone item. I know that the work that the State Forest Service does on the property, all of their projects, I believe, are contribute to fire mitigation. I'm not aware of any timber management or timber sales specifically that have been put in place only for fire mitigation.
Okay.
I think, yeah, as I mentioned, each timber sale, I think, contributes to fire mitigation by producing differences in age class, removing diseased and dead standing trees, which helps in reducing fire danger.
Okay.
It's really remarkable that with fires all around, that we did not have fire there.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that's, I would put a lot of that responsibility on the, well, and credit on this, on the State Forest Service, because they've been operating on this property for, I believe, 40 years. And we had timber management prior to the State Forest Service taking over, but I think this is another example of their work helping protect the resources on our property. I think some of the commissioners were on a tour in Grand County. I believe that was last year with the Silver Creek fire that came over some of their areas that they had done timber management on, and you could see the, you know, the effect that those treated areas helped stop and lower the, you know, the fire damage.
Okay. Any members of any of our attendees wish to make comment on this item? Seeing none, would entertain a motion.
This is Commissioner Shaw. After consideration of the materials presented and testimony given at its regular meeting of April 9th, 2021, the board determines that it's in the best interest of the trusts to approve the Colorado State Forest 2021 lease and agency annual work plans. The board delegates authority to the director to draft an order and take appropriate action consistent with the board's decision.
Okay, thank you. Moved by Commissioner Shaw.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Scanlon. Further discussion? Do a roll call vote. If in favor, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. Commissioner Carney?
Aye.
Commissioner Heath?
Aye.
Commissioner Shaw?
Aye.
Commissioner Scanlon?
Aye.
And I vote in favor. Motion passes 5-0. Thanks, Jared.
Thank you, commissioners.
Next up, 3G board leasing agenda for April. Ms. Hawthorne.
Good afternoon, commissioners. For the record, I'm Alicia Hawthorne with the Transactions and Record Services team. This is the April 2021 board leasing agenda, and we have actually just 2 leases that are appearing on this report. They're both competitive bids, and they are agriculture leases. And I'll answer any questions that you may have.
Any questions? Any public comment? Seeing none, I'd entertain a motion to approve the April 2021 board leasing agenda as presented. Commissioner Heath?
After consideration of materials presented and testimony given at our regular meeting, April 9th, 2021, our board determines that it's in the best interest of the trust to approve the April 2021 board leasing agenda according to the attached report in our packets. And we delegate authority to the director to draft an order and take appropriate action consistent with the board's decision.
All right, it's been moved by Commissioner Heath. Second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Carney. Further discussion? None. Roll call vote. If in favor, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. Commissioner Shaw?
Aye.
Commissioner Carney?
Aye.
Commissioner Heath?
Aye.
Commissioner Scanlon?
Aye.
And I vote in favor. Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you, commissioners.
Thanks, Alicia. Final action item, our March 2021 board minutes. Any edits or changes for the record? If not, Commissioner Heath, are you? I look like you were maybe trying to find something. You're good. Okay. We'll approve those by acclamation. Thank you to the team for our final action items. We're now on to information items part 2, 4A, and our staff report with Director Ryan, tab 13.
Commissioners, as Director Bill Ryan for the record. A couple of things I would call your attention to. Commissioner Heath, you asked earlier about updates on the renewable energy plan, and Chris is working on that, and we'll give you a more complete update about a sort of a strategy for how we want to approach the business going forward. He's had some really good calls in the last 30 days, but I did want to call your attention to page 3 of the staff report, and really this was more of a feel-good item, which was that just about how our solar lessee is working with our ag operators and helping them move their pipelines and keep their operations intact. And so we wanted to make sure that we highlighted the collaborative work that's going on here between lessees. Maybe the best thing for me to do is just see if you all had any other questions about the items in here.
Is there any more narrative around the 20-mile coal item?
I am gonna ask for a lifeline on that.
Bringing Ben back up.
Yeah, it was just the back
Hello,
royalties.
me again.
Oh, hey,
What can I
Ben,
tell you?
you squeezed in. Do you
What
have
would
any
you like
more,
to know?
insight on the 20-mile coal lease? It said we were unaware that they were producing, and it resulted in almost $1.5 million of back royalty.
Yeah, so it's not real clear what exactly what happened, but the long and the short is that I, through sort of routine processes, working with finance and some of the things that staff just do, we looked at that lease and noticed that they hadn't submitted production reports to us in a while, and so that was particularly odd, given that I had been there to this mine last summer and knew that they had just started producing. So basically we gave them a call and said, hey, what's going on? They said, oh yeah, we're producing. And there seemed like there was some sort of disconnect between maybe between the mine office and the corporate office, but long and short is we got those production reports and with a lot of help from Stephanie, who did a really fantastic job, both quickly and detailedly following up on those. Got all those production reports added and paid up, and we're all square now.
Okay. Were they apologetic?
Yes, they were. So that was nice.
Okay. All right.
And they've submitted they submitted January's, and I believe they submitted February's as well. So I think we're back on track.
All right. Thank you. Any other questions or comments related to the staff report? Okay. Seeing none, it's a little before 2. We okay to jump and take business plan goals? Bill?
I'd be happy to. And just as a, if you want to talk about what we did and didn't get done in 2021, because that's included in the executive session memo. I gave you sort of a readout of the year in connection with my review, but all of that's been shared with our staff. So I'm happy to discuss that in this same context.
Okay, sure.
I don't have a formal presentation. I'm happy to put the goals up if you'd like me to do that.
What's that?
If you want me to share my screen and put the goals up on the screen, I can do that, but you all have them in your packages, and I think they'd be too small to read on the screen. So, I think a lot of what we're doing for 21-22 is some carryover of when we make goals, they are often multi-year things, and the business goals are in pursuit of the big objectives that we've identified in the strategic plan. So what you're seeing in 21-22 is a little bit of carryover and a little bit of other new initiatives that can advance goals in our strategic plan. So by way of example, on some of the new ones, we've talked about doing some researching on carbon storage feasibility. We've added one around identifying and implementing soil health best practices and ways to continue to do that in partnership with our lessees. We've added the adoption of leave no trace principles and working that into our recreation business plan. And then of course, there are a couple of internal things. One, we've got to figure out what the new normal will look like from an office perspective. And then perhaps most importantly, the majority of our board turns over in 60 days. And so we've got to get 3 new commissioners up to speed and able to participate productively. So I guess that's the highlights of some of the new items. Maybe it's best for me to take questions and comments.
Go ahead. Commissioner Scanlon.
You know, it was interesting hearing Dan talk today about CPW doing an in-person meeting, but candidly, that sounded like a lot to deal with. So I guess our schedule will remain kind of up in the air with virtual, but also I think, you know, even anticipating this summer, will we be able to travel anywhere and do any kind of public meeting? For me, remains a giant question mark. You know, I appreciate everything, all that Dan's working through with the local community around plexiglass and socially distanced and such. But most of our meetings, I don't feel like we're able to do that kind of thing. You know, we're just not in spaces that would work. But I know, Bill, that's on your radar too, because it's, and especially in the context of bringing on new commissioners. Being able to be in person was how I got to learn this board. So we might have a challenge ahead.
I just think it's critical for us to start getting back together and getting out on the assets as soon as we can. There are so many important things that go on there, from being present in the communities to seeing and understanding the assets to just the connections that get made on the car rides. Your opportunity to sit with staff for a couple of hours while we go from point A to point B and ask those background questions, and for the commissioners to get to know each other better. So I'm anxious to get back to that as soon as we can in a healthy way. The governor keeps saying there's going to be vaccinations available for everybody starting April 16th. And so it would be terrific if by July we could start doing tours again. I also think we have, you know, a lot of our stuff can occur outdoors. Certainly the tour pieces of it can. And then second, we don't get the great waves of public like CPW or OGCC does. And so I think I'm hopeful that those two things gives us an advantage. And we're continuing to work with the HR group under Dan Gibbs and see if there are ways for us to start doing this in the summer. I think it's critical to get back out.
Maybe we need to buy a big tent and take it with us.
We can do that. Or we can just pick good days and be outside.
Do that.
Bill, you opened it up here, but with the Colorado State Forest work plan, and you just talked about how the bonding occurs when you are in the car. We got to see, I got to see Laramie, Wyoming on one of my first field trips with Director Ryan as our pilot, missing the turn. So I got to see the northern part of Colorado State Forest. A lot of people don't get to see that. They're always down by the Moose Visitor Center. So
the team has learned not to put me in charge of piloting the vehicles any longer.
I mean, the conversation was good. So yeah, I understand.
That was great.
Note that Commissioner Heath and I missed the Telluride tour by one meeting. And with new commissioners coming on, that might be necessary.
Yeah.
Right, right. So Bill, and all of this is so fun. I go back sort of to on our strategic plan to the absolute very first item about increasing the value of the trust. And I know we're going to talk about LEAP later, but what thoughts do we have in terms of that as an item?
Well, I think there are a few things we can do. One is better asset allocation in the permanent fund, so it can be invested for growth rather than just all in bonds or substantially in bonds like it is now. I think if this were a traditional university endowment or something like that, you'd see, 60% growth, 40% income, something like that. And there are some legislative barriers to allowing that to happen.
Right.
And we've talked about those at length. So that's an obvious one, is let's invest the assets we have in a way that can grow and not just strip off all the income from it every year so it doesn't even keep up with inflation. We're taking baby steps to do that. Commissioner Scanlon we reported out last month that we've gone from 20% equities to 30% equities, so that we'll be making that transition here over the next 6 months. And then, I think it comes down to how the distribution formulas are set up, Commissioner. The way this works right now is that we sell assets, oil and gas, and we distribute the proceeds. And if you can rejigger the distribution formulas so that they incentivize the growth of the corpus. That is, you make what you give out each year equal a fixed percentage of a rolling average value of the value of the trust. And so that's how universities do it. That's how large endowments do it. That's how most other land boards do it. And somehow we got disconnected from that here as a state. And so we're not investing back into the corpus itself. So those would be the two big ways to do it. And then, of course, there are a lot of little sub steps I could give you under that. But
yeah, what I would find helpful, and I think back to when I first came on and looked at our strategic plan, if we put in there not only our goals, but what the process would be to accomplish them. And I think very quickly we would see whether we have the capability, or if that is with the legislature, or if it has to be through the treasurer's office or whatever, so that new folks, and I don't even want to think about that because we're going to miss John, Tyler, and Gary very, very much. But I think it would be helpful for folks if they can see, where the hurdles are and which are the things that we can do something about.
Okay, I'll try to be more explicit about that by way of a couple of examples here. We've put in the phrasing by working with the governor's office and elected officials, by working with the state treasurer's office.
Right.
So I'm trying to highlight where I know we'll need outside partners. But if you're suggesting I'd be more explicit about that, or
and it's so tricky because I know these are big goals and you don't want that much detail, but I found in the beginning I was kind of wrestling with what things do we have the power to do, and then what things are in the hands of the legislature and the governor or other entities within DNR, and that seems to be a real factor in us figuring out how we can be more not self-sufficient, but at least sufficient in determining the future of the trust.
That's a great suggestion, and a good point to make for the orientation sessions as well. We'll spend time with the new commissioners just walking through the strategic plan, and I need to make sure that we highlight that distinction that you're pointing out, where we control our own destiny and where we need outside help.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or thoughts? I think we've put together a pretty ambitious year here.
Yeah, it is.
And it's as you pointed out, a lot of it we can do ourselves, but the big heavy lifts, we need outside help. We need the legislature and the governor's office to really lean in.
I appreciate that it appears we've made a decision to move CDOT.
Yeah, this is another one where
I mean,
I've spoken to the director of CDOT directly and said, like, this is such low hanging fruit.
Right.
So I'm also trying to work at the other direction, Commissioner, which is to have Director Gibbs say to the governor, if you want affordable housing in a mountain community, we have this sitting on a tee for you. This is what I need you to do.
Yeah.
I would love a 15-minute audience with the governor on about 3 topics, but that's not how this works.
Well, I'm just saying I agree with that goal. Like, they've had more than ample opportunity to engage with us, and I know they've got a lot of things going on, but
I think
at some point,
at the levels that we interact with regularly, they're all in. They've looked at it. We've priced it out. I mean, we agree what needs to get done. We just, again, need the political will, somebody to say, yep, I've got $12 million for that. Let's do it. I understand the good outcomes. And maybe this is the year. Boy, every time I read an article, it sounds like there's so much federal money sloshing into the state, they can't figure out what to do with it all.
Yeah.
I'm sure I'm mischaracterizing that badly, but that's sort of what the headlines would lead you to believe.
I think there's some truth to that. And, you know, we should think about good one-time uses of federal funds that would make a difference in either, anywhere that could use that injection of cash. My understanding is they potentially might bring the legislature back for a special session to really look at that. But I know my organization's engaged right now in the statewide listening tour for the governor.
Okay.
Soliciting ideas from local communities, and we should also take advantage of that opportunity.
Yeah, they're prioritizing projects that are one-time funds that aren't going to require ongoing maintenance and support. It's not about, building something new that takes on a life of its own. But
right.
I think the CDOT project fits in that category neatly.
Yeah.
Commissioner Scanlon, who would you suggest advocate for that on the listening tour? Would that be Town of Vale or something? Or
you know what? Write some down for me, and I'll get it to the right folks.
Okay.
Couple other thoughts I had. I didn't see anything sort of putting climate or wildfire or drought explicitly. I imagine that falls under stewardship, but it's not clear in my head what we do, but I have a feeling like we're susceptible to the wildfire, we're in the drought, and maybe that just falls under normal operations, but I just thought.
Some of that is probably normal operations. Some of it is our planning with the Colorado State Forest Service, who manages all of our forested lands and submits annual work plans and does thinning and that sort of stuff. But where I could call your attention to it would be goal 2D is increase resiliency on state trust land in the face of extreme weather events and climate change. And we're trying to partner with a bunch.
You did that so diplomatically, Bill.
Well, the one that says climate change in bold letters.
To my defense, I was focused on the little A, B, C, D, E's.
Sorry.
Related to that, I wonder if it might be helpful if for our lessees, how we do our different best practice management workshops and such, if we did one on water, just because I think there's a lot of information on how water conservation, how to best use water, you know, everything from a technology equipment side to a land use side. I know there's groups who run that, TNC certainly being one of them. Actually, I work with an organization that potentially has some foundation funding to help establish that sort of an opportunity. But if you think there might be of interest, it just seems like this is going to be an ongoing problem. And the more we can help support our lessees manage through better or more shares with water, it would be in our interest to do so.
I totally agree. And I guess, you know, there might also be some one-time purchase opportunities that would fit under the federal money.
Greg, were you going to comment? I saw you unmute. Okay. You're unmuted. So.
And this might be small, but I think about the times where we get, like, we've gotten into some, like, he said, she says, and I was thinking about last month's, like, we tried to deliver, you know, snail mail 3 times and it wasn't received. I wonder if we couldn't look at, you know, a better way of communication. You know, I don't know enough about our lessees if they don't have email or, you know, but it would seem to me, especially with all the challenges of the U.S. mail, do we need to revisit, you know, sending certified as our primary means of contact? I would.
We nodded toward that in 3AC. And sure.
Please don't tell me you wrote it.
No, but we write it in vague ways that maybe are not as you know, they don't use the words you're thinking.
Yeah.
So,
okay.
But ensure 100% document delivery to all customers and partners, I think was exactly that. Like, we're going to make sure you get your stuff. We don't want any more of this, you know, I couldn't go to the post office kind of a thing. So
yeah,
there are a few other things rolled up into that, but that's, we definitely discussed that problem.
Yeah, all right. And I'm glad to see the Hydro Acts remains on our business goals.
Well, it's time to reevaluate the effectiveness of that, and because the program comes up with our partners next year.
Yep. All right. Any more input? We're sort of in this, I think, a gray area because we're waiting for Michael Johnston, and I don't think we want to jump into exec session, then jump back out. So maybe, Bill, I know one of the questions you sought feedback for was if we had thoughts or suggestions or focus areas for the new commissioners, how can we get them up to speed as quickly as possible? And maybe we can just use this time for you to solicit that feedback.
Well, this is Commissioner Shaw on that very point. I think getting the traveling around the state up and running is an enormous priority because it's from my perspective, it's the best way to learn what's going on in the community and what kind of impact we have made and where the gaps are. So I do think that that's a very important part of the onboarding of the staff. And you get the fringe benefit, as you said, of getting to know each other. So I would really encourage you to push that envelope as best you can.
Mr. Shaw, was there one topic that you wish we'd covered first that, you know, would have made your life as a commissioner easier? And I'm putting that out to all of you, but you're unmuted. What do I prioritize?
the top 20.
Okay.
No, I think that's a good question. I don't know where to begin that conversation. I do think part of what has made you so effective over the last several years has been the fact that you used your staff to interface with the board. And it helps us gain confidence in their competence, but it also helps them feel like they're really a part of the organization. And you've done a masterful job of having your staff make the presentations. So that I applaud that. I really do.
Thanks. Commissioner Heath?
I think it would be really useful to tap the expertise of the outgoing commissioners. Bill set up a meeting for me with Mike Bloom. And in this case, all the commissioners are going off voluntarily or at the end of a term. And I just think it would be so useful if you all could have either a one-on-one or a three-on-three or something to share the expertise that you have. Obviously, it's cumulative and you only think later months you wish you'd asked this or that, but it's so useful. And we have combined incredible experience in years and talent here. And I just wish we could find a way to tap that expertise of the three outgoing commissioners in part of the onboarding. I don't know if it's the formal process or some other way, but I think that could be really valuable.
Great idea. Thank you.
I agree with Josie. If we ever get to be in person again, even at dinner with everyone, would be a terrific way for new folks to just ask questions. The other thing that I think is pretty complicated, if you don't have some familiarity with it, is best and the trust and the fun. All of that is much harder to put your hands around than the actual C work that we have. And it might be great to have someone come in and speak, or we could do some speakers from the best board or from the investment board, et cetera, just to the treasurer's office, even someone from the education committee, or JBC. It'd just be helpful to kind of get other people giving voice to their perspective on that part of, what all of our work ultimately reaches to.
Okay.
But reading it is hard. I'm just, it's, if you read if you're supposed to understand from a 20-page document how this all works, and you've never heard of it, it's pretty darn confusing. And it's confusing if you do know it.
Tyler, were you going to add?
Yeah, I thought the work sessions are helpful with bringing the experts in when then you're not just reading it, either you're in on those topics, you can ask questions and get in depth on it, like water, like how you guys did that, just the subjects that get difficult. I think those work sessions are helpful.
Great.
I think our flow charts are fantastic, and so that shows how our revenue goes, how it gets to the permanent fund, or the 118, our decision process, the yes, the no, if thens, I would integrate those because those are visual, and combine that with staff walking through, those, and I don't think you can see those enough, especially early on, because it is hard to, and then as we're talking about trying to repurpose the distribution and oil and gas dollars and those sorts of things. I would also maybe carve out some time to talk about board culture, board/staff, like how our meetings run and what is the dynamic that exists. Because, you know, as you come on, I mean, you're, in most cases, it's like eyes open, ears open, mouth shut. You're just trying to sort of get a lay of the land. And, you know, sort of even your philosophy on integrating staff and empowering staff to make the presentations, and your role, you know, you're ultimately accountable, but your philosophy there. And then even, you know, Josie and Christine, you know, talking about how we work to get, you know, the type of culture we're trying to develop, which is one of respect and discussion and discourse, agree or disagree, but in a civil and respectful manner. I think that would help, you know, a newbie come in and at least be a little bit more comfortable about, you know, why is this happening the way it's happening? Greg?
So I apologize. This is gonna throw a wrench in the works if you accept my request. Ray Fankhauser, who's the executive director of CCA, Colorado Cattlemen's, is concerned. A number of his members heard the earlier conversation on 118 rights, and he's concerned that there was sort of a misunderstanding of CCA's position. And he asked if he could have 5 minutes to sort of just clarify their position. I explained to him that we've got Mike Johnson coming on shortly, but I just wanted to ask if you think there's a way you can accommodate him today.
Is he?
He's
Ed,
on.
Ed, can we do that? So, I mean, it wasn't posted, but.
I don't think we've adjourned the meeting or anything.
Okay.
So
Well, and it's
think you
an
could treat it like
agenda item.
public comment or, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think there's a procedural reason why you can't do it. I'd like for the folks who keep track of this kind of thing to make sure they're marking it so it can be attached as a comment for the record. And to some degree, you voted on a portion of what he wants to talk about. So there's that, but yeah, you can certainly entertain having him clarify and his comments and ask him questions if you have any for him.
I think it'd be helpful.
Who are we hearing from?
Terry Fankhauser.
Got it.
Can
I'll
you,
bring Terry up.
Thank you.
TN. Oh, yeah. Welcome, Terry. You're on mute. There you are. I'll just make the caveat that if Mr. Johnston arrives, you were sort of, he's got a tight window, so.
I will very much attempt to make my comments brief.
Great.
60 seconds worth here. And I also appreciate the unorthodox aspect of what I requested, and apologize also related to what may have been a miscommunication that may or may not have inferred something that could have affected a vote, but I don't know that to be true or not as well. I just want to be clear that on the disparate question related to the organizations and our committee's position as weighting of consideration in your formula that you use to make a decision on how ag leases are awarded, we do support reweighting the financial aspect to be more statistically and functionally accurate. Secondarily, as it relates to what we understand are 118, quote unquote, 118 rights that begin to apply to in statute the ability to apply to all leases and lessees. But by nature of the board, this board deciding on those large parcels, those 7 parcels, whether they apply or not, it's always been our position that we support that broad application across all ownership groups, maybe even more so on large parcels, because those large parcels really define the livelihood of those ranches or those ranch partnerships. And by losing those, you completely lose the ranch and the business and the family opportunity. So if our representative of the committee, Jim Stanko, spoke on behalf of indicating it was a one or the other sort of approach for us, that would not be our position ever. Our position would be, yes, we support reweighting and going back and revisiting that. We would also support having that section of statute that allows for things like longer leases, matched bids, things along those lines, also applying to those larger parcels in question, maybe even more so because of the scale of implication that has on communities and families and businesses. And I just want to be really clear that I'm hopeful we did not take something off the table that we would have been favorable of by a comment and a vote today. And I do appreciate the indulgence and the consideration you've given this organization and our members by having this opportunity to make that correction. Again, I apologize that we were not as professional as we should have been in communicating that. There was some confusion, and we gave narrow direction to our representative, not understanding there may have been a broader discussion.
Okay, I appreciate the clarification for sure. Are there any questions for Mr. Fankhauser? All right.
Well, thank you very much. And obviously, if you want to have this conversation or reconsideration again, we would be very favorable and keen in doing so because we care deeply about those large parcels, their stewardship, and the families that are on them that depend on them into the future, much longer than even the 10-year lease period.
Well, since we have you and I don't see Michael Johnston, I will, my comment and sort of tracking with staff's recommendation around, and my understanding around our large ranches is that the ranching community, there is an interest and a desire to have the opportunity to bid on those, and so how do, I mean, you're representing all of those folks, and we did a brief survey of Chico on the Chico, and the results were like, there's considerable interest there.
Yeah.
How do you balance that?
Yeah, wonderful question. And I'm happy to answer that question because it's a conundrum, right? And so I have to believe that whether it's you or us or others, number one, we want to do the right thing when people are good stewards of the land and they deserve to continue on those lands. But I'm going to answer your question very directly, and it's difficult. Yes, there are others who would want to bid on those parcels. I don't have a doubt in my mind about that. I can't tell you how they would steward the lands. I can't tell you if they would even be able to afford the lease that they're entering into. We do the best that we can to determine those things. Mm-hmm. What I can tell you is what's happening on the land today and the value of that land today. And I think that weighs greatly in these decisions. It's the same philosophy we use on federal lands. People that lease those properties make a commitment of livelihood in many cases for their family and others on the future of that land being available. They make multi-million-dollar decisions to expand their ranches. And we hope that they steward that land in the very best way possible, because if they don't, then that becomes something that should be considered. But if they do, we also have to consider the commitment that they've made, not only to themselves, but their employees, the state land board, the state trust fund, so many other things. And I'm going to put this as bluntly as possible. And this is Terry Fankhauser's interpretation of Colorado Cattlemen's Association's position. If they're doing a good job by the resource, they're financially stable, and they're upholding and maybe even going beyond, and I believe all will go beyond, we believe that they deserve to continue to lease those ranches. And it's because that is the world and the place that we live in, and that's the best thing that we can do looking forward in sustaining what is a natural occurring consolidation of the beef industry in Colorado. And that we need to not put people in a place where they have temporal abilities to continue to meet that growth in the beef industry. And yes, I understand there are others out there that want those ranches and would like to lease them and would do fine by them as well. But I think our first commitment will continue to be to those who are on the land if they're doing everything correctly today. And I know that's a harsh perspective to have, but I think it's also a realistic one to have.
I appreciate it. All right. Any other questions? I had the question.
Not a question, just a comment. Thank you, Terry, for coming on when you did. It wasn't too late, and I expect we will be engaging. Well, we've committed to further engagement with your group, and I think it'd be really helpful for you to continue to share your perspective, particularly as we were. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I appreciate all your leadership, and I appreciate again the unorthodox indulgence you've given me. And I hope you understand the sincerity at which we make those comments. I mean, and I also want to say, I mean, this isn't because of a member of the board or a member of the association. This is a freestanding piece of policy we've had for generations in the organization. And I suspect that will persevere into the future. Thank you very much.
Yep. Thank you. Oh, look at that. Right on time. Nick, you want to bring Mike forward?
On his way.
The much anticipated arrival of Mr. Johnston. We've been at 2:30 on the dot.
I see a very tough panel of judges assembled here. This is going to be more challenging Friday afternoon than I thought.
Yeah. Well, thank you. We want to be efficient with your time. Thanks for making the time. And Bill, do you want to sort of tee it up?
I'd be happy to. Senator Johnson, we got to talking about the Leap Ballot Initiative last month and the impact that has on the land board. Again, we're agnostic as an agency about the initiative itself. I suspect that it is much needed and will do great things. But when we look at the funding source and we think about ourselves as fiduciaries for trust, we have some questions and concerns. And you and I have been on a call together and talked about that a little bit, but I thought it was also important just for our commissioners to have the opportunity to hear your perspective on it and ask questions and give you any feedback they have directly. So thank you very much for making the time. I know there are other proponents and sponsors in addition to you, but we appreciate you coming to represent the group.
Yeah.
No, I'm delighted to be here. Wouldn't miss it. And so many good friends and great folks on this call and on this board. Always delighted to be partners any way that we can. I'll just say one thing that I mentioned, Bill, both in our conversation and in my conversation with Christine. For those of you that don't know, obviously, Bill and I carried together the legislative effort, I don't know, 4 or 5 years ago on trying to give this board more investment flexibility as a way to try to expand the capacity to grow the permanent fund. And so I am both a supporter and believer in both protecting the fund and growing the fund long-term, and have supported in the past policy changes to empower you to do that and continue to want to support you in ways that you can do that going forward. So just talked to Rep. McCluskey a couple of days ago about ways we could potentially think of legislative efforts that I know you all are interested in. So just to say up front, big believers, big believer and big supporter of what you all are trying to do and how to do it long term, and know that that's a combination of both potential policy change and investment flexibility, and potentially changing some of the existing obligations you have that put liquidity challenges on the kind of investments you can make. So understand that both from a fund management perspective, as we have that obligation at Gary, and from what you all are trying to do. So I'll align to that entirely. Also see the challenges long-term about the asset base that you're managing around oil and gas leases, and how that could potentially change, and what we do with those revenues long terms. And so we understand that. So I'm mostly delighted to take questions and answer anything that you might have. I'll just say that obviously one of the key points that Christine and Bill reached out to me about was making sure that we are still investing in growing the corpus permanently. And so that was why we changed in the revised version this waterfall structure, to make sure that the first 20 million of all of those funds do go back into the permanent fund after they've already paid for best and paid for the land board's costs. And so that we would be taking the dollars over that. I think in some of your projections, that overage could be as small as 20 million per year. It could be as large as 30 or 40, but we realize we're on the highest risk side of a declining asset potentially in that situation. And so we understand we're exposed to that risk. That's also the way we wanted it to be, because our other funding source is the marijuana industry, which we think is a growing revenue source. And so they wanted us to reduce the tax base there, and we intentionally did not do that, because we thought we would rather push more of the tax burden onto marijuana long-term to grow and support this, and create the capacity for the land board commitment to get smaller over time if it has to. So just know that we're aware of all those dynamics and want to be good partners to you in the work that you're trying to do. And so with that, I'll stop, and happy to take any questions or thoughts or feedback or concerns that you all have.
Yeah. I think, I mean, we've been down this path before, where people have targeted the distribution from the state land board, or have crafted ideas around how to redirect those distributions. So I think, to Bill's comment, we're somewhat agnostic. I mean, we're trying to generate as much for the trust. I think as we look at this, though, it's like my concern, and I appreciate that you all have sort of gone back and committed dollars to the endowment, because that's when you look at where oil and gas is going and our sources of revenue. That's why we're emphasizing the ability to manage that trust as a more of a perpetual endowment, and that we can invest it more aggressively, not irresponsibly. So I think the initial reaction, and I talked with Tony for a while, and I don't think it's our position, whether this is a good use of it or not, but and especially with your experience in education, we've been trying to work and get attention around what we believe is a pretty important asset for public education, and the degree to which you understand that and can help support our efforts, I think, is what I would like to sort of maybe impart upon you as you're working through your legislation.
That's great, Gary. And two things I would just add on this. I know that but just so you know, that Bill and I have talked about it, and I think I understand it and I'm aligned on it. And I think the two immediate levers I see that are really compelling is, one, as you said, more autonomy around the investment process, to be able to be obviously responsible, but more aggressive around the kind of investments that you can make to be able to generate more returns and grow the corpus long term. I think that's entirely appropriate and something we should pursue pretty aggressively. And the second is, I know one of the challenges on that is this kind of $20 million note that you have to pay guaranteed into the school finance every year, which forces a liquidity onto you that makes it harder for some of the longer, private investments you might make. And so I think our hope was that, this two-step process with both of pushing that excess, whether it is 20 million or 30 million, not to the LEAP program, but directly to the School Finance Act, and then take a credit off of the general fund for those dollars. So really the general fund is covering it. We think puts us in a position to help make the case to some of our allies in the education community that we would be covering the equivalent of your note out of the fund every year. And if that gets bigger, if that's 20 or 30 or $40 million, if it does grow, that's an even stronger argument to alleviate the need for you to have to pay the other 22 million that comes off the top of the corpus every year, which could give you more flexibility there. So we're talking to the CEA board about that tomorrow, but our intention was that this might provide part of the freedom to be able to negotiate down the road, removing that direct obligation for you, which could give you more investment flexibility long-term.
Yeah.
Well, and Mike, I want to thank you for the endless phone calls and texts with me and Bill and being so responsive. And what you've just articulated was our hope. This sort of was a push to really have to address some of these realities and maybe create the momentum for change that I know this board has been looking for the last 2 or 3 years at least, as we get more worried about those declining revenues in oil and gas. My takeaway is we need to find a way to get in the marijuana business, or at least hemp.
Yes.
Our board. It might be a wee bit more sustainable over time, but no, I just want to add some appreciation. I mean, you really heard us and you really worked with us, and I'm really grateful that we're at the top of the waterfall. I'll just say that.
And I would say, I mean, 2 other things, Christine, which you know, but it's just a part of the broader strategy here for this also, Gary, is that we are committed at Gary, we're committed to longer term revenue solutions for K-12 and to potentially building the coalition to do that, including a potential progressive income tax or the larger, the negative factor $1 billion hole problem. And so that same coalition, who is probably, as I know, strongly resistant to giving up that $22 million that you have to pay them, is the same one we're going to lead and probably fund to go for $1 billion or more a year. And so we're going to be probably one of the largest funders of that effort, which means I think we're also in a good position to be allies to say, listen, if we're fighting to give you $1 billion a year in revenue, we think it's probably fair for you not to also insist on the 22 million the state land board is obligated to give you, which is really hamstringing their ability to be more flexible on their investments. And so I just say we view this as part of a longer term strategy where we are allies to the folks who I think have been traditionally a challenge for us to get some of the policy changes that you all need. And so we'd be more than happy. I mean, I know they have great allies on this board, including Josie Heath, who they trust much more than me. So you probably are better off without. But I think that our hope is that this is part of a long-term fiscal solution for them, so they're not having to come to a lot of places like you to try to scrape together all the funding that they can find that's putting you in a tougher spot.
Thanks. Josie?
Senator, yes. Thanks for coming over. Absolutely.
Josie.
We want to partner with you on other revenue sources, but, and while it's important to be more aggressive around our investments and those kinds of things that are short-term, the short and long-term fiscal impact to public schools is really significant here. And, I'm still, I guess, I'm sure about why this would come forward with no sunset clause, with some of the other things that feel more like they were in good faith to work with us as we move forward. Can you speak to that?
You bet. So I think that we're open to, I think the challenge is there are multiple revenue sources that are uncertain right now, right? So we don't know exactly what the land board revenue sources are long-term. We don't know what the marijuana revenue sources are long-term. We believe that marijuana sources are increasing and growing, and the land board ones will see challenges. And so I think we're open to the possibility that if the marijuana revenues come in as strong as they are, we could back out in subsequent years some of the land board contribution. And so that's something we talked to the coalition about after our conversation with Christine and Bill. And I think we're very open to a legislative fix on that. Potentially that's part of a joint legislative solution around some of the other issues that you're thinking about. And so I know that probably wasn't all ready to be done this year, but I think that after we get a sense from what the revenue scale is going to be, I think we would, and that was why, we did not make any compromises with the marijuana industry, was because if there was any revenue to be compromised on, we want it to be restoring the funds to the land board. And so I think we've tried to leave ourselves capacity there that if the revenue is better than projected on the marijuana side, we could in future years either wind down or remove the land board contribution.
And what would be the process to do that?
It would just be straightforward legislative change on the process for how that sweep happens. And that could be a standalone bill, or it could be a bill that we ran in concert on a broader set of these issues that you're thinking about on both the investment freedoms, plus the School Finance Act note, plus this revenue. So I think it might make sense as part of a grander solution. I think we would just need to see what the revenues are to know that that was kept the program stable.
Mike, if I can ask a technical question about that, forgive me, but this is a ballot initiative that changes statute, but can't a future legislature just change it back? Do you have a risk? Is there a risk in that?
There is. I mean, the good news is that's the upside risk for us in this conversation is we could change this later just to the legislature with the bill and pull out the land board contribution if the marijuana dollars got big enough. Yes, the downside risk is, of course, any future legislature can change all of it. And so it's not constitutional. It is legislative, but and that's why we set up some more autonomy for this organization than others. So you're not in the midst of the JBC budget allocation decision every year. It is a standalone authority that has that budgeting capacity. But yes, for sure, Bill, future legislatures could make any changes they wanted.
And
I think what I'm saying to Josie's point is I could see a situation where the coalition coming together to back this measure would actually join you in backing changes to our own measure to potentially pull revenue streams out for you all if we got to solvency on the marijuana funds alone.
Okay.
I mean, obviously, to your point, I'm only one member of the coalition, so I don't get to make that decision, but there's certainly, I think all of us have a shared interest in the work that you all are doing and in making sure that the fund is solvent and growing. I think my understanding and our understanding has been that that's a combination of strategies to get you there. And this is one of them, but maybe not the highest impact one, and maybe not the only one, but certainly it's part of the puzzle.
Other questions?
This is more a question about, I read some of the materials that came my way, but what you're proposing to do, the programs, is it modeled on an existing program in another state or another community, or is this, you guys have been working on this for a while and you have a really clear idea of how it's going to be administered?
Yeah, I think this really is more of breaking new trail. There's not, I think we would be one of the first states in the country to make a commitment to the after school time that is such a crucial part of kids' academic and social emotional development, and to say that we know those opportunities are available in dramatically unequal ways right now. And so as more and more of families are spending time on the supplemental tutoring, mentoring, after school, summer camp, enrichment, that's where we see this gap between kids becoming unclosable. No matter how well we do from September to May, from 8 a.m. to 3 p.m., we're not going to be able to close that gap without more of the after school and summer content. And so this design is mostly new in that way, and our ability to have it be more of an independent authority, not entirely run by the existing K-12 system, I think is also, we think, allows for more innovation. So I think there are pieces of it that have been done before, but not in a structure like this statewide. And so I think it would be, has a chance to be an exciting first in the country model, but we also think a fair amount of hard work to get done to make sure it's implemented effectively and well, but we're doing that now.
And it led to Commissioner Heath's comment about like a sunset. I'm involved with the Transforming Safety Initiative, and I was reallocating prison dollars for preventive programs to reduce recidivism and those sorts of things. And that was presented, I think initially it was 3 years, realized you can't really measure outcomes in 3 years, so it's been expanded to 5. But so I'm familiar with that idea that, hey, let's test this and see if we can get results. And it seems to me like you're not seeking that, you're seeking forever. Is that accurate? And why not take more of a pilot approach?
So yes, we are not, I think we are, the belief is, because I think what you're talking about is recidivism prevention as a cost saving function for the state that then shows up. And I helped work on the initial Pay for Success legislation to enable this. And so I think that is a very important and different theory of change, which is you would save state resources by investing them differently on the front end. Here, it's not a matter of diverting K-12 dollars to after school content. We know you need both the K-12 content and you need after school. And without that added resource stream, you're not going to fill the gap that is emerging, not from gaps in K-12 instruction during the day, but from gaps in experience during the afternoon. So I think there's not a state cost savings from a current bucket that emerges from these outcomes. It is actually a new investment stream that helps invest in those experiences that catch the kids up in a way they otherwise wouldn't from the regular 8 to 3 day. I mean, does the state decide to do extended school days and school years eventually? Perhaps, but as you know, that's a $3 billion budget item to do that. That's not a $150 million one. And so I think this is a more limited pilot at targeted interventions on a smaller set of the population. And so I think for us, it's not so much a question of, I mean, we'll be looking deeply at how well the intervention is working in terms of improving it for more outcomes to improve it. And I think not to sunset or to stop it, but more to learn from it. I think the question for us is more about what are the sustainability of the revenue streams? And if the marijuana stream is growing ambitiously enough, could we back out some of the land board revenue as a way to help support your work long-term? Not would we back down the program long-term?
I'm not putting a lot of faith in returning money, but I appreciate the thought. I do appreciate it. I know enough about education and the impact of out of school programming and the hours and those sorts of things. So it's I'm not questioning how those dollars would be used, but.
And I think I think my sort of gentle response to that would be, I also think on $1 billion fund, there are a lot of ways to generate an additional $20 million a year that are different from us returning this 20 million, right? Sure. Which I think are.
That was gentle, thank
Lightly
you.
said.
Which is not, obviously, that is not in your purview right now. So that's not that's freedom you want yourself too. I'm just saying if I had to solve that problem and I were running your fund, there might be tools I would use before this one, but I totally understand. And those are the tools we're committed to helping you get and or fix. And so I think that's the place of total alignment.
Commissioner Heath.
Yes, well, back to the financial piece. I mean, for us, it seems at the outset, we're talking about a loss of 60 to 70 million annually. I've not seen numbers exactly from our agency about what that represents, short-term and more importantly, long-term. But what you're suggesting would be sort of a patching effort, when I could make the case that if you just invested that money in education immediately, you could correct some of the things that you're trying to remedy. How do you speak to that?
Well, so first on just the numbers, the documents I have from you all, I think has the fiscal year 22 projection at 21 or $22 million coming to LEAP. So the first 20 million goes back into the corpus. And I think your projections have about 21 million coming to us. So it's only about a 21 million diversion to us from you. It's definitely not in the magnitude of 60 or 70 is what we have in the numbers you've showed us. And that may be a declining asset if you're, we're the last distribution. And so if there are reductions in returns in any part of your pipeline, we're the first one to take a hit. We're the most at risk. So our numbers could drop to 10 or to 5 or to 0, depending on what your risks are on the oil and gas leases. But the number that you've projected is around 20. On the second one, Josie, to make sure I understand your question, you're saying if you invested sort of more money up front, like if we took these LEAP dollars, invested them straight into the K-12 system, would we solve the problem that way? Or help me understand what you're.
certainly, none of us thinks we're solving the problem. But couldn't we make the case that by investing more of those dollars, we're certainly helping rather than remediating later, that we're investing in education at the beginning so that we have, you know better than most anyone that we're absolutely dead last in so many things in education. How can you make the case to the public that taking more money out of public education is somehow justifiable in this? I need to hear your thinking on it.
Sure. Well, so I'm glad you know that, because to be clear, the way ours program is structured is actually we are putting more money directly into the School Finance Act, right? So right now, the 22 million that would be going into the corpus, we are now putting directly into the School Finance Act. We're then issuing a credit from the general fund to pay to the LEAP program 22 million. So we're forcing these dollars. What would happen otherwise is that 22 million would go into your corpus, and it might generate 3% a year or whatever you're going to generate, but that would be an added 600,000 then would come into the School Finance Act when we're putting 20 million directly in. So it actually, you have concerns that it doesn't go into the permanent fund, and that's true. It is actually more dollars directly into the School Finance Act through our proposal than without it. So factually, I think that's really critical. It's a pull out of the general fund, but it's not a reduction in investment in education. It's actually an increase. It could be a reduction into the growth of it could be a reduction into the growth of the permanent fund, but even at the margin of the returns you're sending into the School Finance Act, it would take 20 years for that amount of money to get into the School Finance Act for what you would get into in 1 year with a direct transfer. So
yeah, we
I think
agree. We all agree that the investment there, I mean, that's not even on the table for us. We totally agree with you about that.
But to your second point, Josie, and obviously, yes, I fully believe we have to fund the system more effectively, and shouldn't we fund it? And that's why we're going. But any person in K-12 would tell you, 20 million or 150 million is not going to solve anywhere near the K-12 crisis. That's $1 billion problem, and that is one we're focusing on, and we will keep working on. Absolutely. I think that the issue is what's clear in the data is even if you did K-12 education perfectly, if you did 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. from September to May perfectly, what we see is what's happening now is low-income kids come into that system and they catch up all year long. And then May happens and those kids go home for the summer, and my kids go home for the summer. And when my kids go home for the summer, they have science camp, and then they have zoo camp, and then they have space camp, and then they have extracurricular activities. And even if you do a perfect job at 8 to 3, those gaps reemerge every summer because low-income kids can't get access to academic or enrichment content during the summer or after school. So even if education is doing a job, those gaps will remain as the risk.
No, absolutely. I mean, we know about summer slide, we know all of those things. It's just, I'm really looking for a partnership with you all for how we increase the investment in education so that those very kids you talk about are going to be able to be competitive in the world that we all know is going to require lots more skills than we're able to produce right now.
Totally agree. And I'd say we see that in 3 parts. One is, a long-term fiscal fix to the big K-12 problem through a larger ballot measure that would solve K-12's need. Second is giving you all.
And what time frame are you thinking about that?
We're preparing to do a 2022 ballot measure to do that, and building a coalition to do that. I think we're all, realists, and we'll need to see what the political climate looks like in 2022. If for some reason it's a bad midterm election that turns hard against Democrats and the president, and that's a bad time for a tax increase, we would wait till 24. But I think our goal is to prepare to be ready for 2022, and to go for a big progressive tax increase in 2022. So we're preparing the coalition to do that with a lot of the education and other labor partners that you all, I think, have worked with. So that's for sure bucket 1. Bucket 2 is, even if we do that really well, we're still going to have these gaps from the summer slide and others that are continue to plague our low-income kids. So we got to patch that hole, which is the idea for the LEAP program. Then the third is we got to protect the permanent fund as a perpetual asset for K-12, and we want to support on that. And I think on that, that is, in my mind, both a function of relieving your obligation to have to pay the $22 million dividend to the School Finance Act every year. It's giving you much more investment flexibility over the resources that you have now. And it's continuing to make sure that there's deposits made into that corpus every year through the top of the waterfall protection. I don't argue that that's better than it would be to do all that and not take 20 million from you a year. So I totally understand that. But our belief is those things all in conjunction set all three groups up for success in a way that they wouldn't without all three together.
Thank you.
Bet.
I think we're sort of at your time limit, Mike, but just before we let you go, any further questions or comments? I guess
This is now initiative 25, not 18. That's right? With the change in the water. I just want to make sure I'm tracking the right stuff for everybody.
It's whatever, you're ahead of me, Bill. It's whatever the most recent filing one is, the one that we will stick with, which has the 20 million waterfall.
Thank you.
And when will that be approved for ballot? Or at least to go get signatures, right?
Yeah, in the next 3 to 4 weeks, it'll be final approval by title board, and then we'll start gathering signatures in May or something.
Last comment, Mike, I think you're going to need to invest heavily over a long time in catching kids up from this past year. It's been devastating.
I mean, yeah, Christina, I didn't mention that, but obviously I think one of the timeliness of this is just the COVID crisis. What we see right now is for low-income kids, it's about 16 months of learning loss in the last 12 months they've sustained. So what that means is quite literally the work Christine and Dan and others have done and Josie's done for 20 years in closing the achievement gap. It's possible you will eliminate that. You will recreate that entire gap in 1 year. So it will almost be like putting us back 20 years in terms of those gap closings. So it's going to be dramatic. And I think we have a long road ahead. I mean, the one example I use is right now, we know 50% of Latinx kids in Colorado do not have access to either a wireless or an electronic device. 50%. That means half of the Latino kids in the state basically could not access remote education for the last year. And so when you're wondering how good has the experience been, if half of our largest minority population in the state basically got no access for the last year, you can imagine how steep the climb is. So I agree with that, Christina. We're going to do all we can to try to help. But I also will just reiterate, I deeply respect all the folks on this call. I'm always open to have more conversation, always happy to come back and talk more, welcome any other ideas or pushback. And I committed to Christine and to Bill and totally will stand by it that I'm all in to be shoulder to shoulder with you on the battles ahead around how to try to solve the bigger problems you're trying to solve. And so count on me or us anytime we can as you get ready for the legislative and policy changes that you want to make going forward.
Great. Thanks for joining us today. Appreciate your time.
Mike.
You bet. Great to see you all. Hardest people working in Colorado at 3 o'clock on a Friday afternoon.
Yeah.
Good to see you.
I wouldn't suggest anything else from your team, Bill. Thanks, y'all.
Thank you.
Take care.
All right, that was our last item for our public meeting. So our next step is to go back into executive session. And I think we have do we have a separate link? Like, do we all have to leave this and go to that?
Dan Gibbs, do you have that link? I saw you on here a minute ago.
I did give it to Dan Gibbs, but we have a backup for Dan just in case. Her name is Vanessa.
Dan just texted me that he probably will not be on. He's dealing with another issue.
So Vanessa Mazzal will be sitting in, Bill.
Okay, great. I'll see you guys on the next Zoom call.
Okay, Ed, do I need to read, do I have to read this letter of Bill asking?
You don't need to read the letter. If you want, I can do the dance to walk you into executive session, then you can all go to the other spot.
Okay.
And so give me just a half second and pull up my script. Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Ed Hammer, Assistant Attorney General. Today is Friday, April 9th, and the board is now on its agenda marked to go into executive session to do the annual review of Director Ryan. Director Ryan has requested requested this discussion be in executive session, and that is authorized when the employee who's the subject of a review request executive session. It's authorized under 24.6.402.3a B1 of the Colorado Revised Statute. So at this point, I'd request a motion to go into executive session for these purposes.
So moved.
It's been moved by Commissioner Heath,
Second.
second by Commissioner Scanlon. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
I think we had 5 ayes. Yes.
I didn't hear Commissioner Shaw, but I assume
You're on mute, Commissioner Shaw.
we have 4.
Can he nod? Can we take a nod?
Yes. Okay.
There
Well,
we
let the
go.
record reflect that Commissioner Shaw has nodded. So there's been a 5-0 vote to go into executive session, which is sufficient to authorize executive session. Procedurally, you will be joining a separate link to go into executive session and have this discussion. Just as we always say, the discussion in executive session should be limited to the matter noticed, the review of Commissioner Ryan, and that the board should reach no decisions in executive session. If when you come out, if you could make a very brief record that indicates what you talked about and that you reach no decisions, that would be fantastic.
Okay.
And I will be available if you need any support in this process. So just let me know.
Okay. Thank you, and everyone, we'll see you in the next Zoom.